The sun shone above the 4th Academy of Sioux City, but was occasionally hidden by dark blue clouds. There was a meeting at the school where a man announced that today, the students would become players in the metaverse world. When students enter the circle, the system will determine their class. A strong swordsman, an invincible knight, a clever assassin, or a mage. Director Benedict Johnson ended his speech by wishing good luck to everyone present and activating the circle with symbols. Adam Miller, who was among the disciples, rejoiced that 18 years after his rebirth, this day had finally arrived. The world in which the young man found himself was alien to him, although incredibly similar to his native Earth. But, unlike Earth, here an artificially created world of the metaverse suddenly appeared, which turned people's lives upside down. Many complex dungeons opened up across the planet, and upon reaching adulthood, people were granted a number of abilities. Residents could use their gift to destroy monsters to level up and gain points to increase their strength. After activating the circle, the system greeted Adam and asked if he wanted to determine his class. The boy prayed to all his ancestors that he would get a good class in the metaverse. A few moments later, the system reported that its new user had received a hidden class. It was a complete surprise to the young man that he became a Necromancer. Nothing could have made his mood better that day than the news of receiving such a class. The thing is that a Necromancer is a very rare category that only 1 or 2 people in the whole world can obtain. With a wave of the staff, one can summon a huge number of first-class undead from the gates of hell, which will form a personal army. Obtaining a hidden class meant that the user became much more powerful than other people. Adam opened the card with his characteristics and everything was fine, except for one thing. The guy was struck by the fact that his will was 0, which was unacceptable for a Necromancer. The initial stats are distributed randomly like the class, and the maximum value is 10 points, and will is the most important for a mage. The young man decided to decide on his talent, although it no longer mattered due to his 0 will, even if it was S rank. Adam received a talent, Brave Heart of a Mage, with an unknown rank, but it increased the characteristics by 10 points. Effects: when winning in close combat, gaining characteristics and increasing other characteristics to the level of a certain characteristic. The guy was happy about this, since it is impossible to get free points. They are only given when you level up or train hard. And even though the hero could use the active effect once, he is still able to raise other characteristics to the highest. The young man thought that if he took advantage of this now, he could become a generalist with maximum stats. Adam dreamed of becoming a Necromancer with 100,000 points in each attribute, and being an invincible army all rolled into one. The hero grinned and decided that strength was the most important thing in his case, since the passive effect required close combat. Raising his hand, the guy gave the system the command to put all 10 points into strength. The network showed the player his new stats, and his strength was now 20 points, which was an outrageous value. Satisfied with this arrangement, Adam decided to register and complete the newbie task. After the young man said this, he began to be transferred to the task for beginners. After the teleportation was completed, the hero saw a beautiful girl standing in front of the portal frame. The stranger, noticing the arrival, greeted him and said that her name was Ely and that she was a guide. Admiring the beauty of the greeter, Adam said that he had come to register and complete the task for beginners. Coming a little closer, Elaine handed the guy a gift box and said that she would be happy to help the player. Inside the box was equipment for a beginner, an old robe, entry-level items, and a summon skeleton skill book. Looking at the gifts he received, Adam concluded that the robe was just an accessory, and the skill was useless because he had 0 willpower. The only thing that made the hero happy was the staff, which with 20 points of strength would be useful for hitting various things. Throwing his stick over his shoulder, the young man asked the conductor what his task would be. Elaine activated the portal and announced that the player's task would be to escape the foggy cave. Covering her eyes, the girl warned that Adam should be very careful to pass this test and not kill anyone. Having decided to test the newcomer's reaction, the mentor opened her eyes and realized that no one was listening to her anymore. At this time, the young man was already moving towards his first task, anticipating possible fights. When the teleportation was complete, the hero saw a cave in front of him and piles of disassembled skeletons lying around. Turning back, Adam wondered what Elaine had started talking about when he stepped through the portal. However, he quickly decided that he had not missed anything important, since the task for a beginner should not be difficult. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind him, and turning his head back, the guy saw a skeleton moving towards him with a dagger in his hands. The system notified that in front of the player there was an ordinary monster, a skeleton soldier, with 20 health points and 5 strength. Adam also saw that the monster's defense was 0 and his agility was 1, and he decided to attack. With one swing of his staff, the boy took away all of the skeleton's health, marking his first victory in the metaverse. After making sure that the enemy was dead, the hero sadly thought about how hard it was for him not to be able to use magic. The network reported that for defeating an enemy in close combat, Adam receives 1 attribute point and 3 experience points. The rewards also included a passive A-rank skill, Strength Works Miracles. 1 point of strength could be converted into 2 points of damage. The young man said that strength determines the damage dealt, and defense determines how much damage will be absorbed. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of damage, which means that if the enemy has 0 defense, it will deal 42 damage to him at once. But then the player was distracted from thinking about the new abilities by a skeleton that suddenly appeared from under the ground. Looking at the new enemy, the guy decided that he needed to concentrate on completing his task. The rest of the monsters, which just a few moments ago had been lying on the floor of the cave as useless junk, began to gather around the first monster. Adam grabbed the stick in his hand and prepared to repel the massive attack. In one blow, the guy was able to destroy several skeletons at once, who did not even have time to begin an attack. The system reported that for defeating 4 skeletons in close combat, the player received 4 attribute points and 12 experience. By killing monsters, the player increased his level and strength to 30 points. The idea crept into the hero's head that increasing the level for destroying bags of bones was too easy, and this was suspicious. The skeletons did not give Adam much respite, and the next monsters began to crawl out from under the ground. The level of this monster was slightly higher than the previous ones. In front of the guy stood a skeleton commander, whose eyes and mouth glowed green. The young man was frightened by the fact that the monster's strength was equal to 15 points, and its health was 50. However, the skeleton's agility had dropped to 1, so Adam simply had to hit first to win. Contrary to our hero's expectations, the commander was able to defend himself from the attack by putting his huge shield forward. Since the monster did not need time to rest, he immediately attacked the enemy, but missed. Looking at the enemy with hatred, the guy noted that he was attacking and defending himself at the same time, and easily splitting the stone floor. And yet, after a short time, the skeleton made a mistake and opened up to Adam. The young man decided not to miss the chance to win and struck with his staff. The attack had its effect, and the commander fell to the ground, unable to defend himself. While the monster was disoriented, Adam moved on to his next attack, hoping that he would not receive any resistance. The hero continued to use his staff to attack, and this time he was able to take away all of the enemy's health points with his weapon. The system reported that the player was able to defeat the skeleton commander in close combat, and received 3 attribute points and 10 experience for this. Looking at the defeated man in confusion, the guy could not understand how the other newcomers were completing such a difficult task. Looking at the golden ball, Adam remembered that inside it there might be a reward for defeating the monster. The reward was the skeleton gloves, a one-time use D-rank item that has a 100% critical hit rate. While our hero was engrossed in studying the new subject, a new batch of monsters began to appear behind him. Turning around, the young man was surprised by the number of skeletons that were trying to get to the surface. Having roughly calculated, Adam realized that the number of his enemies was only growing from time to time. The guy thought that even though he had moved to the 2nd level, he only had health worth some 20 measly points. Jumping into the air, the hero mercilessly began to strike at his opponents, receiving points for this. The result of the quick battle was another increase in the player's level and the receipt of 10 characteristic points. Adam opened his stats window, which showed that his strength had increased to 46, but his will was still at 0. At this time, students gathered outside the academy to discuss their progress through the tests and the grades they had received. The only thing that spoiled the mood of those present was that the director did not announce anything, since according to their calculations, everyone should have returned by now. Some were puzzled that someone was taking so long to complete the task, since the only thing they had to do was run away from the skeletons without fighting, and only one guy was worried about Adam's long absence, hoping that everything was okay with his friend. Looking around, the young man hoped that this time the monsters in the cave were finished, but suddenly a terrible voice echoed throughout the dungeon, demanding that the person responsible for the destruction of the skeletons be punished. All the bones that were lying around the player began to rise into the air, illuminated by an otherworldly glow. Adam watched with fear as it happened, not knowing what to expect when it ended. The picture began to become clearer when all the bones united and a huge skeleton appeared in front of the hero. In front of the guy stood a regular boss, the Skeleton King, with 400 health points and 45 strength points. The young man looked at his opponent and didn't understand what the boss was doing in the beginner's task. However, the main monster of the cave was completely indifferent to the man's thoughts, and he prepared to attack. Adam noticed the preparation for an attack in time and made a swift jump back. As he continued to move away from the skeleton, the young man thought that if he hadn't been able to dodge, he could have died right here. The only advantage the player had was that despite his great strength, the boss was not agile in combat. Running up to the clumsy boss, our hero delivered a swift attack, thereby taking away 32 health points. After analyzing his blow, the guy realized that in order to win, he needed to make 10 more such attacks. Taking advantage of the skeleton's lack of agility, Adam circled around him and tried to inflict maximum damage. Sometime later, the young man's actions had their effect, and the monster fell to the ground. The young man calculated that the boss still had 200 points left, which meant that everything should be over soon. But then the monster raised his head and said that he had never met a player who walked to the exit over corpses. Going on the attack, the skeleton said that he would not let such a spawn remain alive. After a few seconds of observing the enemy, our hero realized that he had become stronger. The main monster of the cave swung a huge sword at Adam, but the player managed to dodge the attack. The villain's sword continued to move by inertia and cut through the huge boulders lying below. Our hero jumped from place to place to avoid being hit by a hail of stone fragments. Watching the boss's actions, the guy realized that now a direct attack would not work, and first, he needed to limit the skeleton's movements. Taking advantage of the momentary respite, Adam looked around, and one detail managed to catch his attention. It seemed like the boulder behind the boss was about to fall and cause damage. The young man ran to the side so that his plan could be realized in life. The hero, given the monster's lack of agility, periodically slowed down to make sure he was being pursued. Stopping at the spot where the stone was supposed to fall, Adam began to shout loudly for the boss to move closer to him. The guy's plan worked, and the monster turned towards the caller, preparing its weapon to attack. The next moment, an attack flew at Adam, which was able to take away 26 health points from him. The young man was unhappy that he had only been slightly hurt, but his health had dropped to almost 0. Sensing victory, the boss raised his sword above himself and grinned nastily. The player understood that if he didn't do something to save himself now, he risked staying here forever. It was at this moment that the stones, which were only miraculously held onto the ceiling of the cave, began to fall down. One after another, the boulders began to crush the skeleton boss, preventing him from getting out from under the rubble. Thanks to the rockfall, Adam managed to escape the attack, and the monster's health dropped by 70 points. The hero understood that he wouldn't be able to hold out for that long, so he should finish this before the skeleton rose. Soaring above his enemy, the young man prepared to destroy him with one blow. To make the plan come true, the guy summoned a one-time artifact, the skeleton gloves. Adam seemed to channel all his strength into his fist and glove and began the attack. The skeleton saw that the man was flying straight at him, but the villain no longer had any chance to dodge. The young man landed on top of the boss and was able to take the remaining 130 health points. The system notified him of the completion of the task and gave Adam 30 stat points for being the first to defeat the cave boss. Since the hero defeated the Skeleton King in close combat, he was able to receive 10 attribute points and 50 experience. For the first kill of the boss, the player's level increased by 3, and as a reward he received an item, the Ring of the Skeleton King. Ring of the Skeleton King. The damage of the first attack after equipping the item will be increased by 50%. Looking at the prize, Adam thought that if he wanted to sell a C-rank item, it would cost at least several $100,000. The hero's attention was drawn to the phrase that he was the first to defeat the boss, and he became interested in how people completed the task. But after thinking about it, the guy came to the conclusion that he didn't care about the other players, and then jumped into the portal. The next moment, Adam found himself among his classmates, who were looking at him with displeasure. But one person was glad to see a friend, Thomas, who unexpectedly attacked the hero from somewhere on the side. Looking at the guy, the fat man asked why it took him so long to pass the test. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the comrade reported that 3 hours had already passed since the last person had left the test. Deciding not to continue the topic of tests, Adam asked what class Thomas received, and his friend said that he was a magician. And then a laugh came from the side, the source of which turned out to be the blonde, and the reason for his laughter was that the hero was the last to leave. Oliver said that Adam is nothing more than a pretty rapper, but there is no use for that in the world of the metaverse. Looking at his enemy, the young man could not understand why the headman liked to pick on him so much. The player didn't have time to answer, because the director appeared on the stairs and suggested that they tell each other about the classes they received. The students' screams could be heard from all around. Some were assigned to the assassin class, others to the D-rank warrior class. A beautiful girl named Alana publicly announced that she was a magician healer. Brooke spread her arms out to the sides, immediately showing everyone that she was a human shield with a B-rank talent. The cocky kid announced that he had received the swordsman class and a B-rank talent, Someone from the crowd admired such a powerful class and said that the headman was blessed by heaven. Watching the students and listening to their responses, Benedict realized that the group of people gathered here weren't so bad. It was Adam's turn to announce his skill, and he announced that he was a necromancer. But with talent, the guy had to cheat and say that he couldn't tell it now, although in fact he himself didn't know his rank. The director looked at his student with admiration and announced that the necromancer was a hidden class. All the students were surprised that there was such a class among them. Someone even asked to pinch him. Oliver, having learned about his opponent's class, tried to console himself with the fact that all magicians are known for their fragility and are easy to kill. It takes a very long time to create a summoning spell, and often necromancers do not have companions to protect them. The headman was sure that Adam did not tell the rank of his talent, since it was too low. Classmates were anxiously discussing the coolness of our hero, and how calmly he reacted to necromancy. The guy eavesdropped on his comrades and thought that he couldn't create a single spell according to his profile due to lack of willpower. Unaware of Adam's doubts, Benedict mentally predicted that he would enter the best universities in the country after training. After everyone had introduced themselves, the principal announced the end of the meeting and sent the students off to prepare for the test. When the hero was heading home, Thomas pestered him again and began to envy his class. To avoid looking like a complete loser, my friend said that he had 8 willpower points and other good stats. Adam looked at the card and realized that all of Thomas's numbers, unlike his, were single-digit. After some time, the young man returned home and opened the front door, shouting that he was back. This house was left to Adam by his parents, and after they disappeared, he constantly says that he came when he returns here. The boy remembered his mom and dad as good and very kind people who loved their son infinitely. But one day, when the hero was 6 years old, they said that they needed to go to the capital. Then Adam saw his parents for the last time, as they mysteriously disappeared, and the boy became an orphan. 12 years have passed since then, and all this time the young man wondered where his mother and father might be heading. The young man set himself a goal to enter the capital's university and find out what happened then. The next day, all the students returned to school and listened to the principal's speech. The man asked the boys not to try to jump above their heads and to retreat in case of danger. Benedict explained his request by saying that it was better for the students to fail the test than to die. But seeing the worried faces of the newcomers, Mr. Jones tried to convince them that their task should not be mortally dangerous. The director warned that there had been a terrible incident earlier, where a group of 40 people had been completely wiped out. All these students disappeared without a trace, and to this day no one knows what kind of terrible world those guys fell into. Do the teachers know that the world was called the Village of Nightmares? Benedict Jones said that the students need not worry, as if they leave the world in time, they will be in no danger. The man asked to get ready, because as soon as the timer reaches 0, the students will go to a new location. And when the alarm rang on the clock, the test for the newcomers began, and the portal transferred them to the task. A large number of rays passed over a small village at the foot of the mountains and rushed towards the ground. When the beam touched the ground, a student appeared from it, who immediately began to examine the area. Seeing the uncomprehending looks of his comrades, Oliver began to calm them down, promising to certainly protect everyone. But the young man did not see that they found themselves in that very terrible village of nightmares, and that a stranger was already watching them. Having taken the position of leader, the headman called on the group to follow him, since this was the path that would lead to success. Glancing sideways at his unspoken rival, the swordsman promised himself that all the students would see him as the leader, not Adam. Our hero paid no attention to Oliver and thought only about the fact that they still hadn't been given a single clue. The thoughts of everyone present were interrupted by a stranger who suddenly appeared behind the team. The man with braids and glasses expressed sympathy for all the players, but was in no hurry to say the reason for his regret. The headman was the first to come to his senses and asked who the man who had approached them was. But it seemed that the unknown person was not going to rush to answer the questions, and only greeted the newcomers. Realizing that he had the attention of everyone present, the man announced that they had entered the Village of Nightmares. The system wrote that the difficulty of the test is equal to S rank, and the task is to survive and find out the main secret of the village. Most of the students were scared, because Mr. Johnson had recently told them about 40 people disappearing here. The nerves of a couple of guys couldn't take it anymore, and they rushed towards the exit of the settlement, demanding to be allowed to go home. Adam thought about it, because for the E-rank world it was necessary to be at the initial stage, and as students they could not pass it. Those people who tried to escape the test crashed into a protective circuit that hinted that there was no way out. And then the stranger said that once one enters the Village of Nightmares, no one can leave it. After the confession, a new wave of panic swept through the students, and Oliver tried to calm everyone down, but to no avail. Adam, looking at the chaos that was happening, realized that the previous group was destroyed because of the task of finding out the secret of the village. Walking calmly past the crowd of newcomers, the man advised them not to worry and to make themselves at home. The elder approached the stranger and suggested that their group was supposed to not give up and move on. But the man turned to the boy and said that they had to accept the fact that they were all going to die here. After his words, the villager turned away and went on about his business. After walking a few steps, the man turned around and said that he was actually the head of the village, and there were 2 rules for survival. First, students can live in any empty house, but they cannot touch the black stones on the doors. Secondly, all those present are required to return to the house before dark and close all windows and doors and not open them. Adam, after listening to the demands, asked why they were forbidden to go out into the village at night. The headman, flashing his glasses, announced that the newcomers would understand everything as soon as it began to get dark. Everyone decided to follow the words of the village chief and find a house. For this, the students divided into 4 groups of 11 people. Our hero, as part of his company, after some time discovered the house and understood what stones the man was talking about. Watching his comrades scatter around the house, Adam suggested going up to the 2nd floor for safety. Suddenly, Alana approached the young man and, leaning forward slightly, asked him to protect her if they got into danger. Winking and placing her hand on her chest, the girl hinted that she was a healer and therefore could restore health. But then Brooke flew up to the couple and accused her friend of being shameless, because such behavior attracts other guys. Frowning, Alana said she didn't care at all and demanded that her classmate back off. When the topic between the girls turned to the size of their breasts, Adam looked at them and didn't know how to calm them down. However, in the commotion that had occurred, the company did not notice one young man who was stuck to the window. He looked through the glass at the street with distrust, and tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Outside the window stood a transparent grandmother who had long since died in real life, and asked to be let inside because she was cold. The fool believed the ghost without a second thought and began to open the doors to help the old woman. It was at this moment that our hero noticed his classmate, but it was too late. The ghost's eyes, realizing that his plan had worked, turned scarlet like blood, and his mouth twisted into a grin. The old woman briskly jumped on her named grandson. But her gesture was little like the embrace of a grandmother missing her grandson. The boy looked at his relative with incomprehension, who had already grabbed his forearm with her teeth and was not going to let go. Suddenly, one of the students summoned sand shackles and ribbons of sand flew towards the ghost. Thomas shouted to his comrade to quickly run away from the monster, as it was quite difficult to keep him in shackles. The student rushed towards the group as fast as he could, while the ghost was taking on its true form. When the image was finally formed, an ugly red monster of the 3rd level stood in front of the team. Those present looked at the monster with horror and did not understand why in the characteristics it was the most ordinary monster. Having singled out her offender from the crowd, the former old woman jumped on Thomas, wanting to destroy him first. The guy got scared and screamed that if the monster ate a fat guy like him, his blood pressure and cholesterol levels would rise. But the monster was prevented from completing the attack by a shield that formed between it and Adam's friend. Brooke, who stood between the opponents, felt her health slipping, but too much was at stake. Realizing that she had very little strength left, the girl gave the command to Alana to heal her and to Adam to get rid of the enemy. Despite the fact that she had just been arguing with a classmate a couple of minutes ago, the beauty immediately used healing magic. The blonde felt a surge of energy inside her and continued to hold the shield in front of the monster. She understood that as long as everyone worked together, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the nightmare. The girl decided that for complete victory, Adam must summon the undead, and it was at that moment that our hero ran past her. The young man had no ability to summon the undead, so he swung his staff towards the monster. Thomas, watching his friend's actions, shouted to him that such a weapon would not be suitable for defeating the ghost. Ignoring his comrade's warnings, Adam struck with such force that he took all of the nightmare's health. All of his classmates were surprised by this outcome of events, because no one expected that the young man would decide to save them in this way. The team members whose power points did not exceed 10 decided that all necromancers had similar abilities. Adam decided to shift attention away from his abilities and brought the group's attention to the fact that the nightmare had become a black stone. Brooke showed her keen observation and reported that she had seen the same stone on the door at the entrance. The hero tried to figure out why he didn't get any stat points from killing the nightmare in melee combat. A classmate noticed Adam's thoughtfulness and asked what was going on, but he refused to share his thoughts. The next day, when all the teams met, our hero's group thanked him and Thomas for saving them. The guys discussed how lucky they were to be able to join the Necromancer, Mage, Healer, and Shield. Oliver listened to the admiration and thought that he would never let Brooke take the hit. The young man confidently decided that one blow would be enough to defeat the nightmare, and imagined this battle. Watching Oliver swing his sword, Adam praised him for his hard work and desire to improve himself. Feeling awkward about being found out, the guy cleared his throat and said he was just trying to practice for a second. Taking a step towards Brooke, Oliver offered her to stay in his house, because in that case, he would not let her take the blows on herself. When the girl refused the guy, citing the fact that she was a tank, he again tried to convince her that he was right. But then a cry came from the side, demanding that all new arrivals to the village be killed. A crowd of angry people, armed and acting quite purposefully, ran towards their classmates. The village chief, pointing towards the students, shouted that the villagers must kill anyone who resisted. The headman ran forward and demanded an explanation from the local leader about what was happening. Adam thought that there were as many students as there were villagers, and they seemed to be the same age as the pupils. The elder had already charged Oliver with killing a nightmare, but according to him, these spirits protected the village from monsters. The chief said that the spirit attacked because the newcomers broke one of the rules and angered the defenders of this place. Not wanting to quarrel with the locals, the elder asked if there was a way to save the guardian spirit if it was killed. The chief chuckled and said that the person who had angered the spirits must remain outside the house when night fell. Oliver thought about Avar's proposal, as he realized the danger of such a decision to atone for his guilt before the locals. But then Adam came out of the crowd, admitted his wrongdoing, and promised that he was ready to meet the spirits of the night outside. Torn between the two interlocutors, the headman tried to stop his classmate and begged the head not to listen to the guy. The young man asked Oliver not to interfere, as by staying outside at night, he would be able to test one of his theories. Avar heard the words of the spirit killer, and without giving any more time for argument, demanded that the offender be put in chains. After some time, Adam was securely tied to a wooden post with chains. The friends standing nearby tried to find out what the hero meant when he said that he would help everyone leave this place. Not wanting to reveal all his suspicions, the young man promised to test his theory that night. Night fell and the young man was left hanging alone and defenseless on a wooden cross, while green fog spread around him. Then terrible sounds were heard from the side. Turning around, the guy noticed a red nightmare on the roof that was crawling towards him. When the monster tried to attack, it didn't reach Adam because the sand shackles bound it faster. Thomas, who appeared out of nowhere, shouted for Oliver to act quickly. The elder jumped on the nightmare and with extraordinary pathos declared that he, as a true swordsman, would be able to strip him naked in one blow. However, after the sword reached the monster, the young man was in for a disappointment. The spirit not only did not die, but also launched a counterattack, from which Oliver barely managed to defend himself. Holding the weapon with all his might, the guy couldn't believe that Adam had actually beaten the same thing to death. Not wanting to give in to his rival, the elder convinced himself that he too could win the battle. Oliver struck with all his might, but only 5 health points were lost from the monster. To Adam's dismay, Alana and Brooke approached him, and he tried to order them to hide. The girls, trying to free their friend from the chain, admitted that they were afraid for him and came to help. Realizing that his classmates would not succeed, our hero jerked his hand forward and the chains that held him broke like paper. Clenching his hand into a fist, he looked proudly at his girlfriends and declared that this was exactly how one should act in such situations. At this time, Oliver did not lose hope of defeating the nightmare alone, which turned out to be stronger than expected. Alana used her powers to add health to the elder, and Brooke activated her shield. Not wanting his pride to be hurt, the young man demanded that the girls not help him. Thomas, who was watching the battle, shouted for Oliver to try to hit the enemy on the head, as that was their weak point. The guy chuckled and said that it was a piece of cake, and it was strange for him not to have figured it out a little earlier. Feeling awkward, Adam reported that the monster's weak point was not its head at all, but the headman refused to listen to him. Swinging his sword, Oliver stated that his classmate was simply afraid of being surpassed in combat. Jumping up, the blonde dealt several blows to the nightmare, which were able to take away another 10 health points. Looking back, the guy was surprised that his enemy did not die, although he had been hit in a weak spot. Thomas informed Brooke that the prefect was unable to defeat the monster in one blow because he did not have the same amount of strength as Adam. Oliver heard his comrade's words and felt a powerful blow to his self-esteem, as he did not want to be worse than the Necromancer. Not wanting their friend to get hurt, the rest of the team asked him to save himself, as the guy's health was low. But the elder did not want to look weaker than Adam, and prepared to launch a destructive attack. Waves of energy flew towards the monster and, upon reaching it, took away 30 health points. When the monster fell, Oliver approached it and prepared to deliver a decisive blow that would take life. But the eternal rival did not allow this to happen. Our hero struck the nightmare with his staff, taking the last 5 health points. Adam's action angered the blonde, who had hoped to do everything himself. The hero thanked the elder for his work, while he demanded that he stop taking away his bread. Thomas pulled Oliver away from him, who was about to start a fight with Adam, and tried to calm him down. Suddenly, two nightmares jumped on the boys from above, which were clearly not configured as guardian spirits. The hero shouted to his comrades to take shelter in the house and not fight the monsters, as he knew how to get rid of them. Right in front of the monsters' faces, the door to the house slammed shut, not giving them a chance to get inside. While Thomas was padlocking the door, Brooke began asking Adam how he was going to defeat the monsters. Turning to his friends and seeing their intrigued faces, the young man promised that they would see everything tomorrow. The next day, a crowd of villagers gathered again at the alien's house, and the village chief shouted at them for killing the spirit. The man said that today the newbies can do whatever they want, but today they will be finished. But then the young man interrupted the flow of negative shouts, asking if those present were sure that she was from the Nightmare Village. Looking straight at the leader, Adam said that it was time to reveal the whole truth about this settlement. Frowning, the man asked in confusion what the impudent guy was talking about. Our hero, starting to point at people one by one, said that they were not at all the indigenous inhabitants of the village. With a serious face, Adam explained that there were 40 residents, as well as students, which meant that they were the previously missing school children. The guy continued his explanation and said that all this time they were in an illusion, so they could not leave this world. The village chief laughed loudly and said that the guy was simply afraid of death, so he was telling stories without evidence. Closing his eyes, the young man confidently stated that he had all the necessary evidence. Adam extended his hand forward, on which lay the guardian stone, which shocked the inhabitants. Oliver declared that this was not a guardian stone at all, and at that moment the entire company began to hold similar objects in their hands. The man shouted that this was the highest shrine that protected them at night, and if it was destroyed, the Almighty would punish them. The hero became angry and said that the entire illusion consisted of these stones, and if they were destroyed, the illusion would also disappear. Adam gave the command to the boys, and they all threw the stones they were holding in their hands onto the ground, using all their strength to do so. The crowd wanted to throw their fists at the violators, but then the sky above them cracked and a hole appeared in it. At that moment, the village chief grabbed his head as it began to split like the sky. His memories showed how the whole group was gathering for a mission, and nothing foreshadowed trouble for the newcomers. However, things did not go according to plan, and in the world they found themselves in, they were attacked, and afterward, the students' memories were altered. But thanks to the actions taken by the new subjects, the once missing students were able to remember everything. The system sent a notification about the disclosure of the main secret of the village and the completion of the mission after its successful completion. The former villagers began to teleport to the real world, but before that, they managed to thank their saviors. Thomas tried to find out how his friend was able to figure out the correct way to complete the task, but Adam suggested discussing everything later. Looking around, the group of students realized that they were the only ones left who had not been teleported home. But the answer came quickly. The network reported that for the destruction of the stones, a hidden mission was launched: steal the heart of the nightmare. By the time the new quest began, the hero was at level 5 and had 101 strength points, 50 health points, and 0 willpower. There was a commotion among the students who had returned to the academy, as Adam and his team had still not been transported back. The principal, who was listening to the discussions of his charges, realized that the 5 students had launched a covert mission. Benedict began to worry that such tasks were quite dangerous for newcomers, especially in the Village of Nightmares. At this time, a quarrel broke out among the remaining 5, some insisting on completing the mission due to their weak strength. Brooke asked if they could awaken the village chief without breaking the black stone, to which Adam coughed sheepishly. Thomas, having overheard their conversation, assumed that his friend knew about the hidden mission, so he asked to break the stones with him. Grabbing the guy by the shirt, the fat man was delighted by his friend's generosity, who gave them the opportunity to participate in such a task. But then the joy of the moment was interrupted by 4 nightmares that appeared out of nowhere and quickly ran towards the students. The whole group looked at them, but already understood that they would hardly be able to defeat such a number of monsters. However, they had no choice but to accept the fight, and everyone activated the skills that were available at this stage. Oliver used the sword in the technique, sword breakthrough, and took 10 health points from the nightmare. The guy's head widened, because he expected more damage, since Adam killed similar monsters in one blow. The girls asked the guys to hurry up because Alana's mana was running low and Brooke had almost no HP left. The network reported that player Adam cut down the nightmare in hand-to-hand combat, and for this received 1 attribute point and 10 experience. As soon as our hero dealt with one of the monsters, 2 more were already flying towards him, full of strength and health. But the young man still had some fire in him. so he could deal with new enemies in one blow and get a couple of points. This time, for defeating the nightmares, a small sun appeared in front of Adam, which meant that he had received a reward. Inside was a fairy necklace, which had a rank of F. The effect was to increase skill damage by 5%, but it was for a mage. The player called out to his comrades, who were sharing their impressions of the battle, and said that they needed to move on. After looking at his stats, the guy realized that if he killed another nightmare, he would reach level 6, and that made him happy. Sensing his friend's anticipation, Thomas reminded them that their job was to steal the nightmare's heart, not kill it. Adam happily declared that the heart was definitely in the body, so the monster needed to be killed, and then stepped on a strange tile. The next moment, the entire company began to fall uncontrollably into the hole that had formed. The fall was accompanied by wild cries of fear since no one knew what was below. Adam, who landed last on something soft, wondered out loud where they were. Suddenly the floor began to move and asked Thomas in his voice to get off it, to which our hero quickly jumped up. When everything became more or less clear, the young man asked if everything was okay and received a positive answer. All the companions noticed the disgusting smell that reigned in the cave and tried to find its source. Alana was the quickest to respond and said it was the smell of breath. After the girl's words were spoken, the others turned in the direction she was looking and were horrified. Before them lay a nightmare that was several times larger than those they had encountered before, and it slept peacefully. The system reported that the guys were facing a rare boss, the Nightmare King, level 10, 1,000 health points. Everyone except Adam was scared and began looking for options to finish the mission first. Oliver, not wanting to look like a weakling, declared that since the others so desired, he would leave this demon alone. But our hero wanted to advance in levels, and said that they would try to defeat this boss. Combined with the 50% bonus from the Skeleton King's ring, a third of this monster's health can be taken off in one hit. Adam thought that if they hit the monster 3 or 4 times, they could kill it. But if they made even one mistake, everyone would die. Thomas ran up to his friend and touched his forehead, asking if he was really in his right mind, since there was a 10-meter monster lying in front of them. The players said that although the boss's stats were high, his weakness was his defense, which had only 20 points. Adding confidence to his voice, Adam said that if all 5 of them united, he could destroy the main nightmare. But he immediately said that it was all risky, since the agility stats were high, and none of them could take more than 1 hit. The group decided to trust the guy and agreed to cooperate in this matter, and trust him with their lives. Oliver rolled his eyes and asked Adam not to show off, and if he realized that he couldn't cope, then it would be better to run away. Smiling, the main character asked the headman not to worry, and suggested that they take a rest, and everyone accepted this idea very well. After some time, the young man, leaving his comrades on the ground, jumped onto the nightmare boss. Standing on the monster, the guy tried to find its weak spot for the first blow, since it was the most important one. But then something in the sea of red attracted the player, and he took a couple of steps in that direction. In the monster's body, almost on the very surface, something golden was shimmering, and it was in the shape of a circle. Adam, who approached this place, thought that this was the boss's weak spot, which was worth paying attention to. Grabbing the staff with both hands, the hero raised it above his head and prepared to strike. At the moment when the weapon began to descend, the Skeleton King's ring activated and cast its effect. With one attack, Adam was able to deal a critical hit to the boss and take away 508 health points. Thomas and Oliver, who were standing a little to the side, dropped their jaws, as they did not expect such damage from one blow. Since our hero crushed the heart of the nightmare, the mission changed a little, and the Nightmare King woke up. Currently, the objective has changed, and the current task has become to kill the boss, and the difficulty of the task has increased to level A. Adam, returning to his friends, shouted at them to act according to plan, and he himself prepared to attack. The Nightmare King, who had finally woken up and stood in front of the students, roared and called those present pathetic humans. The protagonist decided to act in advance and demanded that Oliver attack the monster and anger him. Not wanting to show that he was listening to his comrade, the headman shouted that he himself knew what to do. The young man shouted the name of the attack, Sword Breakthrough, and after striking, he was able to take 1 value of the boss's health. Such a small amount of damage angered the young man, and he shouted that in that case he would scratch the enemy to death. A bunch of small attacks took too little health from the nightmare, and took a lot of strength from Oliver. However, the young man still managed to achieve what Adam asked for. The enemy went berserk. Oliver shouted at the boss that he was not afraid of him because he had a 3-foot sword. The headman understood that he had achieved his goal, and shouted to Thomas to join in the common cause. Sand shackles flew towards the main nightmare, and Brooke covered the blonde with a shield. But even the team's coordinated actions did not prevent the king from inflicting damage on Oliver. Brooke reported that even after 2 attacks and the Elder's treatment, they could barely contain the monster. The guy understood that they couldn't stop under any circumstances, and irritably asked Adam if he would start acting soon. Feeling that his classmate was on the edge, our hero shouted that he was already on his way. Taking advantage of the fact that the boss was distracted by another enemy, the player hit him in the leg and took 182 points from the monster. The system has reported that the Nightmare King's health is too low, so he is about to activate the Nightmare Realm. Adam, who saw the warning, was shocked because he was not prepared for the new obstacle that would appear. The king roared, and a black cloud flew in all directions from him, which did not inspire confidence in the players at all. Thomas quickly analyzed the situation and reported that the boss now deals damage in a specific area. Adam realized that this was the reason why the people who ended up in the Nightmare Village were in an illusion for so long. The hero felt responsible for his group, and understood that he had to interrupt the villain's skill. Alana, noticing her comrade's actions, warned him that she no longer had mana to heal, so she would not be able to help. Feeling incredible anger inside, Adam swung his staff and shouted that he didn't need any healing. With one blow, the young man was able to take the last 128 health points from the monster and defeated it. As a reward, the guy received 80 stat points and plus 10 experience points. Finally, the system reported the completion of the mission and the distribution of rewards among the players based on their rating. All the other team members felt incredible relief and joy, as everyone remained safe and would receive a reward. Alana received the D-rank skill Spring Breeze and Willow, and Brooke received the skill Armored Spikes. The system also awarded Thomas with the Earth Explosion skill, and Oliver with one sword, Cuts Through the World skill. The network determined that Adam was an A rank, and therefore rewarded him with 50 experience points and a B-rank skill book, Necromancy. Although our hero could not yet use the knowledge he had received, he had a chance to get something valuable from the killed boss. From the shining pocket, the boy took out a B-rank dragon sword, which required the swordsman class to use. Looking at the reward with great disappointment, Adam did not understand what to do with it. Noticing Oliver drooling over the weapon, the young man tossed the reward to him and told him to take the sword for himself. The elder asked if the player knew how valuable B-rank equipment was. Many couldn't even get it for gold. Without even looking in the direction of his opponent, Adam said that he didn't care and continued to look at the pocket left by the boss. After some time, the young man came to terms with the failure and decided to pay attention to the characteristics. The player realized that his strength had increased, but his health was only 70 points, and he could die from one hit. His talent's passive effect can't add points to other stats, so he needs to think about how to survive. At this time, the system warned about the completion of the mission and the transfer of its participants to the real world. A group of 5 students who had fallen behind the main group teleported into the hall where the rest were waiting for them. When they were noticed, classmates rushed towards the mission participants from all sides with joyful cries. But in the end, the director was the quickest to report that the boys had been missing for 2 days and asked what had happened. After some time, when the students explained everything to him, Mr. Johnson breathed a sigh of relief. The man said that now all members of the group are among the contenders for the title of the best in the academy. The only one who was dissatisfied was Oliver, who hoped to get around Adam and make him regret giving up the sword. But all explanations and conversations were interrupted by a man who ran into the hall and started calling the director. The stranger reported that people from Kyoto and Huakin universities had come to see the 5. The director thought about the fact that he had not yet told anyone about what had happened. Therefore, someone else had reported it. The next moment, 2 men walked proudly through the hall, looking at the students with curiosity. They approached Benedict and began to greet him, keeping joyful smiles on their faces. One of the men said he was impressed by the news of the 5 students who were able to clear out the Nightmare Village. He introduced himself as Will Brown from Kyoto, and then said that if they wanted, they could receive a notification of acceptance tomorrow. However, at that moment, a representative of another university became indignant, saying that no one could be admitted without exams. And then he said that he came from Huaking University and was a member of the admissions committee, and his name was Ian Taylor. Jan warned that the exam is designed to test abilities that must meet admission standards. Adam listened to the men and understood that he would not be able to use his skills, but he really wanted to go to Kyoto because of his parents. At this time, John asked who would be the first to show their abilities to the member of the admissions committee. As expected, Oliver stepped forward, announcing that he was a 5th-level swordsman with a C rank. Will, standing slightly to the side, assessed what the newcomer had achieved in a couple of days and mentally enrolled him in Kyoto University. The man, who was also a swordsman, offered to let the village chief try out the sword on him and activated his skills. The young man, ready to attack, grinned and told the teacher to be careful. Pointing the weapon towards Ian's shield, Oliver activated new abilities. One sword cuts through the entire world. Seeing that the student's sword had passed through the defense, the man was surprised, as he had not expected such a thing from a newbie. After dispersing the shield, Yang praised the elder and said that such a skill was quite rare and could increase attack power. Will, who approached them, said that with the shield being broken, the value of the increase in strength would be very high, no less than 35. The other students were surprised that the blonde's strength level could reach 35 points. The thought immediately entered the mind of the admissions officer from Huaking that he should lure such a student to his place. But he wasn't the only one who had this thought, as the man from the second university was already inviting Oliver to them, promising him the best. After listening to the proposals, the headman asked for time to think, but mentally decided to go where Adam went. After Oliver got into place, Alana was next to take the test. The girl said that she was a healer and almost immediately activated the Spring Breeze and Willow skill. While watching the trial, Yang noted that the 4th level player had high abilities, as she had group healing. After Alana, Brooke stepped forward and decided to demonstrate her strongest shield. The man was once again amazed by the newcomer's abilities, because the defense was not only excellent, but also reflected part of the damage to the opponent. The girl explained that it was a skill called Armor Spikes, which reflected 20% of the damage she received. Jan said that in that case, hitting the student was equivalent to hitting oneself, and there was nothing more practical for a shield wielder. When the committee member called the next student, Thomas came out to him and said that he was a magician. The mustachioed man was surprised that the fat man weighing almost 300 pounds was a magician and not a shield. The guy grabbed the staff in his hand and prepared to activate his new skill for demonstration. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Jan couldn't understand what this guy was doing here, because the examiner still hadn't felt the slightest breeze. And then, having collected his thoughts, the young man activated the earth explosion. Thomas pointed his staff towards his target, causing a massive explosion that took 3 health points from Ian. The man completely changed his opinion of the student, because even he, being on the 25th level, did not notice the beginning of the attack. Looking at Benedict, the Huaking University member decided that he was worth paying attention to, since he had raised 5 geniuses. Adam was the last to show his talents. He said that he was a necromancer, and his skill rank was unknown. Will heard that our hero was on the 7th level, which was higher than the others, and he was amazed by this fact. Jan suggested testing the guy's skills and then looking at the results, and Adam agreed. The man became wary, as he was interested in what kind of undead the necromancer could summon. However, contrary to the examiner's expectations, our hero rushed at him with his fists ready to attack, rather than summoning the undead. Yang assumed that the student was going to use a melee spell, but this expectation was not met either. A second before the right hook landed on the man's face, he thought in amazement that the guy was just going to beat him up. Adam struck with such force that the examiner who flew away lost 200 health points. The mustachioed man flew back several meters, right to the place where Will stood. Everyone around was shocked that a newbie had defeated a teacher who had already reached level 25. Mr. Brown asked his colleague what had happened that a 7th level necromancer had defeated him. Feeling anger rising up inside, Ian couldn't understand what kind of monster this guy was who possessed such power. There was a theory going around among the students that the Adam standing before them was an undead being, and that the real guy was hiding somewhere. Will felt relieved that his partner had volunteered to conduct the tests, otherwise he would have been the one to feel the shame. The examiner told the boy that he could not evaluate his necromancy skill, since only strength was demonstrated. Adam couldn't pass up the opportunity to attend Kyoto University and announced that he wanted to enroll in the physical education department. Mr. Brown said it was the first time in history that someone had applied for a house outside their class. The man took a break to consult with the rector of the university, because the whole situation needed to be explained. Will's boss said that he was giving his subordinate full powers, but Ian was not so lucky. His rector still hasn't picked up the phone. However, the decision of the rector of Kyoto University quickly changed, and he demanded that the hologram be turned on. The rector appeared before the students, announced that his name was Edgar Lambert, and then invited Adam to enroll with them. When Mr. Lambert began to list the advantages of studying with them, our hero interrupted him and said that he wanted to study in Kyoto. At that moment, Jan's boss answered and asked what was going on, but the dejected man said that it was too late. Rector Lambert turned to the other students and suggested that they all enroll together, and the boys agreed with him. An incredibly proud Will Brown felt that this set would be the highlight of his career. Adam plucked up his courage and approached the head of the university, asking if he knew his father, Samuel Miller. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and he said that now he understood why the boy seemed so familiar to him. Hoping for luck, Adam asked if Mr. Edgar knew where his parents were now. The rector shuddered and admitted that both had once been his students, but he had not seen them for a long time. The head of the university said that since the Miller family had completed their studies, he had no way of contacting them. However, the man remembered that they had talked about the first-class copies and advised Adam to go there to look for his parents. Mr. Lambert advised the students to clear their class's exclusive dungeons before school started, as it would be highly appreciated. Before he disappeared, the man said that all 5 would be sent acceptance notices tomorrow. A week later, in the 4th Academy's classroom, the teacher was telling the students about the exclusive mage dungeon. The man said that this copy is usually a mental aptitude test, a deduction copy, or a decipherment copy. The rector advised working together on the mission and thinking big to achieve more. While the rest of the students were listening to Mr. Benedict's lecture, Thomas and Adam were already standing in front of the open portal for the mission. Looking at his friend, the fat man said that the main thing for them the first time was to get all the goodies, since the following times would be without rewards. Approaching the elf, the young man stated that they were going to go through an exclusive dungeon for magicians. Elaine agreed with the players without question, and began to upload the necessary copy into the portal. When the passage to the dungeon loaded, the teleporter flashed with purple light. Thomas noticed Adam moving towards the portal and said that they should listen to the system's prompts about completing the mission. The hero was surprised by the presence of some clues, to which the fat man asked how his comrade was able to get through the skeleton dungeon. The guy assumed that his friend had flown into the dungeon and started killing skeletons, and from Adam's awkward smile he realized that this was indeed the case. Elaine began by saying that legend has it that an extremely dark tribe lives in the southeast of the city. They can create poisonous insects, evil and cruel, which are capable of poisoning people. The mission's objectives are to find this bloodthirsty tribe and destroy all poisonous insects. Since 5 players are needed to open the lair of 10,000 Poisons dungeon, the system automatically selected people. As soon as the group had a chance to talk, one guy arrogantly asked Thomas and Adam not to hold them up. The girl asked Bill not to be so arrogant, and then said that her name was Adele and her younger brother's was Jerry. A fat man spoke up on behalf of the students of the 4th Academy, saying that his name was Thomas and his friend's was Adam. After the introductions, everyone moved on to the first test. It was necessary to open the door using the clues carved on it. Not wanting to solve any riddles, Bill hit the door with a stream of power, but it didn't work. Adele, looking at the results of her friend's work, assumed that this door was immune to magic and spells did not work on it. While the rest of the team tried to decipher the clues, Adam thought that the door was only immune to magic. When the only girl on the team suddenly realized the answer, she shouted it out loud. But our hero was faster. He approached the mysterious door and shouted that the force works miracles, hitting it with his fist. Adele and Bill were shocked, as they did not expect that in the Dungeon of Magic, something could be solved by force. The system reported that the girl had given the correct answer, and the players could move forward. But there was nothing stopping them anyway. Feeling the blank stares, Adam admitted that he just wanted to see if he could open the door with his power. Once in the room with the red flowers, the players moved forward as another door was visible there. The hero warned the team members not to touch the flowers, but it was too late. Blue smoke was coming from Thomas's hand. After a few moments, all the guys felt unwell from the poisoning, and their health points began to drop. Adam shouted that they should hurry and get out of here. Otherwise, they would all die. The young man thought that if things continued like this, his health would not last even half an hour. The players rushed towards the exit of the room, and Miller, who was running ahead, prepared to punch the door. Unaware of Adam's plans, Bill stopped a few meters from the exit and began to curse at the need to decipher the code. But our hero had only one solution to the password. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he destroyed the obstacle in front of him. When only the name of the door remained, the young man said that he had a solution to this problem. Without a second's hesitation, all members of the group ran out into the street, which began immediately after the place where the door had been. Bill wondered if it was really a copy of the deduction and decipherment, because it seemed so simple. The system congratulated the players on completing the first task of the mission. The search for the legendary Dark Tribe was successful. Suddenly, a child's voice came from the side, greeting the travelers and saying that her name was Kate. Taking a closer look at the strangers, the girl informed them that they were poisoned by the venom of the radiant licorice. The little girl suggested that the team go to the lair, where they would get help, because if they waited any longer, it would be impossible to escape. Adam tried to find a reason why Kate appeared here and why she was leading to the lair, but there was no other way out, and he had to agree. When the whole company approached the girl's house, she called her parents to look at those she had brought. Running up to her mother, Kate said that she had found travelers in the mountains, and they needed help because they had been poisoned by licorice. The woman looked sternly at the guests, and then invited them inside and asked them to wait a little. After some time, Kate's family entered the house and brought 5 bowls of poisoning infusion. What was inside the bowl looked disgusting and raised doubts about the medicinal properties of the broth. Bill, not wanting to test the medicine on himself, asked Thomas, who was known to love to eat, to do it. While the two guys were trying to shift the blame onto each other, Adam raised the cup to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. When the decoction was finished, the guy put the bowl on the table and said that it tasted quite good, and the poisoning had gone away. Trying not to waste time, the player asked Kate what she could tell him about the lair of 10,000 poisons. The girl said that she knows nothing about her origin, but the elder asks her to stay away from the outside world. Mom interrupted her daughter and asked the guest to leave quickly, to which Kate looked at her angrily and asked her not to drive away the new friends. Turning back to Adam, the girl asked him not to listen to his mother's nonsense and said that the travelers could stay to rest. The young man admitted that they still had not recovered from the poison and were indeed not ready to set out on their journey. As soon as the family left the door, Kate slammed the door behind them and invited the guests to rest here, while they themselves went about their business. The girl grabbed her parents by the hands and confidently led them somewhere. She smiled happily and said that today was the full moon and all the fun was about to begin. Someone passing by might have noticed a gathering of people in the forest, as well as 2 bound captives lying on the ground. The woman standing next to the well asked the great swarm to bless them with good weather and rid the villagers of illness. The witch said that as a sign of loyalty, they offer blood and the freshest human flesh. And then a huge cloud of insects burst out of the well and attacked the 2 guys at once. In a few moments, only white bones remained from the men who had recently been alive. Our company was watching the performance all this time, and they were shocked by what they had just seen. Adam said that they needed to get out of here immediately, as they couldn't handle the poisonous insects and so many people. The villainess glanced towards the crowd and announced that a couple more mice would be available as victims. Turning to the man, the woman called him Scorpio and told him he could go. Smiling slightly, the elder asked the thug not to screw up, since she needed the people alive. The group of players managed to return to the house, and after they closed the door, they began to think about what to do. Adele was shaking in fear, and was only worried that the tribe would find out about the true purpose of their presence here, the extermination of the swarm. Turning his attention away from his partner, Adam listened to his surroundings and heard a strange sound. And then Bill shouted that poisonous scorpions were heading their way from all corners, and there were a huge number of them here. The girl quickly gathered herself and, forgetting about her fears, activated the fire barrier. The system warned that players would not receive points for killing an enemy because the target was too weak. Thomas got involved, first summoning sand bindings and then earth blast, which destroyed the house. Adam praised his friend for the skill combination, but he admitted that because of it, his mana is now at 0. But the peaceful conversation between the comrades was interrupted by a male voice, which praised the company for its courage. The stranger said that he initially just wanted to teach a lesson, but then realized that the guests wanted to destroy the sacred swarm. The warrior said that everyone present would be fed to the larvae today, and Thomas, who did not want to listen to this, set off the explosion. The NPC's characteristics were revealed to the players. He had 300 health points, 40 strength, and 20 defense. Bill was scared and said that he had no idea how to defeat this character, since his high stats were close to the boss. As Adam prepared to attack, he couldn't figure out what was so special about this dungeon. The next moment, the young man rushed at the enemy with his bare hands, which greatly amused Scorpio. However, the bully's taunts quickly ended, as our hero took 121 health points from him with one blow. Jumping up from his seat, the enemy could not accept the fact that some little man had dealt him damage and activated the insect bite skill. Activating the ability increased Scorpio's stats, and his health became 500 points, his strength 60, and his defense 70. The man's eyes glowed red, and he confidently declared that no one could penetrate his defense now. If the enemy's words had any effect on anyone, it clearly did not have any effect on our hero, since he already had a plan ready in his head. Having struck his opponent with lightning speed, Adam left him with only 25 health points and a few bruises on his face. Turning to Scorpio, the young man made a terrifying voice and demanded that he tell him everything he knew. The man said that there had just been a sacrifice to the swarm, performed by the elder of the tribe as they had a contract. Thomas screamed that the little girl's family had cured their group to be sacrificed on the next full moon. Adam asked the man why Kate called this tribe the Den of 10,000 Poisons, to which he received a puzzled look. Scorpio said that in their tribe there is no person named Kate, but there is Catelyn, and she is an elder. Having thanked the enemy for his help, the young man decided to destroy him, so that there would be no danger behind him. For the player's victory in close combat over the NPC Scorpion, the system awarded him 10 stat points and 50 experience. For his first win over the NPC, the network gave Adam a reward, an S-rank item, the Sage's Refuge, which gave immunity to death. The young man was pleased with the item because it was of the highest rank and could give a significant advantage. The rest of the team discussed among themselves the elder's strength level, as the ordinary tribe member was unusually strong. Our hero said that the goal of the mission is to destroy the bugs, so they can simply blow up the well where they live. The boy warned that they needed to act quickly before the elder found out what had happened. 10 minutes later, the team found themselves at the well again. And at first glance, there was no one in the clearing. While there, Adele glanced to the side and saw Caitlin's parents there, which she immediately told her partners about. Adam mentally sympathized with the dead, but said out loud that this was not the main thing now. They needed to focus on destroying the well. All the magicians, except for the main character, activated their skills and aimed them at the source of evil. At the site of the former well, there was an explosion of such magnitude that it could be noticed several kilometers away. When everything had calmed down, the students approached the well and saw instead only a bottomless hole. Thomas was impressed by the power of the explosion, and then asked why the system did not show that they had completed the task. Suddenly, laughter was heard from behind the group, and then a female voice called the boys stupid mice. Turning around, they saw Elder Catelyn and his subordinate Python. Adam looked at the girl with displeasure and asked if she was the head of the settlement. Smiling, the villainess asked why her brother didn't recognize her, and suggested that in a slightly different form, he would understand who was in front of him. The next moment, Kate stood in front of the hero, playfully tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear and smiling coquettishly. Sadly closing her eyes, the girl said that she was very sorry, since she had originally planned to continue the family line with Adam. But then the little girl said that now she would have to sacrifice the guest, since he had killed too many of the queen's subordinates. The guy asked why Kate killed her parents, to which she replied that they were losers who got into the wrong place. Feeling anger rising inside him towards the scoundrel, the young man asked what had happened to them. The girl noticed a change in the player's mood and asked him not to be so angry. She said that Adam would soon be leaving for them, and then laughed out loud in a disgusting way. Unexpectedly for everyone, a whole swarm of incomprehensible insects flew out of Kate's wide-open mouth. The beetles began to surround our hero, leaving him no chance to leave their contours unharmed. The rest of the team noticed that their partner was in trouble and tried to rush to his aid. But the guy's attention was distracted by Python, who suddenly rushed at them, using some kind of skill. The group became aware of the enemy's characteristics. He had 55 points of strength, 500 health, 30 defense. Adam tried to get rid of the insects at this time, but there were too many of them, and he was rapidly losing his health. The young man understood that if something wasn't done, it would be the end for them all. But there was hope for victory if the player could raise agility, defense, and strength to at least 166. The guy decided that he needed to deal with the elder first, but she caught him just as he was about to attack. Catelyn's moment of joy was ruined, as the bug's prey turned out to be much more agile than she was. Adam was able to break free from the insect shackles, and reaching the girl, he struck her in the right side. After the attack, Kate's stats became known. 1,000 health points, 30 strength, 20 defense, and 50 agility. Our hero saw that the villainess was a rare NPC, which surprised him, because her characteristics were worse than Scorpio's. The girl said, offended, that Adam had hit her too hard, and then raised her agility points by 80. The next moment, the elder jumped up from her seat and screaming, tried to hit the young man. To the boy's disappointment, Caitlin was still able to reach him and hit him in the center of the chest. Feeling his health drop to 9 points, Adam realized with regret that it would now be more difficult for him to fight. Holding our hero at arm's length, the girl promised to remove his skin and keep it as a souvenir. But then Thomas's cry came from the side, noticing that his brother was in trouble. Because the fat man was distracted by his comrade, he missed an attack from Python, who did not forget about the company for a second. Laughing, the man reminded the boys that he was their opponent, and they had no right to be distracted by extraneous things. Noticing Thomas activating sandbinding again, the guard stated that the mage's attacks were nothing to him. Moving on to a new attack, Python mockingly stated that all attempts by strangers to fight him resembled ordinary tickling. But the local thug's jokes ended the moment he noticed the reddened sand. Thomas, trying not to waste a second, activated the earth explosion, which took the life of the elder's guard. Unexpectedly for everyone, instead of the previous fat man, after the attack was completed, a pumped-up handsome man appeared in front of them. Even Adam, who was one step away from death, found the strength to ask what had happened to his friend. The guy said that he himself didn't really understand, but in a couple of seconds all his fat burned and his mana increased. Our hero felt himself losing strength, but the thought came to his mind that this happened to Thomas because of the release of skills. Gathering his last strength, the player shouted for the mage to use the Earthburst technique to defeat Catelyn. When the boy understood the meaning of what Adam said, he tried to refuse to do what he asked. But our hero was very persistent and sharply demanded that the young man stop talking nonsense and do what he was asked to do. Thomas realized that they might not have another chance to defeat the Elder and activated Earthburst. When the girl said that she didn't want to die here with Adam, he laughed and said that it was too late. In the middle of the clearing, there was an explosion that was more powerful than all the previous ones. Thomas could not come to terms with what he had done and began desperately calling his friend, hoping to hear a response. The system reported that it was forced to activate the Sage's refuge item due to the player Miller being on the verge of death. Next was a notification that Adam would be awarded the passive skill Powerful Contract, since he had the courage to die. For every 50 health points, the player's strength increases by 1, and for every point of strength, health increases by 10. While our hero was rejoicing at his new skill, a worried Thomas ran up to him, unable to forgive himself for what he had done. Looking at his comrade, Adam asked what he got for killing Catelyn. Thomas reported that he had no notice, and then the villainess's voice came from behind the fog, saying that she was in pain. Looking at her rivals from under her bangs, the girl smiled predatorily and said that it was time to show her true appearance. Kate's former girl began to change before our eyes, turning into a terrible monster. The top was human, and the bottom was like a spider. Seeing that the monster's true stats were twice as high as the original, the students tried to come up with a new plan. The system turned red and demanded that players leave the lair, as the boss's combat power had become too great. Adam refused to accept the system's demands and told Catelyn that she would die today anyway, since he was staying. The Elder smiled and said that the player would not be able to leave a scratch on her, because she would destroy him first. A grand battle began between the two opponents, in which the price of victory was life, and neither wanted to give in. Health points were constantly being lost, but both fighters had a high reserve of these stats. The girl did not understand why an ordinary player was still alive and could fight her. Kate saw that Adam was only level 8, and couldn't possibly do more damage than her. A pleasant memory clicked in the monster's mind, and she asked if the guy had come from Baze. The Elder thought that only Baze could create such a monster after all. She was also created by him. Contrary to the expectations of the villain, Adam said that he was hearing this name for the first time, and then he said that his name was Adam Miller. The adrenaline inside the young man played, and he dealt Catelyn a blow that took 213 points of health from her. The girl's last thoughts before her death were about the name of her rival, because she knew it very well. For defeating Catelyn in close combat, our hero received 15 stat points and 75 experience. The system congratulated the players on successfully completing the mage dungeon, and began to evaluate their ranks. After the evaluation was completed, the network announced that it would issue rewards based on the player's rank. Adam received the A-rank skill book, Akko Gate, as well as 100 experience points and 10 attribute points. Remembering the soul core, the player stuck his hand in there and pulled out the wild spider armor, which adds 800 health points. Another reward contained in the core was a mysterious cube that was sealed by some force. It had the ability to determine a character's stats with a 10-level margin of error, but the unlock method is unknown. The guy was impressed by the fact that inside the cube there was a power that he needed to unseal, but then his thoughts were interrupted. Elaine emerged from the portal, looking great compared to the group of mages, and congratulated the guys on completing the test. The girl said that as a bonus from herself, she would raise the value of all players' will by 20%. After this news, there was excitement around Adam. However, the guy did not share this delight for obvious reasons. Realizing that they were spending their last moments together, Adele approached the hero and thanked him for his help in the dungeon. Disappearing into the portal, the boys heard a question about where they planned to go, and both immediately said Kyoto. When Adam met his comrades at the academy, Oliver immediately presented him with a reward for reaching level 10. The headman didn't understand how his classmate was able to level up so quickly, since there were many more monsters in the swordsman's dungeon. And if the blonde was interested in the level of the hero, then the girls were interested in the prettier Thomas, who ate chicken. After hearing compliments from his girlfriends, the guy said that he doesn't want to look good, so he wants to get fat again as soon as possible. Brooke told Adam that they had all been accepted into the university without exams, and asked if he would definitely take the entrance exams. The most important day for students is the day of entrance exams. If they pass, they can get into a better group. Most students have one goal: to pass the exam better than everyone else, because a high score brings power, wealth, and artifacts. Oliver stepped forward and, drawing his sword, announced that he was definitely going to take the exams and become the best at it. The boy admitted that he heard from his father that the prizes would be great this year, and that the best student would receive an S-rank item. After some time, heading towards home, our hero thought that he should take first place in the entrance exams. Somewhere not far from Adam's route there was an ambush, in which people were trying to make sure that their target had been identified accurately. As the young man approached the observation point a little closer, two figures jumped down. The men landed in front of the player, blocking his further path. Adam saw the two unknown enemies and asked what they wanted from him. The characteristics of the characters were revealed to the guy, and he realized that in front of him were two people with the assassin class. However, they were both newbies. A stranger with the nickname 7438 asked if Miller was the same player who killed Catelyn in the dungeon. Not wanting to cause any unnecessary trouble, Adam said that the guys were mistaken, since his name was actually Oliver. When the 9527 killer began to apologize for the confusion that had occurred, the first one hit him with all his might in the face. The man demanded that his partner not take everyone's word for it, and then ordered that the player be seized. Adam was suddenly attacked from two sides, but he was prepared for such a development and managed to put up blocks. 9527 looked at his comrade and said that their victim didn't even try to escape from them. The guy didn't have time to finish what he started when the hero jumped up from the side and raised his elbow to strike. After the attack was completed, a notification appeared in the air stating that the mercenary's health had decreased by 197 points. 7438, who was left on the sidelines, was impressed by the player's abilities, as he himself did not possess anything similar. After Adam was convinced that he had defeated one opponent, he turned to the other and asked if he wanted the same. The stranger, folding his hands in front of his face, laughed awkwardly and suggested that they not quarrel, since he and his friend had simply made a mistake. The killer said that he was a henchman of the organization, and that he occupied the 7,438th place in it. Adam assumed that the mercenary came from the Bayes organization, so he should be released to report everything to the leaders. Pretending to be casual, the guy went on his way, wishing his partners luck in their search for Adam Miller. Bayes is a mythical beast with a snow-white body, resembling a lion in appearance with fiery patterns on its limbs. Bayes knows the names, appearance, and exorcism spells of all the demons in the world, so he is worshipped. The main character, having searched for information on the internet, realized that there was nothing publicly available about them. But one day, he will find out everything. Adam's only option is to take the exams, as even Bayes won't be able to get his hands on him during this period. And after admission, the guy will be safe, since the rector Edgar Lambert is the #1 swordsman known as the God of the Sword. Then the young man's attention turned to the cube that had fallen to him in the dungeon. He wondered if all the exclusive copies had such awards, or if the cube had been left especially for him. Adam's head was full of questions that he couldn't get answers to right now. On the roof of a tall building, the mercenaries reported on the completion of the mission to capture Adam Miller. The stranger stated the fact that they still do not know the cause of Catelyn's death. Turning to her subordinates, the girl cast a disdainful glance at them and said that these two were nothing more than scum. Looking out over the city, she said that for now they would put the investigation into Kate's death on hold and focus on the operation in Sioux City. After several agonizing hours, Adam came to the conclusion that he could not solve the cube's riddle on his own and went to the director for advice. The guy said that he received an item in an exclusive dungeon, but he can't use it because the seal is in the way. Taking the key in his hands and examining it, Benedict said that in this case only the key to remove the seal would help. The man explained that the seal on the item was fragile, so the key could easily open it without damaging the contents. Looking at the teacher in surprise, the young man asked where he could get this key. Mr. Johnson said that the key is in the E-rank dungeon, the Mechanical Kingdom, but one should be careful there. After the transfer was complete, our hero began to examine the place to which the teleport had taken him. One day, a war broke out here between people and machines over the evolution of the latter, at the end of which both sides made peace. The principal told the student that in order to get the key, he must complete a hidden task from the mayor of the mechanic town, Mark Jordan. A crazy old man walked past the guy, muttering something under his breath about the speed of particles. But suddenly he ran into two guys who looked hostile. Looking at the living barrier from the ground, the man, experiencing wild fear, apologized for his carelessness, but the young man only snapped at him, accusing him of deliberate actions. Not wanting to let the old man go just like that, the thugs began to demand compensation from him for the inconvenience caused. The young man grabbed the clumsy man by the leg and began to shake him, hoping that money would fall out of the man's pockets. Adam, who was observing the situation, could not stand it and moved towards the offenders, demanding that they release the passerby. Looking at the main character with disdain, the ignoramus demanded that he not stick his nose into other people's business. Clenching his fist in anticipation, the student declared that any evil would sooner or later have consequences. Having finished his pompous speech, Adam attacked the villain so that he would never again offend those who are weaker. Having finished with one thug, the player turned to another, theatrically not lowering his clenched fist down. The blonde, not wanting to repeat the fate of his comrade, began to apologize to the young man and the shabby old man. Without waiting for an answer from their opponent, the two blockheads rushed away from the place where they had just tried to beat money out of a passerby. The man thanked the young man for his help, but admitted that he did not have much money and could not provide financial assistance to the rescuer. Adam was offended by this assumption and said that he was a decent person, so he would not demand anything from the pensioner. In response to the old man's lamentations, the boy asked to be shown where he could find the main man in the city. The young man admitted that he needed an item called the seal release key, which only the mayor had. The stranger tugged at his beard and said that he would take the city's guest to the mayor, since he had no other way to thank him. As he started moving forward, the old man turned to Adam and warned him that getting this item would not be so easy. But the hero boasted of his strength, saying that in the fight now, he used only 10% of what was available to him. At this time, two hooligans were watching the boy and the grandfather, deciding whether the mayor had found the very man he was looking for. However, both could not help but admit that Adam was the strongest of all those they had met on their path. In the mechanical kingdom, the stranger told his subordinate Brits that he must bring Professor Jordan. The mechanical man smiled cheerfully and promised Mr. Maunder that his order would be carried out. After some time, the old man stopped at a beautiful building and told the young man that the mayor was inside. Looking at the building, Adam wondered why the townsman had so calmly brought him to the mayor's headquarters. Turning to his companion to ask him the appropriate question, the young man realized that he was left alone. Resigned to his situation, the player approached the door, saying that he must get the key at any cost. Boldly opening the doors, the guy confidently walked inside, but saw what he least expected. In front of him sat the grandfather who had accompanied him to this place, and the two recent hooligans. Seeing the confusion in the protagonist's eyes, the man said that he was actually the mayor of the city of mechanics, and then he pointed to the guys behind him and said that they were the powerful guardians of his city. The grandfather admitted that the scene that was played out in the city was to find the strongest, someone more powerful than his subjects. Looking into the young man's eyes, the mayor said that his search had been successful. He had found Adam. Leaning forward slightly, the old man said that he would give the player the key if he did something, and the system notified the start of the mission. Mr. Jordan said he would be holding a colloquium tomorrow, where he would be presenting his research. The city's leader admitted that the robots want to steal the results of his research, and the player must stop them from doing so. The main character's task will be to defeat the leader of the machines, and then destroy his mechanical heart. After listening to his tasks, Adam began to feel that he would cope with them without any problems and would receive his key. The next day, in a huge lecture hall, the city's mayor spoke about his research. He spoke about how man has become abstracted from nature, as a result of which computers and AI have become equal to people. Artificial intelligence was created to unlock the mystery of how much life can be changed by data. But even if artificial intelligence can pass the Turing test, it cannot be considered a new life. After explaining the theory, the man began to move on to his studies, asking if machines could achieve organic growth. Adam, who was in the hall, yawned endlessly, since the topics of the professor's research were of no interest to him at all. And then, what the young man had come here for happened. Someone tried to break the glass ceiling. A creature flew into the hall through the resulting hole and landed not far from Mr. Johnson. The robot, looking at the professor, advised him to leave the fragile human shell and join the machines. After the stranger landed on the floor, there was a commotion in the hall, and the guards rushed to protect the professor. The defenders, covering Mr. Jordan with their chests, shouted that there was no place for a robot there, and demanded that he leave. The next moment, the enemy standing in front of the guy disappeared from his place, as if he had never been there, leaving only a golden splash. And a moment later, the blonde received a powerful blow to the stomach from the robot, which almost cost the guard his life. Not stopping at one person, the enemy rushed to get rid of the others who were preventing him from getting close to the professor. While the stranger was enjoying his omnipotence, Mr. Jordan looked at Adam with a hint. The man said that the robot had come for him, so he was going to the machine kingdom. Without turning around to look at the young man, Mark declared that he now relied on the young man, to which our hero nodded in agreement. All this time, the robot was roaring and attacking the defenders, shouting about the invincibility of his body. Suddenly, another enemy appeared from above, Maunder, who informed the professor that he was coming with him. Not wanting to miss out on his opportunity, Mr. Jordan demanded that Maunder order his men to stop. Without answering the request, the enemy grabbed Mark with a chain and said that the man should have come to his senses earlier. When Maunder called out to Brits, he said that he would stay here for now and play with the people. But the robot's plans were not destined to come true, as Adam approached him and called out, drawing attention to himself. The guy wondered if this was the same character who boasted about his invincible body. Not realizing that he was being mocked, Britt said that people would never be able to understand the beauty and power of robots. Smiling, the enemy asked if the boy wanted to join them to have the same power, but Adam decided not to respond to such stupidity. And hitting the robot, he took 306 health points out of 500. Britt's eyes widened as he didn't expect a normal human to be so strong. While the opponent was trying to recover from the blow, the young man said that he had everything offered and even more. The robot looked at his side and couldn't believe his eyes. A man had punched through a mechanical body. When asked by his opponent how he did it, Adam said that all he had to do was raise his hand and hit. To appear more mysterious, the hero closed his eyes and said that he was an ancient sacred body. Taking advantage of Britt's confusion, the young man jumped towards him and pinned his body to the floor, giving him no chance to resist. After striking again, Adam demanded that the robot take him to his kingdom if he didn't want to turn into a pile of scrap metal. Without having a single argument against it, the opponent began to rise up, and at that time the student grabbed his hands for his own convenience. The guy realized that the mayor surrendered to Monder intentionally, because if Adam went after him, he would be able to destroy the mechanical heart. Brits, looking back at the boy, could not understand why the chief had chosen the old man and not this strong boy. Meanwhile, in the mechanical kingdom, Monder landed on the floor and dropped Mark Jordan not far from him. Pretending to be a hospitable host, the robot apologized to the professor for appearing here during such unfavorable circumstances. Narrowing his eyes, Mark said that he would not betray humanity and join the robots, even if it cost him his life. In a soothing voice, Monder asked the man not to worry, but to look at something first. The villain led the professor to what Adam was supposed to destroy: the mechanical heart. The robot said that the heart becomes more organic. It combines human spirituality and mechanical force. The monster said that this thing can no longer be called a robot, so he prefers another name: Ascension. When Monder suggested that Mr. Jordan join the revolution, he received a rather sharp negative response. The man called the robot a traitor and felt a piercing gaze on himself. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a small group of people flew towards the heart, loudly asking for help. Those who reached the mechanical monster instantly turned into its food and lost their lives. From the heart, tentacles developed in different directions, with which it caught its victims. The picture that the professor saw before him was disgusting, because his brothers were dying. While Mark was dealing with the heart, Brits managed to transfer Adam to the lair, where the young man instantly killed him. The hero's obstacle to reaching his employer was a huge number of robots, who perceived him as an intruder. The machines immediately rushed into battle, but Adam, due to his strength, quickly dealt with them and received additional points for himself. The guy didn't even think that he would also receive experience and stat points for killing robots. Having dealt with a small army of enemies, the young man went in search of the professor, who was supposed to be here. Mr. Jordan, who watched the murder of innocent people, shouted at Monder that their entire race was nothing more than monsters. The robot, without expressing any emotion towards the involuntary guest, stated that his anger would not change anything. The villain said that the heart's name is Martha, and admitted that in fact this experiment is their failure, because everything turned out wrong. Monder reported that they had unknowingly created a monster that devoured life, and its appetite was growing. A resident of the mechanical kingdom said that before the heart ate one person, but now 5 at once, so help is needed. The professor understood what his enemy was getting at, and mentally began to call for Adam, who should have appeared by now. Monder's servant ran into the hall and announced that an ancient sacred creature had entered their fortress. The robot turned to his subordinate and asked if he was talking about the same thing that Brits had recently reported. But the soldier did not have time to answer, because to his right, a spear pierced the wall and hit the floor with a crash. Then, through the gap formed by the weapon, Adam's head poked out, his eyes seeming to glow with a blue light. Mr. Jordan looked at the guy and couldn't believe his eyes, because his confidence that he would come was melting away with every second. Monder looked at the new guest and asked if he was the ancient sacred body that Brits had spoken of. The owner of the place greeted Adam and informed him that Brits was the best warrior in the kingdom. The enemy's characteristics were revealed to the hero, and it turned out that he was an NPC with level 16 and 2,000 health points. The young man chuckled and asked if Monder was ashamed that his best warrior had fallen at the hands of a newcomer. Suddenly, 2 soldiers rushed towards our hero, who were clearly not in a friendly mood. Adam was happy about the attack, because he was confident in his victory, and this meant that he would get additional experience points. The robot that reached the young man first received a blow to the torso, which was enough to defeat him. The system notified the player of 2 victories and the receipt of 2 attribute points and 6 experience points. Maunder, who was watching the battle, concluded that this guy's body was much more powerful than the mechanical one. The robot thought that if he could convince Adam to join them, he could create the strongest being. In the villain's head, his imagination had already drawn a picture of how a person might look today in the form of a robot. Our hero, while Maunder was dreaming, ran up to the mayor and asked if everything was okay, and received a positive answer. Deciding not to waste time on conversation, Mark drew the young man's attention to the subject for which he had appeared here. Right before Adam's eyes, a mechanical heart opened up, beating peacefully and, according to the system, having 2,000 health points. The man said that in order to keep the machine alive, it was fed with people, and this news angered our hero. Without interfering with the dialogue between people, Maunder built his own plan, to defeat the ancient sacred body at any cost. The robot decided to start with the simplest thing, and offered the guest to independently leave his weak body and join evolution. But Adam did not respond to the villain's proposal, as all his attention was focused on another object. Realizing that his purpose was unknown to the robot, the young man jumped closer to Martha, intending to destroy the heart. The next moment, the guy was already attacking the car so that it could not harm anyone else. Maunder, who only now realized the true purpose of the player's movements, demanded that he stop. However, Adam was already unstoppable, and the first blow was able to reduce Martha's health points by 400. The villain darted like a shadow towards the young man who was trying to destroy their innovative creation. The young man noticed the robot approaching and, turning towards it, boldly suggested trying to stop it. The system sensed a grave danger and demanded that Maunder immediately leave the danger zone. While the monster was distracted by the notifications, Adam moved closer to him and struck him in the face. The attack was so strong that the robot flew back several meters from the hero. When the humanoid machine crashed into the wall, the system warned that his health had significantly decreased. Grinning, Maunder raised his head and, admiring his opponent's strength, thought that he should get him. While the robot was trying to recover, Adam returned to the heart to finish the job. With each blow to the mechanical Martha, the young man came closer to his goal, giving it his all. But everything was happening more slowly than he had expected, and the young man's patience was running out. And when Adam delivered the final blow, a powerful explosion occurred in the room, which meant victory. The system reported that for successfully destroying the mechanical heart, the player receives plus 100 experience points. When the fire from the explosion passed, parts of Martha remained around the guy, as well as the blood of the people she had managed to kill. Maunder, who was nearby, angrily asked the man if he knew what hopes were placed on this robot. But Adam ignored the robot's displeasure and asked how many people had been fed to Martha. Turning to the villain, the guy asked why Maunder, being a human, calls himself a robot. The NPC noticed that our hero was preparing to attack and asked to stop and listen to him. Expecting a trick from his opponent, the man assumed a defensive posture and began his speech. Frowning, Maunder reported that although Adam was strong, his strength was insignificant compared to the power of their queen. Extending his hand to the boy, the robot said that the queen was not angry with the player for destroying the heart and would give him a chance to atone for his guilt. He suggested that the boy go and meet the queen to join the robots and atone for his sins. The conversation between the rivals was overheard by the professor, who demanded that Adam not agree to the offer. Looking back at Mark, the player said that he was absolutely not interested in this mechanical ascension. Maunder narrowed his eyes slyly and thought that the young man would change his mind when he saw the queen's strength. Heading towards his rival, the young man said that he was ready to go and see the mechanical queen. After a couple of dozen minutes of wandering through identical corridors, the man informed Adam that they had arrived. Turning to the guy, Maunder activated a mosquito in his palm, which was supposed to head in his direction. A small insect flew unnoticed behind the young man's back and prepared to land on his neck. Having sat on the collar of the shirt, the mechanical beetle began to feel the unprotected part of Adam's body with its paws. In fact, this small mosquito is capable of parasitizing a person and gradually turning him into a robot. Maunder thought that if he could successfully parasitize on the guest, then Her Majesty would definitely reward him. A split second separated the villain from the fulfillment of his dream, as the beetle almost bit into the player's neck. But the plan was not destined to come true, as Adam raised his hand and swatted the annoying insect. Realizing who was to blame for what happened, the guy ran towards the offender and swung his arm to strike. Not expecting his plan to be revealed, the robot turned around in surprise at the young man. Having lost precious seconds to put up a defense, the man received a blow to the stomach and lost several health points. Once again thrown back by his opponent's blow, Maunder was able to maintain his balance and stay on his feet this time. Adam looked at the villain and thought that this must be a worthy opponent, with whom it would not be so easy for him to deal. The robot, feeling hurt, asked whether the young man wanted to meet the queen. The guy grinned and asked if his rival would lay a finger on him, and then suggested that the queen was nearby. Intending to pass by the mechanical man, Adam stated that in that case he would get to her on his own. The villain advised the young man not to rush because given his future fate, the robot can only bring the player's limbs. Swinging his huge fist, the man announced that the queen would still create a new mechanical body for the newcomer. Adam managed to see a notification from the system that he was being attacked by a mechanical fist. But our hero had fantastic strength, so he could easily withstand the blow without any weapons. Looking at the robot from under his bangs, the guy sarcastically asked how much porridge Maunder had eaten in the morning. But the villain did not pay attention to the young man's joke, since he could not understand how the man could withstand his strongest blow. Adam continued his joke, clutching the robot's limb in his hands and pretending to have forgotten that piles of scrap metal don't eat anything. Not giving Maunder the opportunity to strike with his free hand, the young man went on the attack. The robot demanded that the man let go of it, because it felt like it couldn't move due to the grip. But Adam did not plan to fulfill his opponent's demand, but on the contrary, he swung his chin in his direction. The blow to his face was so strong that Maunder's skin cracked, revealing something inhuman about him. Parallel to the attack, the player let go of the enemy's mechanical hand, causing the man to fly back into the wall behind him by inertia. When the dust from the broken wall disappeared, in Maunder's place was a completely mechanical creature. The opponent's eyes glowed orange, and he admitted out loud that he had underestimated the ancient holy body. Having risen to his feet, the monster announced that he would now treat Adam as a full-fledged opponent. Quickly assessing the villain's new appearance, the young man came to the conclusion that this form was quite ugly. Unaware of his opponent's reasoning, the robot again attempted to use his mechanical fist to carry out an attack. Realizing that all the jokes were over, our hero prepared for a serious fight involving a serious enemy. But the whole fight was over in one blow. Adam turned out to be more agile and stronger than Maunder. For the victory, the player received 15 attribute points and 75 experience points as a reward. Thanks to the points he received, the guy reached level 11 and the title of entry-level mage. The system congratulated Adam on the successful completion of the mission and notified him that he had received the key to remove the seal. But the young man decided to meet the queen and defeat her in the hope that she would drop a useful item. However, on the way to victory, the young man faced a new obstacle. He had to enter a password at the entrance. Standing in front of the door, Adam cursed himself for killing Maunder, who was supposed to know the code. Scratching the back of his head, our hero began to think about where he could find at least someone who knew the password. At this time, on the other side of the door, the girl heard for the umpteenth time a sound signal about an incorrectly entered code. The queen was curious as to why a man who had already completed his mission by killing Maunder had come to her. But then Adam's patience ran out, and he used a proven technique for opening doors. He destroyed it with a blow. Once in the room, the guy was happy with his level of strength, since it is this that sometimes helps solve problems that arise. Looking forward, the player was surprised because in front of him sat a girl who looked very much like an ordinary person. Approaching the stranger, Adam greeted her and asked what she was doing there. The blonde looked at the man appraisingly and realized that he was not one of them. Not seeing any reaction from the girl, the young man asked if she could speak and tried to find out her name. Without getting up from her seat, the stranger announced that she was the mechanical queen. The beauty's words left Adam stunned, as he did not expect that a monster could look like this. The queen's characteristics were revealed to him. Level 48, 100,000 health points, unknown strength and agility. The player couldn't believe his eyes, because such figures were practically unrealistic. He thought that such an NPC could easily become the boss of a rank A dungeon. Realizing his mistake, Adam tried to correct it, and having said that he had the wrong door, tried to escape from the room. But the queen didn't let him do this. Grabbing the retreating player with tentacles that appeared from her back, the young man turned around in fear, not knowing what to expect from such a powerful boss. The girl pulled the guy towards her, leaving literally a couple of meters between them, but made no attempt to attack. Reaching out to the player's face, she asked him not to be afraid of her and promised not to harm him. Red lightning bolts flew from the queen into Adam's head, but they did not cause him any discomfort at all. The blonde penetrated the player's memories and realized that he came to her from the outside world. She always knew that the world she lived in was unreal, but she only received proof now. This virtual world, nicknamed the Dungeon, will soon be rebooted, and everything will return to its original state. There are many bugs in this world, and the queen is always here, even when the dungeon resets. After endless reboots, Adam was the first to reach the boss, and she wouldn't pass up the opportunity. After breaking contact, the head of the dungeon said that she had borrowed the guest's memories, and now his memories were in her head. After her words, Adam understood why she, a D-rank dungeon boss, had such high stats. Sympathizing with the queen, The young man asked her if she wanted to get out of here and received a positive answer. Closing his eyes, the player said that then the girl would be better off killing him, because he was unable to fight the rules of the inner world. The boss extended her hand and said that they didn't have to fight at all. And then she did something completely unexpected for the hero. She pierced her chest with her hand in the area of her heart. Taking a step forward, Adam screamed in shock and asked what she was doing. But the beauty did not answer him, but simply pulled out the red heart that was hidden inside behind her ribs. The queen said they could play by the rules of the so-called inner world. The next moment, the guy had a heart in his hands, and the leader said that it would soon turn into another her. The girl admitted that when she has a clone, that will be able to interact with the outside world. The queen said that she was not afraid of betrayal on the part of the guy, since she did not find a single memory where he broke his promise. Adam thought to himself that this was the first time he saw an NPC who wanted to escape from the dungeon that created him. Looking at the boss, the player said that he would help her, as he had no choice but to agree. Beaming, the queen thanked her new acquaintance and then graciously informed him that he could go. The system reported the completion of the mission and the player's successful victory over the mechanical queen in the dungeon. The character was given A-rank rewards, 50 experience, 5 attribute points, and a B-rank skillbook formation technique. The last item was the mechanical knuckle, which increased critical damage by 30%. After completing the mission and receiving the rewards, Adam was transported to the 4th Academy's director's office. However, the man was not at his desk, nor was the rest of the office. Having come to the conclusion that he shouldn't wait for the chief, the guy decided to open the cube himself. The key received for successfully completing the mission perfectly matched the mysterious object. The cube's component parts began to move apart in different directions, preparing to reveal what was hidden inside. At the moment of truth, the weapon of growth appeared before Adam, which was a long stick with a blade at the end. Looking at the weapon, the player did not understand why he got this one, because it did not even have the characteristics to improve. Looking at the object with displeasure, the young man thought that he had received a weapon that was not for a magician. But then the director entered the office and shouted at Adam in surprise. The man shouted that the guy should run into the hall quickly, otherwise the entrance exams would start without him. The young man quietly repeated the word exam, as if he did not fully understand what was happening. A few kilometers from the 4th Academy, almost all the students who wished to take the exam today had already gathered. Several students from the 1st Academy approached the examiner and asked if it was time to start fighting. But from the side there was a cry from Thomas, who asked to wait for the start, since not everyone had arrived yet. The students of the 1st Academy began to discuss the 4th Academy among themselves, believing that the students there were just scum. Adam's friend, who heard everything, approached the speaker and demanded that he repeat what he had said. The stranger said that their academy always has the highest pass rate and the best of the best study with them. Last year the tournament was won by Lewis Wood, who studied at first, and this year will be no exception. A guy in a cap joined the conversation and said that if someone from the 4th Academy didn't come, it meant he was just scared. Alana couldn't stand the mockery of her friend and warned that Adam would kill everyone present with one blow. Laughing, the student suggested that they test it when they all met for an exam, where he would personally destroy someone with one blow. Brooke asked her classmate why Adam hadn't come yet, since the exam was about to start. Oliver stepped forward, promising to put an end to the fairy tales about the best academy, since there were no worthy rivals there. But mentally, the young man asked Adam when he would finally arrive here. Our hero was already running up to the building where the exam he had been waiting for was being held, trying to speed up as much as possible. The examiner asked the teacher of the 4th Academy if everything was in place, to which he asked to wait a little longer. But the teacher mentally turned to Adam, warning him that if he didn't come now, it would be too late. Our hero, as if hearing the call of his teacher, flew into the exam hall. Seeing his friends, the young man headed in their direction and, smiling, said that their daddy had returned. The students of the 1st Academy were unhappy that they felt they had to wait for such scum. Brooke, who overheard the gossips' discussions, flared up and asked them where they were going in such a hurry. The main bully said that he just can't wait to beat a bunch of losers and get a perfect score on the entrance exam. Looking at the group of guys with interest, Adam turned to Thomas and asked who these idiots were. The stranger clenched his fist and demanded that our hero shut his mouth and advised him not to go out and fight against him. The satisfied young man asked if everyone at the 1st Academy was so arrogant, and then advised him good luck in battle. Adam confided in everyone what he was going to do on this exam, which made the unknown student very angry. But a guy appeared behind the bully and calmed him down with one shout, and all the arguments ended. The young man told his henchmen that their only goal was to take first place in the exam. The students of the 4th Academy watched the group leave and couldn't understand why they all just left. The examiner's voice rang out throughout the hall, announcing that the big entrance exam was beginning. The examiner said that his name was Victor Smith, and that he would be supervising the tests of applicants today. He said that the results would be assessed in points. 2 points would be awarded for winning a round, and -1 for losing. A series of wins will be worth 1 point, while a series of losses will not deduct any points. After 10 rounds, the 10 students with the highest scores will compete in the arena for the championship. Having finished explaining the rules of the exam, Mr. Smith announced that he was declaring the exams open. Not only students but also their relatives attended the exams, cheering for their candidates from the stands. The first to enter the arena was Adam, who was thinking about the rules of the dueling field. Your health can drop to 1, but you won't die. For the young man, this meant only one thing: he could act without fear. Last year's winner, who was standing in the stands surrounded by teachers, was asked who would win this time. Louis Wood said without a doubt that the best one would naturally be from the First Academy. The first fight took place between Alvin Davis and Adam Miller in Arena 108. Our hero recognized the guy standing in front of him. He was the one who tried to humiliate their academy before the start of the exams. Alvin said he didn't expect to meet the late student in the first round. The young man decided that he had to irritate his opponent before the fight began. Adam smirked as he pronounced Alvin Wood's name, but it sounded like a smirk coming from his lips. The student got angry at the young man and demanded that he not pronounce his name in such a tone. The examiner, noticing that the situation was getting heated, suggested that the opponents start the fight, to which both guys agreed. But their mood was dampened by the man's request. He asked them to introduce themselves. Alvin clenched his fists and called the rules stupid, asking when they could start fighting. Not wanting to continue the argument, Alvin revealed that he was from the First Academy, was on the 9th level, and was a Thunder Mage. Adam said that he was from the 4th Academy, had reached level 11, and was a beginner-level Necromancer. For a few seconds, the student was confused by the fact that his opponent would be a Necromancer, but his self-confidence returned even faster. The observer was surprised that the player had reached the beginner level even before the exam. This was a clear bid for first place. Having received what was required, the examiner said that since the introduction was over, it was time to begin the fight. Summoning his powers, Alvin thought that thunder magic was the enemy of the undead, and he had the ability to defeat his opponent. A thunder barrier formed around the guy, and he decided to attack with Thunder Girdle. Adam watched his opponent's actions, trying to anticipate his actions and think through his line of attack. From the stands, spectators could see an impressive sight lightning flashed around the student of the First Academy. People discussed among themselves the possibility of becoming a Thunder Mage, because this class is recognized as the most dangerous of all the elements. However, observers noticed that Alvin was only using defense, which was quite unusual for a mage of this kind. Our hero looked rather inferior against the student, and the audience did not understand why he had not yet been attacked. The young man, not daring to attack first, demanded that Adam step forward and demonstrate the full power of necromancy. Alvin squinted and wondered why his opponent didn't even draw his staff, since it looked like he didn't want to fight. At this time, on the podium for directors, the heads of the academies were discussing their students. The stranger said that Adam was too naive, even though he had a high level, but his undead would not be able to defeat Thunder. But Mr. Benedict asked his colleague to simply watch what was happening, since no one reveals all their cards at once. Lewis, standing a little further away, was eager to compare the power of necromancy with thunder magic. Adam, having assessed his chances in his head, slowly moved towards the enemy, clearly understanding his next steps. Alvin tensely counted every step the young man took, waiting for the right moment. But the closer our hero got, the less the student understood why he had not yet summoned the undead. The lightning that surrounded Adam took away significant health points from him, but he seemed not to notice it. Feeling that he was losing ground, the guy asked with displeasure what right the player had to tear down his barrier. The young man's health was deteriorating, but he did not lose the speed of his movements. Even the most inattentive spectators stared at the fight, waiting for the mages to start throwing spells at each other. At that moment, Adam put his new acquisition on his hand, the mechanical brass knuckles, which looked quite threatening. Preparing for the attack, the young man warned his opponent that he was going to try out his toy on him. The guy, who was expecting a bunch of undead, watched in complete shock as his opponent swung a knuckle duster at him. In one blow, Adam was able to take away 1,144 health points from his opponent. Leaving behind a bright trail, Alvin flew to the opposite side of the arena. The result of the short battle was a 100% defeat for the Thunder Mage, as he had only 1 health point left. Coming a little closer to his opponent, our hero, still clutching the brass knuckles in his hand, said that Alvin now owed him his life. The Necromancer's victory and the method he used came as a surprise to everyone. A colleague jumped up to the director, grabbed him by the shoulders and said that even he could not withstand the thunder. Pointing his finger at a pleased Adam, The man shouted in displeasure that it was impossible to inflict so much damage in one blow. Benedict said that the player had been involved in martial arts since childhood and had mastered them to perfection. And only Louis thought about the fact that if the necromancer was so physically scary, then how powerful his necromancy was. A henchman of the First Academy's head student burst into his room with urgent news. Stopping in the center of the room, the bully announced that a guy from the Fourth Academy had beaten up Elvis. Sighing heavily and putting the documents aside, Alex stated the fact that the necromancer was strong, so he should be eliminated. Opening his eyes and looking at his classmate, the guy said that only the First Academy could have the best result. In the stands, among the spectators, whispers began to circulate that the student necromancer was taking some kind of physical stimulants. While Adam was thanking everyone for their attention, the chief examiner and a couple of employees approached him. Victor Smith walked a little closer to the young man and asked him to come with him. The man explained to the player that his fight was impressive, and that is why someone suspected him of cheating. The young man was surprised by the injustice, because it turned out that he was being tested only because he fought well. Victor asked to explain how Adam, being a magician, could cause such damage, and the young man said that he was born with divine powers. Not wanting to listen to the young student's tales, the examiner waved his hand at him and demanded that he follow him. While the player was being taken away for examination, the spectators, watching this picture, became increasingly convinced of the magician's unfair victory. The rector of one of the academies, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction, informed Mr. Johnson that his student had been taken away. Oliver asked Brooke if Adam was in the dungeon under the influence of doping, but the girl only threw a displeased glance in his direction. The students from the first gloated and discussed among themselves that a necromancer could not inflict such damage without stimulants. Thomas, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two guys, thought that very soon they would change their opinion about his friend. The two scoundrels hoped that the student's results after the tests would be annulled and he would be expelled from the tests. Adam was taken to a room where there was a machine that was supposed to test his body for doping. The examiner demanded that the boy go inside and prove his honesty in conducting the battle. The young man snorted and agreed, saying that geniuses were often rejected by society. A couple of minutes later, when Adam returned to the inspectors, the system reported that it had not found anything forbidden. Not wanting to trust the player so easily, Victor demanded a second check from the machine. Without resisting the examiner's wishes, the young man made another circle, but the result remained the same as before. Turning to his colleague, Mr. Smith asked him to check whether the machine was working properly or not. Adam stepped aside, watching the commotion among the men who did not want to believe in his honesty. After some time, the subordinate reported to Victor that the system was fully operational and there could be no error. The examiners looked at the student with distrust, as it was the first time they had seen a mage who fought with such strength in close combat. Victor instructed the man to send Adam for a urine test and check for the presence of prohibited drugs in it. During our hero's absence from the arena, the second round began, and Alex hoped that the necromancer would not return here again. Another rule for conducting the exam is that as soon as the time for the fight expires, the student is automatically considered defeated. The dissatisfied guy with the staff asked the examiner how long he would have to wait for his opponent. But the teacher hastened to calm the examinee and said that if his opponent did not come, then the victory would remain his. All the spectators who were watching what was happening in the arena had already written Adam off as a cheater because he had not returned by the start of the fight. At this time, our hero was in the toilet with the inspector who was going to supervise the entire process of submitting materials. Having slammed the door, the young man warned that he was simply afraid of scaring the expert. But the man lowered his glasses from his eyes and confidently stated that he had undergone professional training, and nothing would surprise him. However, when they left the booth, tears were streaming from the inspector's eyes, as he was not prepared for what he saw. When the test results were ready, the expert took them to Victor, and reported that everything was fine with the student. Looking at the documents with surprise, the examiner gave in and gave Adam permission to return to the tests. In Mr. Smith's hands was the necromancer's personal file, which listed the boy's parents, whom the man had once known personally. Victor thought that the process of training a mage with an attack power of over 500 at Kyoto University would be quite interesting. Thomas, watching the time running out, could not believe that his comrade could be given an automatic defeat. But the students of the First Academy, looking slyly at Adam's company, reported that the magician taking doping could not return. Brooke put two and two together and said that the investigation into Adam began after an anonymous tip, and blamed the guys for it. The blonde, looking at the girl, demanded that she provide at least one piece of evidence that he had a hand in this. Trying to divert suspicion from himself, the stranger said that the examiners did not trust the necromancer. Otherwise, they would not have taken him. Thomas's nerves gave out and he demanded that the student stop talking nonsense and promised that his brother would return soon. Smiling, the guy suggested that the fat man continue to believe in his dreams, since he himself was sure that Adam's victory would be cancelled. The classmates came to the conclusion that the two scoundrels were simply afraid that the Necromancer would receive the main prize, so they made a false denunciation. Oliver said that even if his opponent does not return, the main prize will definitely belong to him. But then, to the regret of the headman and to the general joy of the others, our hero ran into the hall. The teacher, who had not noticed the player's appearance, wanted to report the other guy's automatic victory. But he was interrupted. The one who prevented the battle from being summed up was Adam, who was confidently walking towards the arena. When the second participant in the fight took his place, the examiner raised his hand up, drawing the attention of those around him to himself. As in the first round, the young man introduced himself and began to wait for a response from his opponent. The spectators in the stands recognized the magician and were surprised, since almost everyone was sure that he would not return. But the most dissatisfied with Adam's return to the arena were the students of the First Academy, whose plan had failed. The hero's opponent put his hand with the staff aside and said that the student did not need to know his name. When the magician's weapon fell to the floor, he crossed his arms over his chest and smiled with all 32 teeth. To everyone's surprise, the second fighter raised a white flag into the air and declared that he surrendered. The guy admitted that he doesn't want to be beaten too badly, because he has so many plans for his life. While Adam ran after the student, begging him to let him hit him at least once, the examiner announced the Necromancer's victory. The young man looked at the man with displeasure, as he had taken away his last chance to fight with his words. After the end of the fight, the player's friends rushed to him, eager to find out about everything that was happening. In the room of the head of the First Academy, the students discussed the return of the Necromancer for the exam. Alex lowered his head and said that all this was to make the guy tense up. The guy's eyes flashed as he said that he had many ways to get rid of his opponent. After a few battles, it was Adam's turn again, and when the opponents stood frozen opposite each other, the examiner allowed the fight. But then a student from another academy raised his hand and said that he too was surrendering. The shocked player opened his mouth in surprise and demanded that his opponent join the fight. The guy closed his eyes and said that nothing like that would happen, because in a fair fight, he would only get pain from the beating. In the fourth round, the whole story repeated itself again. The student refused to fight, and time after time, all the examinees refused to take the test with Adam. The hero's mood dropped, as he was hoping for a fight with the best, but in the end everything turned out the opposite. The students from the First Academy were angry, as the Necromancer was going for a record of 8 battles in a row without losing. Alex chuckled, and sent his minions to report on the fight between Adam Miller and Amelia Adams. The blonde repeated the name of the student from the Second Academy in surprise, and loudly, and only then thought that she could hear them. Without answering his classmate's question, Alex turned away from him and said that in the fight, everything would depend only on her. The villain's plan came true, and in the 9th round, a fight between Amelia and Adam was scheduled. The girl was watched by a large number of her fans, who were just waiting for her appearance in the arena. The man, having made sure that both students were ready to begin the test, asked them to introduce themselves. Amelia was the first to step into the matter, announcing that she was level 11 and an Ice Mage class. The principal of the First Academy tried to belittle Mr. Johnson by saying that this student was the best in the second school. Adam, for the umpteenth time that day, introduced himself and gave information about his data. A sparkling staff appeared in the girl's hands, sending a chill through the entire hall. Our hero looked at his opponent in surprise and asked why she didn't give up. After a short silence, Amalia asked on what grounds she should give the victory to a stranger. After her words, Adam jumped up happily, because finally he had a worthy opponent who would not admit defeat. There was a stir among the girl's fans in the stands, as those gathered knew the methods the player uses to win. Turning to the audience, the young man gave them a radiant smile, despite their anger and unpleasant words. And then, he took out the guandao from his inventory and prepared for battle. The examiner, who was observing the test, asked himself whether this young man was really a necromancer. Looking at her opponent with suspicion, Amalia thought that she had never seen such a strange necromancer. Adam, swinging his weapon, not wanting to waste time, was already running towards his opponent. However, she was not frightened by such a simple move, and she had already prepared a counterattack. The girl activated the ice wall, which grew right in the path of our hero, and then captured him in its shackles. But the young man was able to cope with the first test and confidently broke the mountain of ice that prevented him from moving further. Watching Adam's confident movements, Amalia realized that she must not let him get closer. The girl felt that she could only hold the boy back for a second or two with her skills. The player who had cleared all the obstacles jumped on the second academy student from above, wanting to finish everything off with a hit. This was exactly what Miss Adams was waiting for. The moment when the Necromancer would leave the ground. Activating her staff, the mage announced that due to his arrogance, Adams' winning streak had come to an end. At that moment, an ice barrier reached out to our hero. It grew around him with every second. Within moments, the young man's entire body was covered in ice, preventing him from moving. Realizing that her opponent was strong, the beauty decided not to let go of control until the examiner confirmed her victory. The boys in the stands were impressed by their goddess's skills as she froze a strong player without taking a single point of damage. There was a dispute in the rector's seats about which student should win this battle. Seeing the girl's confusion, the man said that defeat would be counted when someone gave up or health dropped to 1. Because Adam was still losing health, the examiner could not finish the fight at this stage. Amalia decided to get closer to her opponent to understand why he still hasn't admitted defeat. But contrary to her expectations of a quick victory, the hero was able to break through the ice wall with his head. Standing a few steps away from the enemy, the girl suggested that he surrender, but Adam refused such an idea. The student tried to reason with the guy, telling him that with such blood loss, his health bar would soon drop to 1. Looking at the number of his health points, namely 3,400, the player thought that this would not happen soon. Having rested and gathered all his strength, the young man tried to get out of the block and succeeded in causing cracks to run across it. Not wanting to let her opponent out, Amalia activated the eternal ice barrier, which should not have failed her. The speed of the reaction helped the student, and Adam again found himself frozen in an ice wall. When the opponent's head was outside, the girl was confused, as she could not imagine how strong he was. Feeling that her mana had almost dropped to 0, Amalia began to urgently come up with a backup plan. Our hero understood that his opponent was weakening with every passing moment, which is why he was able to break free with a jerk. The girl's eyes widened in shock, as no one had ever freed themselves from her icy shackles on their own. Taking advantage of Amalia's confusion, the guy headed towards her, smiling predatorily. When the second academy student came to her senses, she suddenly found a threatening weapon at her side. Smiling, the young man asked the girl if she had any desire to give up. After Adam's words, evil lights lit up in the beauty's eyes, and she furiously refused his proposal. Before she could finish her word, a guandao rushed towards her neck, which she was no longer able to repel. In one attack, Adam was able to lower Amalia's health bar by 260 points. The fans in the stands were angry at such cruelty from a student of the 4th Academy. Holding his weapon in his hands, the hero asked not to judge him, as this was just a test on which his future depended. Looking at the barely alive Amalia, the examiner announced that Adam would receive 3 points for the victory in the overall standings. Mr. Johnson looked at his student proudly and informed the other rectors that no one could stop the boy. The girl's teacher ran out into the arena and helped her charge to her feet. The woman said that Adam was to blame for the loss because he insulted the entire class of magicians with his existence. The young man overheard the conversation between the ladies and could not understand the prejudice against him. In the room of the headman of the 1st Academy, the council gathered again, unable to believe that Amalia had lost in the tournament. Alex grinned and declared that the students from the 2nd Academy were trash, as they could even defeat the 4th Academy. In the waiting room of the 2nd school, the teacher tried to find out the inner state of her best student. The woman said that she checked the tournament lists and initially Adam Miller was not the beauty's opponent. The teacher's words angered the student as they tried to use her against student Miller, and no one took her interests into account. Not wanting to help the villains, after some time the girl found our hero and told him everything she knew. Amalia asked the young man to be careful, as someone really wanted to deal with him with someone else's hands. Smiling, Adam said that if the one who does something like this makes it to the finals, he will immediately go to heaven. After some time, the moment arrived that all the exam participants could not wait for. The final of the tournament. Victor, asleep from the stands, summed it up, saying that there were 10 rounds left, and now it was time to begin the final battle. The guests were anxiously awaiting the clash between the 10 strongest students and were betting on one of them to win. Adam decided to be the first to descend into the arena, as he was confident in his abilities and saw no point in delaying. Without turning to face his opponents, the hero thought that the villain might follow his example and come down to fight. The spectators whispered about how the Necromancer confidently went first, as if he was going to fight against the remaining 9 players. The young man's first opponent was not long in coming. A large youth landed with a crash not far from Adam. Clenching his hand into a fist, the weirdo declared that only he could get the title of best in the exam today. Not wanting to waste energy on talking to the strongman, the guy hit him in the chin, lowering the health bar to the maximum. Watching his opponent fall, Adam declared that even a fool could see that this unknown person would never become the best. The examiner came closer to the opponents and confirmed the fact of our hero's victory. So one after another, the rivals found themselves next to the young man, only to lose to him a few seconds later. But Adam couldn't wait for the main villain who was so eager to eliminate him to appear on the scene. A male voice came from behind the hero, asking if he was enjoying everyone's love. Deciding to get straight to the point, Alex told the young man the figure of 5 million. Looking at his opponent's surprised face, the headman said that he was ready to give 5 million if Adam surrendered now. The young man warned that he had learned everything about the player's family, and that apart from the old house from his parents, the Necromancer had no property. Miller decided to play along with his opponent and stated that giving up on his lifelong dream was worth much more. Adam put on a stern face and said that he wanted to hear from the student a new amount that would meet his expectations. Not realizing that they were playing with him, the young man asked how much the Necromancer wanted to receive. Raising his finger, the player said that 100 million would be enough for him, but he wouldn't refuse 10 billion either. At that moment, Alex realized that he was being played, and in anger, he promised his opponent to create hell on earth. Taking a closer look at the student, Adam concluded that the anonymous villain was standing in front of him. The young man introduced himself as Alex Wood, a junior shadow mage, and invited our hero to start the fight. Our hero was not going to reject the enemy's offer and prepared to attack. But this time, the student standing in front of Adam was not so simple. Alex turned to his skills and summoned the Shadow Servant. Pointing his palm towards the Necromancer, the guy gave his forces the direction they should go. The bored spectators were once again perked up, as a battle between a Shadow Mage and a Necromancer happens quite rarely. Hearing that the stands were waiting for him to summon the undead, Adam shook his head. A Guandao appeared in the hands of the young man, which became the Necromancer's faithful assistant in previous battles. He, noting the approaching tentacles of darkness, confidently attacked them with his weapon. But as soon as the very first waves of fog disappeared, their place was taken by the next ones, and it seemed as if they had no end. This was the first opponent that Adam had to seriously fight with in this exam. Alex revealed that the Shadow Bone-empowered Shadow Servitor was the first of the surprises he had prepared for their fight. Our hero tried to listen carefully to the villain's words, although there were some obstacles to this. Having dodged another attack, the young man asked whether the Shadow Servant would lose its power if it acted without a bone. Trying to get closer to Alex, the young man intended to test his assumption. Reaching one of the shadows, he struck the monster with all his might with his weapon, which clearly produced results. Up close, the shadow monster turned out to be even more terrible than it seemed from afar. Not wanting to look at his opponent, Adam swung, and with one movement cut off the shadow head. Throwing the handle over his shoulder with satisfaction, the young man stated the fact that he still had 3 more to get rid of. Alex watched the enemy's actions, and couldn't believe that the Shadow Servant couldn't cope with his abilities. Our hero, after he was convinced of the correctness of his conclusions, dealt with the monsters without a doubt. The young man did not notice how in a few minutes he was able to destroy all of the headman's assistants. Lowering his weapon, Adam stepped forward and declared that it was now the player's turn to fight off the attacks. But all the young man's enthusiasm was destroyed by Alex's confession that he had not summoned the Shadow Servants for battle. When black swirls began to form behind the boy, the magician said that he had to sacrifice the shadows of the servants. Still not understanding what his opponent was trying to tell him, Adam reached him and struck him in the shin with the blade. The stands froze as everyone awaited the outcome. Would the Necromancer be able to defeat the Shadow Mage with the blade? But then our hero felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, which made him jump a couple of steps away from the headman. A purple hoop began to form around Alex's hand, the purpose of which Adam did not yet understand. The guy couldn't figure out what the enemy was doing, and he tried to build a new plan for his attacks. Unexpectedly for the young man, the villain took the dagger in his hands and said that now the Necromancer would not be able to harm him. And then he did something completely unexpected. He swung his weapon and thrust it into his shoulder with all his might. Feeling pain in the exact spot where his opponent had hit himself, Adam realized what Alex had been trying to achieve earlier. Pointing a knife at his heart, the elder demanded that his opponent admit defeat, and then all the conditions would remain in force. Not wanting to give up so easily, the young man angrily refused the offer. Realizing that the threat had not worked, the Shadow Mage pierced his own heart. However, Adam did not even flinch from this action. Feeling the excitement rising inside him, Alex began to randomly damage his body in order to harm the enemy. Every move the opponent made caused our hero excruciating pain, but thanks to his large supply of health, he was still on his feet. Watching Adam endure the attacks with fortitude, the villain tried to influence him morally. But the hero demanded that his rival stop and dare to do what he had planned. Gathering all his strength, The player hit his opponent and was able to knock the dagger he was using to inflict damage out of his hands. Starting to lose his composure, Alex moved on to the next skill called Sacrifice, Shadow of Absorption. The attack prevented the Necromancer from reaching the mage and caused great damage to his health. Barely standing on his feet, the young man asked his opponent what kind of attack he had just used. Wiping blood from his chin, the player speculated that Alex had so much power because of his possession of dark energy. After recovering from the damage, Adam said that he was convinced of the Elder's abilities, but he himself still had a chance to win. At this time, Alex hit a brightly glowing ball behind his back and said that if the enemy is not afraid of death, he will soon feel its taste. However, the young man had his own plan, and, not impressed by the student's speech, he hit him in the face. The guy grinned and said that he had noticed the spell forming a long time ago. Taking a relaxed pose, Adam said it was time to test his guess and suggested that the enemy use a defensive skill. Despite the fact that Alex refused to fulfill the Necromancer's request, our hero prepared to attack him. Realizing that he was left with no choice, the villain summoned the Shadow Guardian, who was supposed to reflect the damage back onto the attacker. A black and purple protective dome formed in front of the student, which took the blow. With a smile on his face, Adam asked why the enemy continued to defend himself if he wasn't supposed to take damage. Not receiving a clear answer, the hero hit the shield even harder, and it splashed in different directions, reducing Alex's health bar. Flying back, the guy thought that the Shadow Guard was reflecting the attacks of a normal boss, so why was he powerless against the Necromancer? Moving towards the villain, Adam stated that it was time to end this battle, but the Elder was not going to give up and recognized the skill Sacrifice, Absorbing Shadow. After activating the ability, the young man's eyes filled with an otherworldly purple light. Adam didn't expect his opponent to come up with any more surprises, so for a second, fear flashed in his eyes. Alex, with a demonic face, said that now, in this state, no one would be able to defeat him. The pupils disappeared from the villain's eyes. His voice lost its human notes, and only his appearance inspired a desire to run. However, our hero quickly came to his senses. The fear disappeared, and the desire to win the fight returned with renewed vigor. The Elder managed to strike before Adam, so the player was knocked back several meters by the attack. After he came to his senses from the blow, the young man realized that Alex had taken their abilities after uniting. Taking advantage of his opponent's hesitation, the villain flew up to him and raised his fist to attack, wanting to destroy the obstacle to victory. But the player noticed the hand approaching him in time and launched a counterattack. As a result, the two strongest participants in the exam froze, not wanting to give in to each other. The shockwave rushed in all directions from the young people, breaking all obstacles in its path. Alex went into close combat and kicked his opponent, but Adam blocked in time and prevented damage to himself. It seemed as if this was exactly what the first Academy student was waiting for, as he grabbed the hero by the leg and pulled him towards himself. A new plan instantly formed in the young man's head, and he allowed Alex to carry out his plan. As he quickly approached the guy, Adam took advantage of the situation and struck his enemy in the face. From the place where the headman flew off, fragments of the floor flew in all directions. The students who were watching the battle were surprised by the behavior of the magicians, who were ready to tear each other to pieces. The two Baiji assassins, who had recently been tricked by Adam, were watching the fight and decided that they should take both combatants for themselves. Unaware of his possible abduction, Alex said that the hero was fighting on a demonic level and asked how he achieved this. The young man declared that his level was not the same as the villain's and was going to prove it. Looking at his calm opponent, Alex began to panic, since his shadows had a time limit. Not wanting to give an advantage to a student from the 4th Academy, the headman decided to resort to his most dangerous skill. The young man began to activate the shadow-eating sacrifice, and his appearance began to change subtly again. Knowing about the peculiarities of the magician's abilities, the rector of the 1st Academy shouted at Alex not to dare do this, but it was too late. But the Elder, whose body was pierced by wild pain, was not going to give up the chance to prove to everyone that he was no weaker than his brother. Ever since Louis Wood won the title, his brother Alex has been under a lot of pressure and constantly reminded of it. Realizing that his opponent was losing control, Adam tried to further irritate him by goading him with offensive phrases. After completing the transformation, the villain instantly flew up to the hero and sent him flying upward with a blow. Feeling the force of the blow, the young man realized that he had driven his opponent completely mad, which meant it would be easier to defeat him. The next second, Adam was already attacking the Shadow Mage, who did not expect his opponent to come to his senses so soon. What was happening in the arena no longer resembled a normal exam, as the opponents were fighting to the death. The observer suggested that the examiner intervene, but he said that no one could stop these two now. Near the scene of the events, there was a stranger who shouted into the radio that it was time to remove both players. During the battle, the guys found time to negotiate, and each tried to humiliate the enemy not only with blows, but also with words. Taking advantage of the gap in the Elder's defense, Adam was able to launch a swift attack and hit him in the face. The mask that appeared on Alex's face after activating the skill shattered into pieces, and he realized that he had lost. The examiner's decision was instantaneous, and the controller, raising his hand, announced Adam Miller's victory. But then strange events began to happen in the arena, which attracted Victor Smith, and he tried to stop them. Not understanding what the man was talking about, the young man turned around and wanted to ask what happened, but did not have time. In front of him, the guy saw a black shadow with scarlet eyes, which was purposefully flying in his direction. Sometime later, a truck with the emblem of the Bays organization was racing along the forest roads. Inside it were students who had just recently tried to compete for the title of best in the final exams. A few moments later, Adam was the first to wake up and tried to understand what was happening and where he was. Looking forward, he saw Alex and Amelia lying unconscious on the floor in front of him. Sitting up, the guy joked to himself that this place was really offered to all the best fighters. But he did not notice the people standing behind him. But the fact that one of the kidnapped men stood up did not escape their attention. Looking at the bandits with displeasure, Adam told them that everything that was happening hardly looked like an invitation. The stranger asked the guests not to worry, promising not to harm them, since everyone present was unique. The kidnapper said her name was Vivian Brown, and she was in charge of the Bays district of Sioux City. Squinting, the boy couldn't understand why these villains kidnapped the candidates right during the competition. Amelia asked what the people of Bays wanted, and then warned them that they would have to answer for the kidnapping. Vivian laughed at the students' naivety and declared that everyone would be safe as long as they sat quietly and kept their heads down. And then she said that if anyone tried to escape, they would have to kill everyone, even though it would be hard. Brooke tried to act calmly and asked why they took so many students. The woman said kindly that it was not only the big universities that needed talented students, but also Bays. One of the guys jumped up from his seat and said that he had never heard of them, and demanded that all those kidnapped be released. At that moment, all of Vivian's mask of friendliness fell off, and she flew up to the guy and threw him to the floor. Putting her foot on the guy, the head of the kidnappers said that the guys had no choice, and when they learned about Bays' power, they would join them themselves. And then she said that if the students refuse, then the outcome will be the same for everyone. Turning away from the kidnapped, the villainess warned that if they did not want to be with her, then she would have to take action. Not wanting to stay among the youth any longer, the woman went into the next room and slammed the door loudly. Some time ago, when the examinees had already been knocked unconscious, Victor tried to find out the identities of the attackers. The man shot an arrow from his bow and it hit one of the attackers. Coming a little closer to the fallen man, Mr. Smith realized that he had seen this guy among the participants of the exam. The presence of a rat during the test angered the man, as it ultimately led to negative consequences. A male voice came from behind Victor, saying that he couldn't believe that he had been appointed as an archer examiner. Pointing his gun at the unknown man, Mr. Smith asked why the unknown organization started with candidates. The boy laughed and said that he wasn't going to tell anything, and the examiner shot an arrow in his direction. But it didn't reach the enemy, as he disappeared from the man's field of vision. Suddenly, an unpleasant laugh was heard from above, and a moment later, something crushed Victor. Jumping aside, the stranger said that despite the examiner's advanced age, he had a rather fiery disposition. The scoundrel said that Mr. Smith would die quite soon, and after these words, the ceiling collapsed on the man. The stones fell on top of each other, forming an unmovable mountain and reducing the examiner's chances of survival. However, Victor was much stronger than the stranger expected, and was able to throw off the collapsed ceiling. At that very moment, his subordinates rushed towards him and began to take an interest in the man's condition. The expert reported that unknown persons took 10 candidates, and no one managed to stop them. When the guy started naming the people who had been kidnapped, all the puzzle pieces began to fall into place in Victor's head. The examiner was angry because it was during his exams that such a misfortune befell him. Benedict ran up to the man and suggested that since the best had been kidnapped, they were not in danger, and there was still time. The rector of the First Academy said that ordinary organizations would not dare to do such a thing. But then another worker burst into the room and said that the students had been kidnapped from 4 other major cities in the country. Upon hearing this news, Victor gave orders to check the entire building and provide protection to the remaining candidates. At this time, Adam was sitting on the floor of the van and looking with interest at the handcuffs on his wrists. The strong man who was nearby declared that such things could not stop him and began to try to get rid of them. Over and over again, the guy began to suspect that he wouldn't succeed. But our hero got it right the first time, and he declared that Bays' handcuffs left much to be desired. Grabbing a weapon from his inventory, Adam said it was time to try to get out of here. All the handcuffs broke with the first blow, as if they were made of plastic and not super strong metal. Brooke walked up to her friend and said that another kidnapped person was still shackled and pointed her finger in Alex's direction. When the guy approached his former rival, he said that he would not accept help from an enemy and activated his skills. Not wanting to argue with the proud student, the young man walked away from him and then launched the guandao towards the door. The metal flew apart like splinters, and the students headed towards the resulting hole to free themselves. However, Adam's maneuver did not go unnoticed, and the sounds inside the van attracted Vivian. After a few moments, she realized what was going on and demanded that the mercenary from her organization stop the car. The girl smoothly jumped to the ground and looked towards the retreating abductees. Adam noticed the leader approaching and greeted her, noting that they met again. Frowning, the criminal stated that despite the guy's strength level, it wouldn't be that easy for their group to escape. When the villain asked how they managed to escape from the van, the hero refused to tell her the secret and smiled slyly. Unexpectedly for Vivian, all the students began to disappear, and Adam even said goodbye to her and waved goodbye. Not wanting to lose her prey, the woman fired towards the group, but it was all in vain. A subordinate who ran up to her reported that the students had entered the inner world and could return from there with help. Realizing that she could no longer do anything, Vivian said that she remembered the name of the main provocateur. While the kidnappers were trying to solve the problem that had arisen, the entire team was already entering the copy of the inner world. Watching Thomas disappear, Brooke asked if the attackers would be able to catch up with them, and Adam answered in the negative. The system informed the protagonist that he had entered a world where corpse extraction, also known as soul translation, originated. After receiving the information, the guy began to try to figure out what the meaning of this copy was, and one of the options was to play corpse catcher. Not far from the young man, a steady ringing of a bell was heard, and a male voice said that the gates of heaven were open. The stranger continued and said that it was time to return the souls, and it was time for the dead to leave. Moving forward, the man said in an even tone that the dead would pass the way that the living could step. Adam felt his feet lift off the ground and his body move forward smoothly on its own. The boy realized that in this world he was an obedient corpse, following the orders of a stranger. He was irritated that his body did not move, so his movements were controlled by a bell. The system informed that the player's task was to prevent resurrection, and the reward would depend on the rating. Realizing that his friends were not around, Adam decided that they had all been randomly assigned. Looking at the man with displeasure, the protagonist suggested that if he destroyed the bell, he would be freed. Such thoughts led to the appearance of a weapon in the hands of the young man, and this was noticed by the priest student. Frightened, the boy screamed and called his mentor, saying that they had dared to deceive him. The man turned angrily at the young man and asked what was wrong with his nerves, because this could not have happened. Coming a little closer to Adam, the priest said that over time, real corpses become covered in fluff, and their nails and teeth become longer. When the student objected that he saw a knife in the corpse's hands, the teacher said that this body had no ability to hold anything. The young man decided that these NPCs were very useful, and he should follow them to get to the temple. After some time, a small group reached the holy place and headed inside. The man stuck the seal on Adam's forehead, and then turned his attention to his student. The gray-haired man said that he needed to step away for a while on business, so the young man would have to look after the corpse. When the door closed behind the mentor, the guy came a little closer to the body and tearfully asked him not to do anything. But then the door was kicked open by two unknown people, and they clearly did not look friendly. As soon as the light fell on the men, it turned out that an old man with a smoking pipe in his hands and a young guy with a chest burst into the temple. An older man approached Adam and began to examine the seal on his forehead with interest, and asked about Edward Hale. The young man said that the man with that name was his mentor, and asked if the two strangers were the coffin bearers. Lighting his pipe, the old man said that the guy was asking too many questions, the answers to which he might not know. Without taking his eyes off the corpse, the porter asked when the mentor would return, and the student warned that he would return soon. Poking the tube into his chin, the man conducted a diagnostic on Adam's body and assumed that he had died quite recently. Unable to stand this kind of treatment, the boy demanded that the old man show respect and not provoke the corpse, otherwise there would be trouble. The second porter put the chest on the ground and declared that it was just a corpse that could no longer do anything. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, the impudent man declared that all temple servants had always been too superstitious. Realizing that he could do nothing against two people, the young man again tried to convince them to stop behaving inappropriately. Having removed the seal from his face, the elder said that the deceased was a handsome man, and that if he were sold, he could receive a good fee. He gave his student the order to take the body, which the blonde decided to do immediately. The boy rushed forward and tried to stop the robbers, saying that his mentor would not let them get away so easily. But the defender was too small and weak, so the thug who approached him slapped him and ordered him to get out of the way. However, the unknown youth did not want to give up so easily, and warned the porter that he was forcing him to commit an attack. Hearing the last words, the Undertaker's apprentice laughed and asked if the boy had enough courage to attack. When the guy rushed into battle, he received a kick in the stomach from his opponent and could no longer continue the fight. He flew into the door, miraculously not breaking anything, but he had a premonition of bruises appearing all over his body. Wanting to finish off his opponent, the blonde moved towards him, saying that he shouldn't have struggled. Adam saw everything that was happening, and he felt sorry for the boy, because he understood that he had no chance of winning. The boy, whom the mentor had convinced of the helplessness of the corpse, heard a doomed sigh from the body. But the young man was even more frightened by the two coffin bearers, who had never encountered anything like this in their entire careers. Our hero, ignoring the surprised looks, began to remove the seal from his forehead. Adam's eyes were illuminated with an otherworldly light, which looked quite frightening. Jumping to his feet, the priest's disciple shouted that a corpse had just risen before his eyes. At this time, the protagonist grabbed a weapon from his inventory and told everyone that he needed to go to Mount Lingshu. And then, already starting the attack, he told the two villains that in order to carry out his plan, he would have to get rid of them. The old man decided that a demon had entered the corpse and began to activate his abilities to protect himself from it. But Adam's power pierced the man's shield and he flew back, experiencing wild pain. Everyone present looked at what was happening with incomprehension, and because of this, no one helped the victim. When the porter sat down, he told the player that he was clearly not a corpse. But then a blonde man rushed into the fight from the side, declaring that it didn't matter at all who this body was. Due to the surprise of the attack, it was successful. Adam was hit in the face with a weapon. However, contrary to expectations, there was no trace of the damage left on his face. The old man sitting on the floor asked the guy in shock who he was in the end, a corpse or a human being. Our hero admitted that he himself would like to know the answer, and the system immediately sent a notification about the activation of the corpse state. While in this state, the player received 20 additional defense points and additional means of protection. While Adam was distracted by the message, the two villains began to prepare for a paired attack that was supposed to subdue the corpse. The student ran forward, raising his weapon to attack, as his task was to distract the body while the teacher activated the seal. But the young man understood that the NPC's abilities meant nothing to him, so his face was filled with only confidence in his victory. A moment later, the two opponents clashed in a fierce battle, leaving behind the destruction of the ancient temple. The blonde asked the old man if he would soon come to his aid, since he had almost no strength left of his own. When the moment came, the boy turned around and saw his teacher running away, not even planning to help in any way. The resentment that flared up inside him made him shout a few unpleasant words after the old man. Smiling, Adam asked his opponent not to worry, as the man would not have time to get far. After his words, the young man rushed forward, intending to prevent the second opponent from escaping. In one blow, the player destroyed the villain, cutting him into two equal parts. Seeing what happened to his partner, the guy fell to his knees in front of Adam, realizing that he had no chance. The young man turned to the blonde and said that he had almost forgotten about him, and then rushed into the attack. For killing two NPCs, the young man received 125 experience points and 10 stat points. Adam's attention was drawn to the coffin, which differed from the others in its intricate patterns, and he approached the object a little closer. Reaching out his hand, the player decided to open it and find out what was inside. When the lid disappeared from the coffin, it turned out that Brooke was lying inside, her skin color giving off a bluish tint. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, as he expected to find a reward, but not a girlfriend. The girl assumed a sitting position and asked how the Necromancer was able to recognize her in her image. After discussing the current situation, the guys came to the conclusion that all 10 people had become corpses, dozing somewhere in coffins. All this time, the unknown boy watched the revived corpses and could not find an explanation for what was happening. And then Adam remembered another person present and turned his attention to him. The hero told the priest's disciple that they needed to go to Mount Lingshu, and the boy said that this was where he was heading with the teacher. After some time, the priest returned to the temple, and the boy happily rushed towards him. To explain the appearance of the second body, the NPC told his mentor that he was able to defeat the spirit on his own. Having praised the young man, the man said that it was time for them to set off on their journey, and picking up the bell, rang it. A male voice could be heard above Lingshu Mountain, speaking of overcoming many difficulties along the way. He said that they needed to see the true path to follow. Swinging his sword at his side, the elder announced that it was time for them to take the deceased to the path of rebirth and restore order. Standing nearby, Adam and Brooke listened to the head priest's speech, trying to understand what they should do next. The head of this temple, noticing the arriving group, invited them to pass, informing them that others had already arrived. The mentor handed his student a bell and asked him to take care of the subordinate spirits. Obeying the call of the bell, the students of the 4th Academy moved forward. The boy led the boys into a room where there were already several bodies similar to theirs. Coming out of character, Thomas opened one eye, revealing his independence. Noticing familiar faces, the partners smiled happily, realizing that they would soon be able to discuss the current situation with everyone. While the group of students greeted each other, the NPC looked at them with confusion. The student had never seen spirits come to life, much less in such numbers, so there was only one conclusion: he had gone mad. While the separated friends exchanged news, all the priests gathered in a circle to prepare for the ritual. The head said that this was their 5th outing and they had no right to make any mistakes. When each of the men reported their readiness, the priest said that in that case, they would go out today. At night, a large group of people and spirits, led by an elder, would go to perform the ritual. The path led them to the Imperial Mausoleum, where the temple workers separated from the bodies they had brought. The man who brought Adam reported that all the spirits had arrived and they could move on. However, the chief minister had his own plans, and casting a gloomy glance, he asked where they were going. Sensing something was wrong, the mentor asked what his elder's words meant, but the man did not answer the questions, fell to his knees and bowed his head before someone invisible. And then, raising his head up, he greeted the emperor, who had returned to them after so many millennia. The rest of the living came to understand what the elder was trying to achieve, and they tried to reason with him. But suddenly someone from the Brotherhood shouted that there was no point in talking nonsense, since in this situation the only way to save oneself was to flee. The head heard the last words, and coming out of his trance, asked where his colleagues were headed. Suddenly, monsters began to land from somewhere above, differing from each other only in the density of their bodies. The monsters immediately rushed to attack the confused men, so they did not receive any resistance. However, people quickly came to their senses and entered into battle with the corpses. The students standing nearby watched what was happening and considered whether or not they should intervene. Adam said that their task was to prevent the resurrection, and perhaps he was talking about this emperor. The next moment, the guy gave the command to his group to enter the battle, which was received positively. The elder roared that the 9 families of the Ming dynasty were already approaching, which meant that the master would soon be reborn. And then the man turned his attention to the former corpses who had actively taken part in the battle. Armed with a brush, he demanded that the students stop resisting. The priest began to draw in the air, saying that one movement of the brush would help draw the sky, and the second the soul. Ignoring the head of the temple, the boys fought with monsters that possessed enormous strength. After analyzing his movements, the young man came to the conclusion that he was moving too slowly. Looking ahead, Adam saw that the man was not idle, but there was no way to get close to him yet. The old man was writing something with his brush and muttering under his breath, while the hero was destroying the obstacles approaching him. All this time, the priest asked the second ancestor to give him more soldiers to help defeat the enemy. When the man finished displaying the image, the hidden 10,000 corpses skill was activated. The next moment, Adam saw the surprised faces of his friends, which did not mean anything good. He tried to walk towards Thomas, but realized that his ability to move at will had been taken away. The villain laughed as he watched the body's attempts and said that they would all make a great snack for his master. Having finished his conversation with those present, the man turned away from them and again began to resurrect the emperor. Adam, looking at his escort, said that he had come here to prevent a return and asked that all restrictions be lifted. The priest asked if the resurrection would really take place and received a serious nod from the guy. The man hesitated and said that the rules were that once the first rays of sun appeared, it would be too late. He warned that if the emperor were to rise again, not only would they die, but everyone alive today. Realizing that he had little choice, the mentor decided to give the young man a chance to help and bit his finger until it bled. He traced a bloody trail across Adam's back, saying that he would help him get rid of the curse. After hearing the words that the seal was activated, our hero felt a surge of strength in his body and the ability to breathe returned. Putting a knuckle duster on his hand, the young man said that if he was here, then no resurrection would happen. The priest turned to the brothers and gave them the order to release their spirits, as this was their only chance of survival. Words about the activation of the seal were heard from different parts of the site, after which the student's skin color returned to normal. The head of the temple noticed what was happening and angrily asked who dared to oppose his will. Adam, who ran up to the villain, attacked him with such force that the man was thrown back several meters by the force of the blow. Greybeard found himself lying on the tomb, and it seemed as if he had lost consciousness, but everything was much more complicated. The priest realized this and said that things were bad for them since the coffin had already absorbed the blood. And then from the side where the head of the temple lay, words were heard that future generations would sacrifice themselves for the emperor. After these words, the tabletop of the tomb broke and a hand burst out of it. The system notified all players that the resurrection was successful, which meant a loss. The group of abducted students were notified by the system that the resurrection had been successfully activated. Since the previous mission failed, the copy was forced to change the task for the players. Now, the goal for the students was to kill the drought demon, and the network assigned a D-rank difficulty to this task. The monster was an epic level boss, and had a level of 20 and a life point of 4,000. One of the guys ran away, shouting that it was all over, as the drought demon had been reborn. The student's screams attracted attention to himself, and the next moment the monster was already chasing him. Turning his head to the side, the player noticed his team, confidently led by Adam. The guy ran towards the guys, and running past our hero, he apologized and said that he couldn't die. Not expecting a setup from his comrade, Miller looked at him with displeasure and cursed loudly. While Adam was distracted by the student, a monster approached him and immediately went on the attack, wanting to destroy the man. Immediately, the demon received a powerful blow to his body, which unexpectedly caused him severe damage. The monster flew so far that it crashed into the wall of a small tower and destroyed it. Feeling that he had met a strong opponent, the monster decided to use one of his secret skills. When the attack reached the young man, he intuitively understood that he could now suffer greatly. Brooke, who was watching everything from the side, realized everything before her friend and screamed, warning him that it was cadaveric poison. Wanting to help her former enemy, Amelia took out her staff and summoned permafrost. All the vapors that the monster exhaled were covered with a thick layer of ice and became safe for those around it. Standing behind Adam, Alan extended her hand towards him and summoned a healing breeze, returning his health points. But then the respite ended, and the demon, who was also chained by Amelia, broke the ice crust and burst out. The young man, not wanting to be left behind, rushed forward and activated the shadow technique. He managed to get close to the monster and deal critical damage, lowering the enemy's health bar by 36 points. Not wanting to lose to the pathetic humans, the enemy activated corpse pressure, and waves of force spread out from it in all directions. The system reported that under the influence of this skill, the value of all characteristics is halved. Adam grinned as he realized that this ability would also decrease his health. The big guy asked what they would do now, since he would no longer be able to deal the same damage to the demon as before. However, a column of dust rose into the air in front of them, indicating that there was a battle ahead. It was Adam who ran up to the monster and dealt one blow, reducing its health points by 398. The daredevil got scared and asked how this mage, after such a decrease in characteristics, was able to hit with such damage. The enemy, taking advantage of the temporary weakness of his opponents, went into close combat, striking our hero. He had enough strength to send the player flying back several meters after the strike, and losing the opportunity for an immediate counterattack. Thomas ran up to Adam and asked if everything was okay and received a positive answer. The friend said that among the students present, no one could stand against the demon, but the boy glanced slyly in Alex's direction. As the young man approached his opponent in the arena, he caught his displeased glance in his direction. The next moment, under pressure from the protagonist, Mr. Wood flew into the air towards the monster. As he approached the boss, the boy realized that he had no choice but to try to fight him. Realizing that the countdown was already running out, the player activated his skill, Servant of the Shadow. A moment later, he felt a powerful blow to his shield, however. The defense was able to withstand it. Adam, who was standing nearby, snorted and said that he didn't expect that the Servant of the Shadow could be useful anywhere. At this time, the two opponents continued to fight, and each understood that his life depended on the outcome. When the demon approached Alex, he decided to activate the Shadow Sacrifice. However, this time the abilities did not help the young man, and he received a punch to the face. The guy put in maximum effort to stay standing in place, and the concrete tiles began to break under his feet. Turning to his friends, Adam asked if they could handle it, but seeing their fighting spirit, he simply asked them to act faster. Closing her eyes, Amelia told her fellow mage that they should hurry. She decided to act first, and raising her staff, used the Ice Fury skill. Soon, Thomas came to the girl's aid and used the Sand Staff. Two ribbons, consisting of sand and ice, rushed towards the demon and then began to smoothly spin around him. Adam, who was watching the battle from the side, regretfully noted that the reborn one was immune to all their attacks. Thomas shouted that his mana was running low as his stats were halved and asked the protagonist for help. The player didn't need to be asked several times, so the next moment he was already attacking the monster. The system reported that Adam had managed to deal critical damage to the monster and took away 398 health points. The injured drought demon growled in pain and felt a wave of rage rising inside him towards his opponent. While the enemy was still recovering from the blow, the player continued to attack him incessantly so as not to encounter resistance. At some point, the monster got tired of its helplessness and accumulated its strength to go on the attack. Having reached the enemy with lightning speed, the villain was able to strike him, which caused internal damage to the hero. But Adam understood that he had no right to give the demon an advantage, and despite the pain, attacked him again. Due to the player's enormous strength, the monster flew back and a cloud of sand and dust rose around it. The exhausted villain sat on the ground, not even trying to get up, and tried to catch his breath. The young man shouted that it was time to end this and jumped towards his opponent, intending to destroy him. But then the priest, noticing the guy's actions, demanded that he stop and not kill the drought demon. However, the player did not pay attention to the man's words and tried to finish what he had started. The system reported that Adam was able to destroy the boss, so he receives 20 attribute points and 200 experience points. Then the system congratulated the player on leveling up and successfully completing the mission. But then an old man ran up to him. The priest shouted that if someone killed the boss, a curse would be placed on the winner. But the man did not answer, as he noticed that strange things were happening to the demon's body and warned everyone around him about it. Everyone rushed away, and only Adam remained standing nearby, carefully examining the red puff of smoke. The system reported that the player Miller was under the influence of a curse and should die after some time. The gray-haired man, looking at the boy with fear, said that historical records say that none of those who were cursed survived. At that moment, Adam's friends ran up to him and asked if everything was okay. He said yes, but his thoughts were about something completely different. But then Thomas, who saw what was happening behind him, shouted about the core of the soul. Turning around, the young man saw that Alex was more agile and ran up to the pocket that had formed. The guy took something out and, looking insolently at the main character, told him that he had tried hard. The item turned out to be the corpse ring, which took away 50% of the enemy's agility for 10 seconds. Looking at the loot with a crazy smile, Alex said that this equipment was rank A, ignoring Thomas's displeased expression. Laughing unpleasantly, the player, looking over his shoulder at his former comrades, said goodbye to them and began to teleport out of this world. However, at that very moment, a sandy band began to form around the scoundrel's feet, which prevented his plans from coming true. Thomas held the staff towards Alex, using all his strength to keep the boy in place. Frowning, Mr. Wood asked if anyone present thought they could compete with him. Not wanting to waste time on empty chatter, Adam rushed from his seat towards the impudent man, intending to teach him a lesson. Alex, noticing the young man's actions, asked with a grin whether the player had enough stamina for another fight. Deciding to test the new item, the student of the First Academy put forward a ring that took half of Adam's dexterity, but only 4.5 points were added to the guy's stats, which surprised him greatly. Losing his concentration due to surprise, Alex missed a blow that reduced his health bar by 500 units. He was surprised that after the boss fight, the enemy could still counter him with anything. Not wanting to give up, the player attacked the protagonist so that he could not switch to close combat, in which he has no equal. Believing that he had won, the impudent fellow said that, given the Necromancer's agility, he would definitely not be able to catch him, and then said goodbye. But then a block of ice began to form around the young man's feet, preventing him from moving. Amelia looked at Alex with displeasure and informed him that he was acting dishonestly towards the others. Feeling angry, Adam assumed that the head of the First Academy had managed to harm many people. The guy understood that the circumstances were not in his favor and activated the Shadow Servant skill, Sacrifice. But our player knew all the abilities of his opponent and without a doubt approached him, and then struck him in the center of the chest. He was able to take the ring for himself and push back the impudent man who relied too much on the Necromancer's weakness. Disappearing into the portal, Alex promised Adam that they would see each other again soon. Having ignored the proud man's words, the young man was already looking at the object in his hands with pleasure and smiling. Grabbing the ring in his fist, the guy turned to his friend and thanked her for her help. When all the students were ready, they teleported en masse to the real world, hoping that their enemies had already left. But before leaving, the main character managed to look at his card and made sure that he had reached level 12. After the transfer, the team of kidnapped students saw that a crowd of unknown people had already gathered at the place from which they had escaped. Thomas and Adam looked at what was happening with confusion, because in addition to people, there were cars and a bunch of incomprehensible equipment. After some time, all 10 guys stood in front of the examiner and the rectors of the academies. Victor Smith, looking at his charges, asked them not to worry and promised that they would definitely sort out this incident. Everyone present agreed that what had happened was terrible, and the entire leadership was furious. For safety reasons, the championship competition was suspended and all students were sent to training centers. Amelia, who was walking nearby, warned Adam that Alex might try to take revenge for what happened. The failure of the operation to capture the graduates ended badly for Vivian, and she had to report it. Kneeling in front of the man, she listened to his caustic comments about what had happened. The stranger asked his subordinate about the details of the mission, and she told him again and again about the shame that had occurred. Unexpectedly, the head of the organization announced that he had met Adam only once, but even then, he understood his peculiarity. The man admitted that this young man was a worthy son for Samuel Miller, and he was impressed with him. The sun shone brightly over the Kyoto Academy, as if trying to attract all the students to study. A bus with new students pulled up to her, still full of enthusiasm after being admitted to one of the best educational institutions. Among those admitted was Adam, who after getting off the bus, began to look around the new territory. Will Brown, the chairman of the admissions committee, came out to personally meet a group of students from the 4th Academy. Seeing the man, Miller decided not to put off his question and asked him for a meeting with the rector. When the young man was escorted to the office of the head of the university, he immediately began to explain the problem. Adam pulled up his shirt sleeve and showed the man the tattoo and said that before his death the boss had cast a curse. As soon as he saw the drawing, Edgar Lambert immediately recognized it and said that if it really was from the drought demon, then the student would soon die. Professor Brown, who was standing behind, asked the rector whether there was a way to get rid of the curse. The man closed his eyes and said that the most reliable way was to acquire the sage's props, but such an item was rare to find. And then Adam remembered how not long ago he had spent such a vitally needed item on another mission. Mr. Edgar said that he would ask a friend about such items, but the player interrupted him and asked if there were any other ways. Frowning, the man advised the boy to forget about them, since his strength was now weak, so it was worth slowing down the effect of the curse. Realizing that he could simply be moved to a place where death would simply be postponed for a while, Adam was unpleasantly surprised. Turning away from the student, the rector declared that little could save him, so everything was useless. The young man, not wanting to give up, asked where he needed to go, and the man said that the salvation would be the copy of D. The player folded his arms and said that he had already completed D-rank missions. Looking sternly at the newcomer, the man warned that the D-rank quest in copy E was different from the current one. Edgar said that most people who go through the D-rank copy are mid-level players, but even they are not always able to withstand it. The professor said that Adam's level was ultimately assessed as low. The man turned around and shouted that the rector of such a prestigious university could not send a student with a low level there. Without bending to the opinion of the head, the young man asked to be allowed to at least try to enter the copy. Feeling helpless because of the student's stubbornness, Mr. Lambert decided to resort to extreme measures. A powerful energy rushed out from Edgar in all directions, instantly lowering Adam's health bar by 500 points. The guy felt what it must be like to be the #1 technician in the world. His eyes hurt as if someone was moving in them. The rector watched the student, who, unlike Will, was still standing on his feet. Bloody tears flowed from the Necromancer's eyes. But through the pain he asked if he could now try to pass the copy. Having stopped the attack, the man extended his hand towards Adam and began to heal him, thinking about the request. The copy is called the Soul Cleansing Lake. It is capable of washing away all negative effects from a person. In the end, Mr. Lambert gave his permission, but reminded him that the student should not cause problems for the university. Putting on a serious face, the young man asked not to worry, as he understood everything. Watching the guy leave, the rector shouted after him to come back as quickly as possible. Suddenly remembering something, the man took something out of his inventory and threw it towards Adam. When the player caught the thrown item, Edgar explained that this item should help in the copy. Kyung Pendant, rank A, increases stats by 5, increases skill points, and grants immunity to mind control. Realizing what kind of thing the mentor had given him, the Necromancer tried to be indignant, but the man warned him that he was simply borrowing it. Having thanked the rector for such support, Adam said that it was time for him to go. Finding himself in a room with a teleporter, the guy asked Elaine to transfer him to a copy of the Soul Cleansing Lake. The system warned that it had no more detailed information about this inner world. After teleporting, the network welcomed the group of players to the Soul Purification Rainforest and invited them to learn the rules. Players should not look back at anyone's call, and be careful with companions who have disappeared from sight. If someone hears smacking, you need to shout strangers ask questions. Do not answer. The last point of the rules is that in the opinion of other players, nothing dangerous should happen to another team member. The stranger said that safety came first, and that it would no longer be possible to contact the people in danger. The blonde invited everyone to get acquainted, saying that her name was Camilla Hayes, level 22, and that she was a water mage. The guy with glasses introduced himself as Fergus Davis, level 22, swordsman, but was actually an assassin. There was also a mage, Rosalind Taylor, and 2 swordsmen, Charlotte Sinker and Benjamin Brown, all of middle rank. Adam said that he was level 13 and was a necromancer. Fergus asked with displeasure how a newbie was able to get into a D-rank copy, and stated that it looked like a scam. But Charlotte took the student's side, saying that he was a necromancer and would be able to summon an army of the undead. However, the man asked the girl not to trust the beauty of the necromancer, for which he received a blade to the nose. Feeling like he was digging a hole for himself, the deceiver laughed awkwardly and said that he was only joking. Adam smiled and asked how long it had been a crime to be handsome. While Charlotte was putting her sword back into its sheath, Camilla called the main character to her, and he happily ran to her. Looking at his temporary team, the man thought that he couldn't let them die before their time. While moving, the blonde said that the lake was in the very center of the copy, so they needed to move. Turning to Adam, she asked why the player had decided to go to a D-rank copy. Not knowing what to answer to the beauty's question, the young man hesitated a little, but then Adam Miller appeared in front of him, looking at the original with wild eyes. Benjamin stared at the 2 identical boys with surprise in his eyes, not understanding how this could happen. After this scream, everyone present stared at the doubles, who froze opposite each other. The girls looked warily at the young men and could not understand which of them was the original. Benjamin came forward again and suggested simply killing both Adams. Camilla remembered that their companion was a necromancer, and assumed that the real one should be able to summon the undead. And then the copy confidently said that it could do this, and the next moment, a green flame lit up on his hand. The main character thought that he didn't expect such a high-quality fake from the monsters. Realizing that he would not be able to summon the undead, Adam decided that he would simply kill the fake. Swinging his dagger, the young man attacked the monster, aiming for its head. The attack was successful, and half of the pseudo-student's head flew to the ground. The guy's mask flew off the enemy, and a wooden monster with red eyes stood in front of the team. When the monster realized that he had been exposed, he rushed towards the necromancer, intending to take revenge. But Adam was not taken by surprise. He swung his weapon and cut the local demon in half. The system reported that it was an evil spirit puppet that was level 22 and had the forgery skill. Turning to his partners, the young man said that a spear had fallen out of the monster. Charlotte wondered how a necromancer could use such a weapon, and where he got the strength to kill a strong monster. Placing his hand on his chest, the player said that he had a slightly unusual build. The young man had already begun to tell the story of how he had received his abilities at the age of 3. But then something happened behind him. A spirit flew out of the log, which was small in size and had a blue color and slits under the eyes. Adam and Charlotte noticed this too late, when the ghost had already flown unacceptably close to them. He entered the girl's body through her eyes, clearly not having anything good in his thoughts. A moment later, an evil smile blossomed on the swordswoman's lips, which did not bode well for the travelers. She took off from her place, swinging her blade towards the hero and lowering his health bar by 1,000 points. Adam was horrified by the strength of a mid-rank swordsman, but at the same time he was happy with the amount of points in his life force. Not noticing anything in its path, the ghost rushed towards the rest of the people, intending to kill them. Fergus and Benjamin prepared to defend themselves, and without consulting each other, decided to kill the captured body. Camilla decided not to wait for the spirit in her partner's body to reach her, and called upon the power of water. Water currents swirled around Charlotte, preventing her from moving any further. While the girl was trying to destroy the protection, the men rushed forward to get rid of the evil spirit. At that moment, the monster managed to get rid of the obstacle, and she went on the attack. Since the invader had access to the body's abilities, he used Dragon Strike. With its help, Pseudo-Charlotte was able to push her opponents back without approaching them. While the girl was distracted by the men, Adam quietly approached her and intended to save everyone from the enemy. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the young man attacked the swordswoman with a blow to the face. This had its effect, and Charlotte lost consciousness, thereby disarming the spirit. Fergus couldn't believe that the necromancer was able to take out a mid-rank swordsman in one blow. The ghost left the girl's body and tried to find a new victim among those present. Camilla stared in shock at what was happening and accused the monster of killing her partner. Adam decided not to give the enemy a chance to move into someone and pinned him to the ground with a dagger. Looking at the dissipating spirit, the blonde said that Charlotte was the strongest among them, but even she could not stand up to it. After some time, the swordswoman came to her senses, and the magician immediately rushed to her, asking how the victim was doing. Camilla decided to help her temporary partner, and using her magic, healed her. Feeling lost, the girl admitted that as soon as the thing entered her body, she lost control of it. Benjamin got tired of waiting for his fellow travelers, and he said that since the girl had recovered, they should continue on their way. Charlotte caught up with Adam and thanked him for saving her, saying that if it weren't for him, she would already be dead. She reported that the blow was quite strong and asked where the Necromancer got such strength from. Not wanting to admit it, the guy said that he was just lucky, so he was able to knock her out. After some time, the men realized that they had fallen behind the main part of the team and were deciding what to do next. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard from behind, which attracted the attention of his partners. Turning around, they saw a tall monster, who asked if he looked like a man or a god. It was a rare yellow-skinned monster with level 29 and had the charm and confusion skill. When the monster again asked whether he looked like a god or a man, Fergus replied that he looked like an idiot. These words angered the yellow-skinned one, and he immediately went on the attack and turned out to be very strong. Benjamin shouted for the killer not to talk to the monster, as the rules of this world required. The guy in glasses shouted that he was not afraid of this mad dog, and rushed at the enemy with redoubled force. But Fergus's determination did not help him, as the demon swung his clawed paw, not giving him the opportunity to get close to him. Seeing that his partner had suffered at the hands of the yellow-skinned one, the swordsman rushed to his aid. Noticing movement behind him, the monster turned around just as the attack was about to occur, and a blade smashed against his face. The player did not expect that his weapon could break on the enemy, and he looked at the dangerous creature with fear. At that moment, acrid, acid-colored smoke began to emerge from the mouth of the local monster. The vapors of the emitted substance spread throughout the clearing and surrounded the partners. Benjamin, covering his nose with his hand, warned Fergus that the monster was most likely secreting poison. The local resident watched what was happening with a smile and waited until his victims fainted and were powerless. The rest of the team only now noticed the strange sounds that were coming from somewhere nearby. Turning around, they realized that both male swordsmen were missing, meaning something had happened to them. When the guys got to the place where the strange sounds were coming from, they found the lost team members. Lying on the ground, Fergus used his last strength to ask those who had arrived for help. Looking forward, Adam saw a monster with a cloud of something acidic around it. Feeling that more guests had come to see him, the yellow-skinned man turned around and asked whether he looked like a man or a god. The guy said that the monster looked like a white-haired 1.5-liter bottle with red eyes and delicate animal ears. The monster thought about Adam's description, and a loli appeared before his eyes. Realizing that he was being bullied, the local owner rushed at the boys. Camilla, seeing that Adam had rushed to their defense, warned him that this monster was very strong. But then, Rosalind Taylor, who had been silent the entire time, extended her finger forward and summoned a tree. The next second, a vine burst out from the ground and tried to hold off the enemy. However, she did not stop the demon at all, who tore apart the obstacle that had grown in his path. Rosalind was surprised at how easily the monster tore apart the flexible trunks. Meanwhile, the yellow-skinned one managed to reach Adam and deal a blow that took away 369 health points. The young man did not immediately understand what had happened and looked at the monster in surprise. The monster, seeing that his opponent remained standing on his feet, stared at him in confusion. Our hero, summoning the brass knuckles, smiled and assumed that the monster had failed to devour him. The next moment, Adam rushed forward and was able to do what his partners failed to do. He dealt damage to the demon. The girls standing nearby were surprised by the newcomer's skills. Benedict, looking at the killer, asked where an ordinary necromancer could get such power from. While everyone was discussing the player's power level, the battle on the battlefield was coming to an end. Adam, placing his foot on his defeated opponent, said that there were too many weirdos in this world. The defeated monster turned into dust. The team that observed the necromancer pronounced him strange. Looking at the proud young man, the group tried to guess where he got such abilities from. There were whispers among them that this might not be the real Adam, since he had killed a man without batting an eye. After listening to their partners, the girls looked at each other in fear, not knowing what to believe. At this time, a necromancer approached them and asked if they were okay, but was stopped by Fergus's cry. The man demanded that the young man not come near them and take his sword out of its sheath. Pointing the blade towards his partner, the killer asked how a beginner-level necromancer managed to kill a powerful monster. Putting the weapon aside, Adam wondered if the monster would help people. Not wanting to take the guy at his word, Fergus demanded that he prove the truth of his claims. Camilla defended the player, saying that he had always been with them and would not have had time to switch places with the puppet. Adam got tired of hearing complaints about himself, and he decided to show some of what his strength consists of. The boy waved his weapon and asked if a monster could have such a powerful weapon. The blonde looked happily at her partner and shouted that the monster definitely couldn't have such unique items. The men looked at Adam with displeasure because they no longer had any arguments against him. And then the realization came to Fergus's mind that the newcomer had A-rank items in his hands. Benjamin noticed the same thing, which was confirmed by the sly glance he cast in the direction of the killer. Determined to win Adam over, both players tried to convince him that there had been a mistake and that they should move on. Squinting, our hero thought that these two had given up too easily and suspected them of having bad intentions. Despite all the suspicions, the team moved on, since there was no point in staying in the clearing. When the men fell a little behind the main part of the group, they began to discuss Adam's equipment. Both came to the conclusion that a newbie necromancer shouldn't have A-rank items. Turning to Benjamin, Fergus suggested taking all the guys' things and then dividing them between themselves. When the swordsman doubted the reality of defeating the guy, the killer confidently said that they would definitely cope with the newbie. The men came to a common decision that they would attack the young man as soon as the opportunity presented itself. The events ahead forced the group to stop and analyze the surroundings. Camilla's nerves couldn't take it anymore, and, feeling a tremor throughout her body, she raised her finger and tried to attract the attention of the others. In front of the players stood a crowd of people whose appearance was somehow intimidating. Charlotte fearfully assumed that these were the ones who had failed to pass the copy. Suddenly, Rosalind's voice was heard from the side, calling the group to her. Coming closer to the girl, the guys saw that she was standing in front of an altar on which something was written. Having looked closely at the text, those present realized that the task of the secret kingdom could only be completed by making a sacrifice. Turning to the ghosts, Charlotte realized who they were and mentally pitied them. Before them were the demons of the lake, which were the people who had been sacrificed by their comrades. Camilla refused to accept that they would have to make a sacrifice to complete the mission. However, not all members of the group found the idea of sacrifice unpleasant. The men rushed forward with the aim of capturing Adam, who had the items they were interested in. Noticing movement behind her, the girl turned around and cried out in displeasure, asking the attackers what they were doing. Striking the young man in the back, the swordsman shouted that he was carrying out a mission from the secret kingdom. Refusing to believe in the meanness of his partners, Adam reminded them that he had recently helped them and not let them die. Fergus smiled madly and said that no one in this copy could be trusted. From the attacks of his comrades, our hero flew into the center of the altar, where sacrifices were usually made. Not wanting to miss the chance, the killer called on the second liar to attack and kill the necromancer. Benedict looked around in confusion, then asked his accomplice what was going on. Turning to Charlotte, the deceiver asked her where the altar was, but the girl refused to help him. Realizing that the swordswoman would be of no use, the man snapped and said that he would explain everything later. Armed, the former partners were determined to kill Adam no matter the cost. The necromancer lowered his head in disappointment and said that he had been warned about this, but he could never have imagined such a setup. Seeing the boy's determined attitude, the men doubted that they would be able to resist him. The girls standing aside were deciding whose side they should take and whether they should intervene in the squabble. At this moment, the men were already attacking the young man and hoping for their victory. Adam stood still and waited for his opponents to get closer to him, as he had the advantage in close combat. He successfully parried Fergus's first strike and was in no hurry to go on the attack. The young man's weapon withstood all attacks from the men. Benedict understood that victory would not be easy, and demanded that the boy give them his life. Adam came to the realization that all this time both villains had been aiming for his weapon, and after his death they wanted to take it for themselves. Not hearing an answer, the young man decided not to be distracted from the fight, otherwise the villain's plan could come true. Suddenly, Fergus heard a familiar female voice from his side, calling for Prores to attack. It was Charlotte who decided to side with the necromancer and not give the two impudent men an advantage in numbers. Putting the knight forward, the killer asked why the girl was fighting against her comrades. Looking sternly at Fergus, the swordswoman said that the boy had once helped her, and now she was repaying her debt. The man tried to convince her and said that if they killed the newcomer, they themselves would remain safe and sound. Rosalind watched everything that was happening silently, and it was clear from her expression that she was waiting for something. Preparing for the attack, Charlotte stated that nowhere was it written that one had to sacrifice one's partners. All this time, Adam successfully fought with Benedict, not letting him get close to him. Hearing the sound of a falling body behind him, the killer turned around and looked at his accomplice lying on the ground with incomprehension. The swordsman tried to analyze what the problem was and why he couldn't win against some newbie. Holding his weapon at the ready, Adam asked if those present had forgotten to ask about his sacrifice. Running up to his comrade, Fergus shouted that he was just a newbie and suggested that Benedict attack together. Feeling unfair, Charlotte was outraged by the men's actions and demanded that they not dare to think such a thing. A real battle between former members of the same group unfolded on the altar. In the heat of the fight, everyone lost sight of Rosalind, who pressed some button on the altar and something started happening around her. All the fighters sensed something was wrong, as everything began to swim before their eyes. The system reported that Rosalind had activated the sacrifice, and at that moment, pain shot through the men's heads. Adam realized that the attackers were undergoing a mental attack, which did not threaten him thanks to the pendant. Fergus, who had fallen to the ground, informed the others that the girl in the hood was to blame for what was happening. Turning around, everyone saw Miss Taylor standing next to the altar, holding something in her hand. Smiling unpleasantly, the girl said that she just wanted to complete the task. Gathering all his strength together, the man tried to get to the scoundrel, shouting at her about corruption. Unwilling to listen to the killer's insults, Rosalind activated the vine. She explained that she did not consider her actions to be bad, since her partners attacked Adam without good reason. The young man did not participate in the conversation, but noted the fact that the girl had no problem understanding how to activate the artifact. The Necromancer, recalling all the events, realized that Rosalind had always behaved confidently and most likely knew how to act here. Adam realized that this was probably not the first time Miss Taylor had passed through the secret kingdom. Unaware that not all members of the group were in pain, the girl walked away, activating the vine. The protagonist focused on the villain, not even noticing that flexible branches were curling around him. Having come to his senses in time, the young man began to actively destroy the shackles that had formed around him. The next moment he left the altar area, taking the two girls with him. Hearing a crash behind her, Rosalind turned around and couldn't believe her eyes, because Adam was there. Having put his burden on the ground, the guy asked the girl how she knew how to activate the altar. As the player moved towards the enemy, he assumed that Miss Taylor had originally planned to sacrifice her group. Removing her hood, Rosalind asked what the young man was talking about and used vine empowerment. A huge branch rose up from the ground in front of Adam, blocking his access to the girl. But the guy didn't lose his composure and used the technique of crazy strikes, confidently destroying obstacles. However, there were too many vines, and one of them wrapped around his weapon. Rosalind chuckled and said that a newbie would never be strong enough to handle her. The girl released the parasite from her palm, which flew towards the young man. The young man felt something dig into his neck and cause severe pain. Rosalind saw that the seed had reached its target and activated parasitize, causing germination to occur. Coming closer, the girl told the guy not to worry, as he would just become her next victim. When the opponent came unacceptably close, Adam decided to take advantage of the opportunity. He activated the corpse ring and took away 50% of his opponent's agility. The hero realized that the ring only lasted for 10 seconds, so he didn't have much time. The next moment, Adam activated the pendant, which added 30% of his strength. The mage said that the guy would not get any advantages due to the decrease in her agility, since he was a beginner. But the next moment the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Adam jumped up and began to approach his opponent, who realized that she did not have time to dodge. Not wanting to give up so quickly, the traitor decided to use her abilities again. A protection of vines appeared in front of Rosalind, which was supposed to prevent the Necromancer from reaching her. However, this did not frighten Adam, and he does not slow down for a second, believing in his strength. The hopes were justified, and the next moment the girl received a punch to the face. From the powerful impact, the villainess flew back and fell to the ground with a loud sound. Rising to her feet, she thought that some necromancer could have dealt her such a strong blow. When the young man approached Rosalind, she felt a little weak in her body, but she was not going to give up. But Adam was stronger due to all his artifacts and again hit his opponent, not giving her a chance. The girl tried to appeal to his pity, saying that the guy had no right to do such a thing, but it had no effect. Camilla and Charlotte, who were nearby, did not know how to react to the actions of their comrade. The system has warned that the corpse ring will soon be deactivated. At that moment, Rosalind accumulated her powers and tried to attack the hero, but he managed to defend himself. Frowning, the young man thought that because the ring's effect had worn off, he would no longer be able to attack. Clenching her fists, the girl promised Adam that she would remember him, because even her father had never beaten her like that before. Teleporting out of the inner world, she screamed that she would never forgive this. Looking at the remains of the portal traces, the guy said that if it weren't for the ring with the pendant, he might not have managed. Turning to his companions, the player raised his hand and told them that everything was fine. A second later, the girls were already embracing each other and screaming for Adam not to come near them. After some time, which was needed to calm the friends down, the group moved towards the altar. Camilla, looking at the remaining energy, reported that those two men were sacrificed. Charlotte, seeing the Necromancer activating his weapon, asked what he was going to do. On the way to his goal, the young man declared that the altar should not exist. The girls looked at him with confusion, but gradually the meaning of what was said dawned on them. Adam swung his dagger and struck it into the center of the area, causing streams of energy to spread in all directions. The system congratulated the hero on successfully absorbing the life energy of the altar, cleansing the soul and gaining experience. The young man understood why Rosalind planned to sacrifice them. The residual energy gives a lot of points, but there was something else that the Necromancer noticed. Energy penetrated the spear. However, thoughts about what had happened were interrupted by his partners, who approached Adam. Camilla thanked the guy for saving her and said that they decided to abandon this copy. Smiling at the girls, the guy told them that it was time to go to the lake. Approaching the pond, Charlotte said that the souls of the players who died here were freed after the destruction of the altar. Coming a little closer to the lake, Adam began to impatiently take off his outerwear. Camilla, seeing such a picture, closed her eyes, and the swordswoman pointed her weapon at the Necromancer and asked what he was doing. The young man admitted that he was cursed, so he needed to swim in the lake and showed his tattoo. Charlotte closed her eyes in embarrassment and said she thought Adam was overcome by an animalistic feeling. Not wanting to listen to such nonsense from his companion, the guy jumped into the water, leaving behind splashes of water. Camilla, taking off her dress, suggested that they also take a swim, suggesting that they too could have caught something here. After a while, Adam surfaced and took a deep breath of fresh air. Floating relaxedly, the Necromancer felt that the curse had disappeared, which gave him ease of movement. However, something was upsetting him. The seeds from Rosalind had sprouted in him, and it would not be so easy to get rid of them. Not far from the guy, girls were swimming in the lake, relaxing after a difficult mission. Looking dreamily into the distance, Camilla said that without Adam, they definitely wouldn't have passed the copy. And it was at that moment that the young man crashed into the log on which the girl was lying, which greatly embarrassed his companions. A few minutes later, all the remnants of the group were on the shore and putting on the clothes they had discarded. Before returning home, the blonde asked her friends for their contact information so she could contact them if necessary. While the Necromancer was seeing his partners off, the system warned that the copy had not been completely cleaned. But the guy understood that this task was beyond his capabilities for now, so there was no point in risking his life in vain. Returning to his world, Adam immediately went to the rector's office to report what had happened. The rector, hearing a familiar voice, jumped up from his seat and joyfully stated the fact that the student had returned. The man thought that this guy was not as simple as he seemed, because not every newbie would get out of the D-rank realm alive. Mr. Lambert said he was glad to have his ward back and asked for his little item to be returned. After activating the pendant, Adam thanked Edgar for it and said that he definitely wouldn't have managed without it. When the man came up to get his item, the hero felt sorry to give it up, and he did not open his hand. Having slapped the student for his greed, the rector went to his place, muttering that he would have defeated the student in any case. Adam asked what the +5 meant, and Edgar explained that it was a boost that an A-rank item gave. After the man's explanation, the Necromancer realized that it was because of this that his blade had become stronger and more durable. The rector remembered why he had sent the student to the copy and asked how things were going with the curse, and Adam said that he had removed it. After these words, Mr. Lambert let the boy go, and he immediately rushed to the exit, once again thanking the teacher for his help. When the main character was able to go outside, he immediately met Lewis Wood, who was walking towards him. The guy approached Adam and called him by name, which greatly surprised the Necromancer. Putting his hand on his chest, the star of last year's entrance exams admitted that he was at the entrance exams and came from the city of Su. At this moment, the player recognized the person who had approached, as he often appeared on the TV screen. Shaking hands with the main character, Louis suggested that he contact him if any questions or problems arise, after which the guys exchanged numbers and went their separate ways. However, judging by the expression on the blonde's face, there were far from rosy thoughts in his head. That night, lying on his bed, Adam thought that he had easily gotten rid of the curse. Otherwise, everything could have ended badly. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that it was time for him to rest so that his strength would be restored for new achievements. The next day, meeting with his comrades from the academy, Adam stood before the teacher. The man was puzzled why the Necromancer chose to specialize in physical training. The guy told David Morris that magicians also need variety, because without a strong physique, he will not be able to protect himself. The teacher said that despite the divine power, the player is still a Necromancer, and physical fitness is clearly not his thing. Adam did not give up, and, defending himself, said that it was his choice, and only he could decide which faculty to study at. Mr. Maurice gave in, calling the boy unreasonable and giving everyone personal cards. Thomas, having examined the piece of paper, turned his gaze to the teacher and asked what it was for. Davis said that their university has a special credit system, and you can exchange points for something valuable. Oliver hoped that points could be bought for rubles, but the teacher said that they were only given for achievements. The headman was disappointed that his family's finances would not provide any advantage here. A man's voice was heard nearby, gathering the students of the second group. Hearing this, Adam went towards the speaker. An unknown person observed everything that was happening, but did not reveal himself in any way. It was the professor of necromancy, Jason Carroll, and his appearance was terrifying. The guy walking towards the teacher felt a piercing gaze, but he didn't understand where it was coming from. When all the students had gathered, the teacher introduced himself as Ernest Stone, who was on level 35. The man warned that he does not deal with trash, so students should prepare for extra pressure. He said that the guys would suffer, and if someone lasted 5 minutes, they would remain in the group. One of the young men asked what would happen if they couldn't hold out. Ernest smiled creepily and said that in that case he would personally expel everyone from the university. After these words, the man clenched his fist, and red-black energy spread out from him in all directions. She filtered into the neat ranks of newcomers, and they all sensed that it would not be so easy. One guy asked where all this pressure was coming from, and immediately after that he doubted that anyone could withstand it for 5 minutes. The strong man turned to his friends and asked them not to give up, because even though the teacher was at an advanced level, they were no slouch either. The man who observed the actions of his charges appreciated the students' support, and noted it as a positive thing. The guy suggested that those around him gather together and repel Mr. Stone's attack. He confidently said that no one would be eliminated today if they all united and attacked the teacher together. Since no one spoke out against it, the young man concluded that everyone was on his side. After this, all those present began to divide into a group, trying to choose a larger partner. Another thug standing next to Adam approached him and suggested that they team up. Gradually, all the newcomers were divided into teams, and only one main character remained uninvolved. Denise Bishop approached him and offered to join, to which the Necromancer agreed. The student asked why Adam, with such a thin physique, chose physical cultivation. Hearing the question from his comrade, the main character admitted that he was a necromancer, and everyone who heard this was surprised. But Denise was the most surprised of all, and didn't even immediately figure out what to answer. Adam calmly reported that he was on the 14th level. The guy couldn't get his head around the fact that a necromancer had appeared in their group of cultivators. Seeing that his partner was upset, the young man tried to cheer him up and said that he was stronger than many cultivators. The newcomer standing nearby felt sorry for Denise, who had gotten involved with a useless necromancer. Adam didn't understand why no one believed him and crossed his arms over his chest, offended. Deciding to believe the guy, the strong man said that he would protect him as long as he summoned the undead. The teacher's patience ran out, and he asked if everyone was prepared for the upcoming attack. The line of students simultaneously responded that they were all ready and took up fighting stances. Seeing the guy's excitement, Mr. Stone warned that in that case he would start and activated his abilities. A fire tiger rushed towards the group, opening its mouth wide and intending to attack. The first one he came across was Adam, who didn't even think about running away and looking for shelter. The only thing the young man managed to think was that he was the one getting it again. But suddenly, Dennis wedged himself between the fiery predator and the necromancer and struck the enemy. The summoned beast switched to the strong man and, throwing him back, rushed after its target. The boys watching the battle were amazed at how easily the tiger repelled the attack of one of the strongest students. Mr. Stone decided to immediately show his charges a couple of techniques so that in the future they would not be so confident in themselves. But then Adam Miller confidently stepped forward, raising his fist to strike and not doubting his actions at all. However, one hit against the fire beast took away almost 1,000 points from the health bar. The young man didn't expect that cultivators had such strength, because he had never received damage from his own attack before. For the teacher, such a powerful blow from the student was a surprise, especially since the student was a necromancer. It was a novelty for the man that one of the students was able to withstand his attack and repel it. Mr. Stone looked at the guy with pleasure, and could not believe that he had come across such a persistent student. Wanting to test the limits of Adam's strength, Ernest increased his attack and began to observe the reaction. The protagonist, who knew nothing about the man's plans, was surprised by the increased brightness of the energy. The guy had no choice but to take the blow and defend himself in time. The students watching the fight did not understand how an ordinary necromancer could withstand 2 attacks from the teacher. Denise Bishop, who considered himself the strongest student in the class, was amazed at the strength of his new acquaintance. At this time, Adam tried with all his might to resist the fire tiger, which was in critical proximity. As a result, he was able to destroy the beast, although it was not as easy as he would have liked. Feeling euphoric about his victory, the young man realized that the teacher was targeting him. Raising his crazy eyes, filled with the radiance of power, Adam asked Mr. Stone if he had been beaten. Hearing such an appeal to the teacher, Dennis shouted to his friend not to anger the teacher. But what was said cannot be taken back, and Ernest had already heard what was intended for him, and mentally applauded the necromancer. Folding his arms across his chest, the man confidently stated that the player would definitely not be able to withstand the next attack. Building up the energy around himself, the teacher declared that he would now be Adam's patron. Getting as close to the guy as possible, Ernest clenched his fists and threw everything in the direction of the student. At the same time, Mr. Stone shouted the name of the attack, Power Fist. Realizing that it would be foolish to give up now, the young man prepared to strike back. The collision of two powerful energies sent dust and particles flying in different directions from the concrete platform. Adam noticed that the sleeve of his shirt had torn from the strain. The next moment, the young man flew back several dozen meters, and the teacher remained standing in place. Hitting the ground with his back, the boy felt blood pouring out of his mouth. His classmates, who had recently been amazed by the Necromancer's abilities, watched his fall and even sympathized. Looking at the victim, Mr. Stone called Denise and ordered him to take the victim to the medical room. But unexpectedly for himself, Ernest saw that Adam's body still had strength, and leaning his hand on the ground, he began to rise. Leaning against a tree and shaking all over, the young man managed to get to his feet and tried to say something. Having gathered all his remaining strength, the main character declared that he had survived, although only crumbs of 240 points remained of his health. All the students opened their mouths in surprise, and already refused to believe that this guy was a necromancer. Barely standing on his feet, Adam shouted towards Ernest that he was going to continue the fight, but feeling helplessness creeping up on him, the young man could only stick out his middle finger in an obscene gesture and fall back. During the flight, the young man tried to send the man away, but Adam's strength left him faster, and he didn't have time to finish the sentence, as the damage was added by the blow to his head on the concrete. As if in a delirium, the boy saw a stranger approach the teacher and reprimand him for what happened on the training field. Opening his eyes after some time, Mr. Miller realized that he was in a hospital room. Ernest immediately approached him and declared that he would now always help and cover for him, since the student had withstood the blow. At that moment, Mr. Carroll entered the room and looked at Adam with an attentive gaze. A scandal immediately broke out among the teachers regarding where the young man should study. Mr. Stone argued that everyone should be in good physical shape, regardless of class. Turning to the guy, Jason tried to reason with him and asked why he needed physical education classes. When Adam declared that this direction suited him better, he greatly angered the Necromancer, who immediately activated his powers. Whirlwinds of energy began to swirl behind the man, growing larger with each passing second. And after they reached the required size, a huge paw appeared from inside. The next moment, almost all the free space in the chamber was occupied by a huge dragon, which let out a terrible roar. Mr. Carroll reported that necromancers are not helpless, and can destroy an entire army without moving. Watching the performance, Ernest could do nothing but smirk in displeasure. The man said that if Adam agreed to transfer to his faculty, he would personally teach the student everything necessary. The boy felt that he wanted it, but due to his zero will, he was unable to even call upon ordinary soldiers. With great bitterness in his soul, the young man said that he wanted to stay in the physical training class. Realizing that he had lost the battle for the student, the man became upset and said that he accepted his decision. Taking a card out of his pocket, Jason gave it to the young man and said that with its help, he could always find him at the teacher's headquarters. Finally, Mr. Carroll warned that if Adam ever changed his mind, he was ready to accept him for training and went into the portal. Looking at the disappearing professor, the protagonist thought about all the abilities of necromancers and regretted his inferiority. However, Ernest didn't let the guy be sad for long and said that he was waiting for him at class tomorrow. The next second class of physical training, I stood in front of my teacher and waited for the transfer. It turned out that the man had decided to transfer his students to a C-rank copy, but he kept the purpose a secret. This inner world had dense green vegetation and high mountains. Gradually, all the students found themselves in place, and Mr. Stone watched them all the while from a large stone. After making sure that everything was in place, he announced that the students' task for today was to meditate in the dark forest until sunset. A guy standing nearby asked what could be difficult about meditation. Instead of answering, the man picked up a small stone that was lying next to his boot. The next moment, he threw the projectile towards the dense forest, and the reaction was immediate. Instead of a whole stone, after a second, only its chopped-up particles remained in space. Most of the students were frightened by this effect, and some suggested the presence of ghosts in the forest. Seeing the boy's reaction, the teacher said that as long as he was here, no one present would die. When one of the students asked about the meaning of this task, the man said that they would be able to hone their willpower. But there was something else. But they would only recognize this effect when they went under the treetops. Not wanting to wait for the others to decide on action, Dennis declared that he would go first and moved forward. When he stepped into dangerous territory, everyone noticed, as waves of energy began to spread from his feet. The next moment, the young man felt the effect Ernest was talking about. Injections of energy rained down from all sides. Watching Denise meekly sit down to meditate, Mr. Stone began placing bets on how long the student would last. Turning away, the teacher told the rest of his charges to go inside and warned that the defense should not fall below 100. Left behind everyone, Adam asked what he should do if she still fell below the designated minimum. The man smiled and said that in that case, death would occur after some time. The guy didn't want to be called up, but circumstances forced him to, and he reported that his defense was equal to 6 points. The teacher was surprised and asked how Adam could fight without protection. Without looking the man in the eyes, the young man admitted that he was a little healthier than others. Opening his stats, the player said that he currently has 4,630 life points. Ernest was shocked when he heard the number the student had named, as it was rare to find something like that anywhere. Watching the guy confidently move towards the test, the man thought that he looked more like a boss than a necromancer. As soon as Adam entered the forest, energy began to take away 20 health points from him for each injection. Sitting down on the ground, the guy came to the conclusion that he could do without protection for now. After some time, watching his classmates, the guy saw the tension on their faces. After analyzing his stats, Adam realized that his defenses were starting to improve, which meant he needed to continue training. Standing outside the forest, Ernest was worried that due to the necromancer's low defense level, he might cause problems. The entire second group was meditating as instructed by the teacher, but suddenly a strange sound was heard above them. Looking up, the students saw a huge spider there, which clearly did not have peaceful qualities. Mr. Stone jumped up and stopped destroying the beast, as he could not allow a tragedy to happen during his work. The giant's shadow loomed over Adam, who, unaware of anything, was pumping up his defenses. The black web spider was a level 33 monster, and had the skills of binding and entangling. Looking up at the monster, the young man could not believe that it was an ordinary monster. Ernest, standing between his students and the uninvited guest, prepared to protect them at all costs. The man raised his fist to strike, which meant that the enemy had no chance of survival. The next moment, the teacher attacked the spider in the face, deftly dodging its paws. The blow, into which Mr. Stone put all his strength, destroyed the monster instantly. Adam, who was watching what was happening, realized that yesterday during training, the teacher had used only a small part of his strength. Ernest, covered in slime, turned to his students and informed them that everything was now okay, and they could continue training. Smiling, the man said that the boys would not leave here until they could fight the same spider on their own. Without opening his eyes, Adam thought that they couldn't sit in the C-rank copy forever since they needed to train. 2 hours later, many of the students gave up and began moving towards the exit to the safe zone. The main character, who remained in place, was worried that due to the low defense, he would not last long here. At this moment, the seed on his neck activated, and the skill that was used was called absorption. A green glow spread around Adam, and the nearby trees and grasses began to give him their power. Feeling his body fill with energy, the young man realized that it was Rosalind Taylor's semen. At that moment, the guy felt gratitude towards the traitor, because if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this test. Somewhere far from where Adam was training, that same Rosalind sneezed loudly. Rubbing her nose, the girl felt how the parasite she had planted became active. Thanks to this, Miss Taylor was able to understand where exactly the person she hated was. After some time, only a couple of people remained sitting in the forest, and our hero was among them. Those who gave up and left the training field were amazed by the endurance of those who remained. Ernest was also pleased with his students, and especially with the Necromancer, from whom he did not expect such persistence. However, the man could not understand how this frail boy managed to keep up with the strongest. The teacher was sure that everything would end soon, since Denise had great potential, and Adam was no match for him. At that moment, a student who had remained inside with Mr. Bishop and the Necromancer fell out of the protective dome. Feeling that his strength was running out, the strong man hoped that his comrade's strength would soon run out, and that he would be the last one to leave here. The classmates, who had come to their senses after the meditation, began to guess which of the two would last longer. Most of the votes were against Adam, but judging by his imperturbable face, he was not going to go out to the others. But Deniz's condition was questionable. The guy's appearance left much to be desired. Ernest, who was watching the students, ordered the boy to stop and move to the safe zone. When the students realized that Mr. Bishop had dropped out of the race, they were very surprised. The teacher who was watching Adam decided that he would let the Necromancer reveal his potential and hold on as long as he could. In the inner world, night had already begun, but the main character was still holding on thanks to the energy of the trees. Mr. Stone had every reason to feel proud of his student, but there was no time left to continue since it was dangerous to be here due to the darkness. Approaching the student, Ernest ordered him to finish and go out to the others. Adam did not want to argue with his mentor, and agreed to his terms without any problems. As he walked towards the exit, the young man thought that this was a very nice place, and it was great to be here. After activating his attributes, he saw that he had managed to gain 17 defense points in one day. Among the other students who watched Adam, questions arose about how much longer he could hold out. Stepping forward in line, the man announced that everyone could now go and rest, as there would be a continuation tomorrow. A few days later, a young man was walking through the university grounds, thinking about training in a C-rank copy. Thanks to Rosalind's seed, his defenses had increased greatly over the past few days. Suddenly, his company from the academy appeared behind the guy, and the members joyfully called out to him. Brooke, who reached her comrade faster than anyone else, suggested that he create his own guild. The girl said that guilds have many advantages, such as the passage of exclusive copies, guild wars, and much more. Smiling, our hero said that he didn't mind, but now he had to go to class. The blonde said that in that case they would submit an application for now and asked Adam to come as soon as he finished his business. Oliver said that he was not against creating a guild, but only if he became the leader. In the inner world, 2 teachers stood in front of the place from where students were transported into the forest for meditation. The man approached Ernest and asked if the rumors about the appearance of a real genius in his group were true. Rubbing his beard, Mr. Stone thought that perhaps the term genius suited Adam perfectly. During the time the young man was undergoing the tests, he was able to raise his defense level to 500 points. The Necromancer felt that with this training, he had almost made a breakthrough. It was at this moment that golden swirls of the portal began to form in front of him. A moment later, the mechanical queen appeared in front of him, opening her eyes and turning her gaze to her acquaintance. Adam immediately realized who was in front of him, and asked the girl what she was doing there. The blonde said that there was a special energy in the young man's body, and it helped transform into this body. The young man didn't expect that Rosalind's seed would help the Empress awaken. She said that the Necromancer had agreed to help her observe the outside world, and now he must fulfill his promise. Without waiting for an answer from the young man, the girl moved towards him, raising her hand towards his head. Golden channels of energy poured into the Necromancer, who jumped out of his place and penetrated inside. The Empress asked the player to relax, warning that it would hurt at first, but would get easier later. When it was all over, a voice came into the young man's head and said that she now heard the same thing as he did. The girl will also hear the thoughts of her wearer and see the same images as he does. Adam thought with displeasure that now the Empress would be able to read his thoughts, which meant no secrecy. But then an idea came into the young man's head that could help him from listening to personal thoughts. An image of the queen appeared in the Necromancer's head, dressed only in a white towel and smiling invitingly. The girl's vulnerable psyche could not withstand such thoughts, and she said that she no longer wanted to read his thoughts. Smiling slyly, Adam thought that now everything was fine and he didn't need to worry about at least his own thoughts. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that since his defense had increased, he should move on. At this time, Brooke used all her strength to hold the shield in her hands. The rest of the team also defended themselves from the attacks of the villains, who outnumbered the newcomers in numbers and strength. Feeling a sense of injustice, the girl asked how they could have offended the strangers. The offenders were members of the Fire Guild, and its representative said that honor points were required to increase the guild's level. The deputy leader said that each new guild is given these points and they only need them, nothing more. Thomas, who had been learning a little more about the student groups, reported that it was the Slayers Guild. Feeling afraid, the fat man said that he reported what was happening to his brother, and he would be here soon. Oliver, in desperation, admitted that Adam was stronger than him, but said that even with him they would not be able to cope with these scoundrels. Wanting to delay the moment when their points would be taken away, the former headman attacked the deputy head of the fire. However, the young man was not afraid, and when the guy got to him, he asked why he was so angry. But the questions were just a distraction, because the next moment the scoundrel attacked Oliver. Brooke, who had been watching her rivals tensely the whole time, called out to her comrade in fear. Michael Clark, which was the name of the attacker, asked the blonde if he was the head of the new guild. The members of Pozara standing behind asked why they were creating a new group if its members had no strength. Feeling humiliated, Oliver glared at the boys who were talking. At that moment, Adam appeared behind everyone, trying to assess the situation from afar. Since he didn't like what he realized, the young man activated the brass knuckles in his hands. Thomas noticed his friend approaching and, switching to a hysterical tone, asked him to speed up. Unaware of the impending danger, Mikhail looked at the Necromancer and only laughed at the new recruit. Noticing the glow on Adam's hand, the deputy assumed that he was also waving his fists. Feeling the excitement rising inside him, the young man told his opponent that he had guessed correctly. Wanting a quick victory, the enemy ran up to the main character and tried to attack him. However, he received the opposite effect, and the Necromancer's energy splashed in all directions. A column of dust rose up from the site where the battle took place, limiting visibility for some time. Adam, who was not hurt at all, asked why his opponent was so weak and offered to order food. What was happening angered the deputy head, as he put 80% of his strength into the strike, but was unable to break through the defense. Realizing that he had not been dealt a simple opponent, the guy moved on to more powerful skills and activated Killing Strike. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't hit his target since his opponent was more agile. Worried about the outcome of the battle, Brooke shouted at her friend to continue dodging. The guild members were confident that Killing Blow, coupled with Michelle's physical level, would be fatal to the newbie. The blows rained down on Adam one after another, but they never hit him. This angered Mr. Clark, and he could not understand what kind of defense his opponent was using. Hope for victory appeared in Thomas's eyes, as he realized that his brother had become much stronger over the past period. The enemy's supporters were puzzled as to why the deputy's blows did not harm this scoundrel. The leader of the Fire Guild watched the battle taking place nearby. The two young men stood frozen opposite each other, and neither was going to give up so easily. Deciding to egg his opponent on, Adam announced that it was now his turn to attack. The next moment, the Necromancer changed his palm into a fist and decided to simply hit Michelle without using any techniques. Sensing that this situation was not so simple, the scoundrel tried to put a block forward. The subordinate standing behind shouted that their deputy would definitely be able to deal with the brat. The guy decided to fight to the end and began to activate his best close combat skills again. A moment later, the opponent's fists met, but the strength of one of them clearly prevailed. Adam was able to deal critical damage to the guild's deputy with his first blow, even though he didn't use all of his strength. The offender lay on the ground and could no longer fight, as he had received severe injuries. Coming closer to his opponent, the young man said that today's youth are stubborn and do not respect those who are stronger. Realizing that their man had lost the battle, the members of the Fire prepared to enter the fray and defend the honor of their group. But suddenly they were stopped by a quiet but stern voice, which they were forced to obey. The guild leader slowly moved towards the battle and informed his subordinates that they were all no match for this newcomer. As the stranger approached, Adam felt his energy and realized that he was at least of average rank. When the guy approached the main character, he said that his name was William Shelton, and then asked if the Necromancer was the leader. Oliver, hearing this question, shouted that he was the leader and that the name, the Guild of Assassins, was invented by him. William told Adam that the battle would end with them fighting, and the losing side would pay the other their honor points. Brooke was outraged that a mid-ranked player decided to fight a newbie, ignoring Oliver's outrage. While waiting for an answer from the enemy, the head of the Fire decided to hurry him up and asked what the Necromancer had decided. Smiling, the protagonist decided to accept the terms of the deal and said that he agreed. After these words, William rushed towards the young man, without even giving him a chance to prepare himself. But Adam had expected such actions from this man, so he readily parried the blow. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy took a closer look at the enemy and made sure that he was still of middle rank. Here a sword appeared in William's hands, which was already rushing towards the Necromancer with all available speed. The weapon passed dangerously close to our hero's body, but he still managed to dodge. The next attack was not long in coming, but this time the blade flew past the guy's face. Feeling bloody tears pouring from his eyes, Adam realized that there was a killer in front of him. Because of the poison that got on the young man's mucous membrane, he could hardly see anything and had to act intuitively. Realizing that his actions were dishonorable, William said that in battle, the main thing is victory, and who the enemy is does not matter. The next moment, the villain swung and hit the newcomer, taking advantage of his advantage. He was able to reach the guy's chest, so the attack caused damage to Adam. Thomas and Brooke saw what was happening on the battlefield and became very worried about the condition of their comrade. The young man fell on his back and put his hands out in front of him in a defensive gesture, hoping that this would help him. Since William had no concept of honor, he once again took out the poison dagger and rushed to attack. The scoundrel was already preparing to celebrate his victory, as the weapon was in front of the main character's face. But then a blue glow began to appear around Adam, which meant that not all was lost. It was at this moment that the head of the guild began to suspect that everything that was happening now was nothing more than a show. All fear disappeared from our hero's actions, and he, raising his palm forward, sent the dagger back with one click. However, using a little more force than necessary, Adam, along with the weapon, threw back its owner. Seeing his life bar rapidly drop, William tried to understand what had just happened. The Necromancer's secret was that he did not fight alone. He was helped by the Queen, whom he asked to be careful. Turning his back to his opponent, the young man announced that today he was admitting defeat and giving the victory to the newcomer. However, the system notified William that a member of another guild had activated the corpse ring. Our hero said that the blonde had no right to accept defeat and leave after he had hurt another person. Without any warning, Adam rushed towards the scoundrel, wanting to teach him a lesson in politeness. William, feeling anger rising inside him, asked the student if he was trying to corner him. But the guy didn't wait for an answer. However, the newcomer's fist hit the head of the fire in the face. The attack was so strong that the blonde flew back several meters. The young men he was subordinate to were afraid for him, and some even rushed to his aid. But William found the strength in himself and stood up, calling Adam a bastard for the actions he had taken. The mid-ranked player decided to take the fight, but this time he was going to use more serious abilities. Several pink needles flew out from the guild leader's open mouth, which clearly contained poison. They flew at high speed towards the main character, who was deciding what he should do next. With no time left, Adam put his hand forward, which took the full blow. Feeling his hand becoming weak, the Necromancer concluded that he had been poisoned again. Realizing that if things continued like this, he might lose, the guy attacked his opponent with a kick to the chin. While the enemy had not yet recovered from the previous attack, the young man had already prepared a new one. William couldn't understand how he, a mid-ranking player, could be humiliated by some newbie. Not wanting to engage in dialogue with the villain, Adam activated the Fist of the Raging Wind. In response to this, the boy intensified his attack with poisoned needles that flew out of him. Having dodged all the projectiles, our hero landed on the ground and did not understand what he needed to do next. The angry enemy sent more and more poisoned darts into the air. When a rain of poisonous arrows formed above the main character, he realized that he could not dodge it. But since Adam had no means of protection, he again decided to use the already affected area of the body, his hands. Seeing that all the arrows had hit their target, William used his new ability, Inner Binding. At that moment, the Necromancer felt that he no longer had the ability to move at his own discretion. Moving towards his opponent, the blonde explained that any warrior class player would lose their ability to move when touched by an arrow. As he approached, the young man asked Adam what it was like to be completely immobilized. William patted the Necromancer on the cheek and asked if he was the one who was acting tough a minute ago. The members of the Fire Guild were already beginning to celebrate their leader's victory over the newcomer. The comrades, watching how William was behaving, hoped that their comrade had another ace up his sleeve. With his arms outstretched, the blonde said that Adam was the strongest rookie he had ever met. But suddenly for the guy, his opponent tried to say something, which was impossible under the influence of the poison. William looked at the Necromancer with disbelief, hoping that what had happened had only seemed so to him. But his expectations were not met, and the young man admitted that he had never been a warrior class player. Recalling certain moments of the battle, the leader found it difficult to believe that his opponent was of a different rank. William refused to believe that Adam, with his level of strength and protection, was anyone else. Swinging his arm, the blonde said that there was no point in talking anymore, and tried to attack. The young man's hand rushed towards his opponent to destroy him. One of the guild members said that all rivals always lose to their boss. Thomas and Brooke lost hope that their friend could win this fight and looked at him with fear. William's fist was getting closer to Adam with each passing moment, but at the last moment the main character was able to put his palm forward, which stopped the attack. Taking advantage of the pause, the young man asked why the head of the fire did not believe him when he admitted that he was not a warrior. But the scoundrel's face showed all the emotions he felt about what had just happened. Adam decided to take advantage of William's confusion and attacked him without delay, giving him no chance to resist. The guy asked how the main character could move if he was trapped, because he shouldn't have this ability. Moving quickly towards the villain, the player once again stated that he was not a warrior, but was simply born strong. By stabbing the guild leader in the chest, the young man lowered his health bar and admitted that he was actually a necromancer. Blood spurted out of William's mouth, and his eyes widened in fear, as he did not expect such a strong attack. Wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible, Adam raised his fist for another blow, and his eyes burned with the rage he felt. The blow reached its target, and the guy flew to the other end of the court, despite the fact that he was much stronger than the necromancer. The subordinates, suspecting that their superior was seriously injured, rushed towards him, wanting to help. But William did not appreciate their zeal, as he was unconscious, and with his whole appearance showed that their guild had lost. At this time, Adam had already appeared behind them, moving towards the opponents, wondering which of them would be next. The members of the fire were not stupid, and understood that they had no chance of winning, so they surrendered immediately. The system reported that the Assassin's Guild won the guild war, so all honor points go to the winning team. Adam's friends immediately ran up to him, looking at him with concern and asking how he was feeling. After making sure that the main character was completely fine, Thomas decided to tell one unpleasant piece of news about Brooke. Turning his gaze to the girl, the necromancer saw a shield in her hands that could no longer perform its functions. Adam thought that since he no longer needed to train his defense in the dark forest, he could head to the copy for a new shield. Having looked into his subconscious, the guy asked the queen in which copy the equipment he needed could drop. I looked seriously at the player. The girl said that she knows one such, but does not advise him to go there, since he can handle even dogs there. After some time, returning his thoughts to his friends, the Necromancer told Brooke that he would be able to get a new shield from the dungeon. The defender, putting on a serious expression, said that she was going to go there with the guy. Not wanting to argue with the blonde, Adam moved forward and told her that in that case they would go together. Suddenly, Thomas's playful voice was heard from behind, saying that there was no telling what might happen while they were alone at night. Having heard the indecent hint from her partner, a blushing Brooke turned to him and promised to rip out his tongue for such words. When the friends teleported to the copy, the system reported that they were in a D-rank pseudo-dungeon. Stopping near the entrance, Brooke asked if Adam really wanted to go inside, to which he asked her not to be afraid. In his mind, the young man turned to the queen, clarifying that this was definitely the dog dungeon she had spoken of. However, the girl said that she was not afraid for herself, but for the fact that she would become a burden to her comrade without her shield. Smiling, the Necromancer patted the girl on the head and asked her to relax and not think about it. At the same time, the player placed his hand on the purple circle, which made it possible to begin the passage of the copy. The dungeon was created by Hades as a world where every living being goes after death. Suddenly, the young man heard Brooke calling him and asking him to wake up, as it was time for them to move forward. Opening his eyes, Adam saw his friend's worried face and tried to look around. Having gathered his strength, he stood up and asked his partner if they were really in the dungeon now. Brooke said that they were in the world of the dead from legends and asked if this meant that they were dead. Opening his characteristics, the Necromancer reported that most likely not, since they had not received any such notifications. The girl asked if this meant that they were here as living beings, and at that time Adam noticed something interesting. The young man's attention was drawn to the cross with yellow stones that hung around his girlfriend's neck. Noticing the guy's intense gaze, Brooke blushed with embarrassment and asked what he was looking at. But the player asked her not to move, and then he reached his hand towards the thing that interested him. When Adam picked up the cross, the protector realized that he was not going to do any of the things she had managed to come up with. Looking down, the girl said that she never wore pendants, which meant that this one appeared after they entered the copy. Looking at her friend, Brooke suggested that he check to see if he had the cross, which he did immediately. Pulling a pendant out from under his shirt, Adam said that he was most likely the subject of the mission. The system reported that the #1 task for players is to cross the gates of hell and reach the Acheron River without losing the cross. When a portal appeared in front of her comrades, the girl said that she had heard about this before. The gates of hell are the entrance to the dungeon. After listening to his friend, the Necromancer moved towards the opened entrance and suggested starting the mission. Brooke asked where they should go, to which Adam suggested following the silhouette that appeared ahead. It was a ghost that moved straight ahead, not paying attention to the small group of living people. After walking a short distance, the boys saw a sea of spirits who were clearly expecting something. Looking closer, the students saw that the ghosts were actually standing in a line that led to a tall building. In the arch of the building there was a poisonous green portal, which, according to the mission objectives, the players were supposed to get into. Brooke, hoping for an optical illusion, asked her friend if there were definitely souls of the dead ahead, and received a positive answer. Adam said that it could not be otherwise, since ahead of them were the gates of the underground kingdom of the dead. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a 3-headed dog rushed towards the transparent people with obvious bad intentions. The next moment, one of the dog's heads approached the spirit and swallowed it. The system reported that in front of the player there is a Cerberus, which has a level of 29 and 6,000 health points. Looking into the subconscious, the Necromancer asked the queen whether these were the dogs she had in mind earlier, and she confirmed his guess. Brooke reminded them that the quest required them to pass through the gate and asked how they would be able to do this. The young man confidently closed his eyes and declared that he was always lucky, so his girlfriend didn't have to worry. That is why in a moment Adam found himself in the jaws of a beast, for which it made no difference whether the person was alive or a soul. The monster suddenly raised its muzzle upward, tossed the young man into the air and sent him straight into the throat. The girl who remained standing on the ground was terribly frightened by what was happening and began to call her friend in hysterics. Another skill the dog had was spitting poisonous saliva, which he was about to use now. The monster opened its mouth and a poisonous substance poured out of it towards the defender, covering her from head to toe. The girl immediately realized that the beast was using poison, as her health began to decline rapidly. Ignoring the discomfort she was causing, Brooke mustered all her strength and screamed for Cerberus to spit out her friend. The system reported that the heroine had acquired poison resistance, as she had been under the influence of the dog's poison for more than 100 seconds. The student was surprised by the new ability, because she had never even dreamed of such a thing. Suddenly the beast roared, which caught Brooke off guard as she expected an attack to come her way. Looking up, the girl began to wonder what was happening to the three-headed rival. The head of a huge dog landed next to the defender, with a poisonous cloud still escaping from its mouth. A second later, Adam jumped out of the fallen part of the dog, without a single scratch on him. The guy thought he was very lucky because he managed to stick a spear across his opponent's throat. Extending his hand to his friend, the Necromancer shouted to her that she needed to run before the dog came to its senses. The demon, despite the fact that one of his heads hung helplessly, tried to catch up with his elusive prey. As he crossed the portal line, Adam's only thought was whether or not he would be able to get his weapon back. The system congratulated the players on completing the task, and informed them that they must now cross the river without losing the cross. Adam called Brooke and drew her attention to the fact that a boat was approaching the shore. Coming a little closer, the guys saw a gray-haired man who was trying to bring his boat to the shore. Noticing the boys, he introduced himself as the boatman, Karen, who was transporting those who had arrived on the other side of Acheron. But then Karen announced that in order to cross the reservoir, passengers must pay the required fee. Taking money from his inside pocket, Adam handed it to the boatman and asked him to take it across. From all sides, ghosts rushed towards the boat, who had been waiting for their crossing for years, since they did not have payment with them. The spirits saw nothing in front of them except a ship that began to sail away from the shore. However, Karen did not allow beggars onto his boat, and stood next to the edge from where they could climb in. The man waved an oar to prevent uninvited passengers from boarding. Having got rid of the fastest ones, the boatman began to row quickly so that the rest would not have time to reach them. Standing on the bow, Adam wondered why the spirits couldn't swim across the river on their own. Charon grinned and invited the passenger to stick his hand outside the boat. The young man did what the old man suggested, and small waves immediately appeared on the water, as if from a drop. A moment later, a clawed hand emerged from under the water's surface and tried to grab the young man. And after a couple of seconds, there were a huge number of hands, and they all wanted to get their hands on the loot. Taking his hand back, Adam asked what kind of creatures these were, looking with horror at the bodies that appeared above the water. Brooke assumed that these were the unfortunate ones who tried to cross the river on their own, and failed. The man said that the creatures were doomed to spend eternity in the icy waters, and would drag anyone they came across there. The boatman raised his oar above himself and said that soon the students would also go there, and the boys froze in anticipation after this phrase. Charon cried out that the passengers were not dead, and had deceived him by using living world money to pay for their passage. The ferryman swung his weapon sharply, and struck Adam with the intention of causing him to fall into the river and be taken away by the dead. The boatman's plan was realized, and our hero fell from the ship, which greatly frightened Brooke, who was still inside. The first thing the young man felt when he touched the Acheron River was cold, darkness, and disgust. Feeling that their swamp could be filled with a new monster, the dead man spread his fingers, wanting not to miss the man. With every moment, the boy became closer and closer to his death. But at the last moment, Brooke was able to recover from the shock and grabbed his wrist. Seeing that Adam was being grabbed by several hands, the girl shouted at him, trying to hurry him up. However, the friends forgot about Charon, who came up to the shield from behind and ordered her to go to the bottom as well. But when the man raised his oar to send the blonde into the river, someone stopped him. Adam managed to jump into the boat and activate the corpse ring, which helped the students escape. Feeling that Brooke was in his way, the young man jumped over her and confidently headed towards the carrier. Approaching Karen so that he could engage in close combat, the Necromancer raised his fist to strike. The attack was so powerful that blood poured from the man's mouth and he flew back. The only obstacle that saved the boatman from falling into the water was the structure that stood behind him. After watching the flight, the young man was surprised at how weak his opponent was. Charon, lying at the bottom with his chest pierced, said that Adam was finished, since he, while alive, penetrated into the dungeon and killed the boatman. Not wanting to listen to the man's nonsense, the guy walked up to him and kicked him into the water. The boatman spent the last moments of his life looking up and not believing that he had been killed by someone who was one step away from death. Gradually, the monsters pulled him to the bottom, and Karen had no chance of salvation. Brooke, watching the carrier go underwater, wondered if this would be a problem. Adam assured his friend that everything would be fine, since this place, although a dungeon, was still just a copy. When the students swam to the shore, they saw two more travelers. The man and woman stood next to the living Karen, who looked with displeasure towards the new arrivals. The friends immediately tensed up, as they did not expect to see the one who had been killed some time ago. Seeing the reaction of the newcomers to the carrier, the unknown man said that this was not the same Karen, and asked why the guys killed the man. Adam, squinting his eyes in displeasure, said that they had no choice, since the boatman was trying to throw them into the river. The man clicked his tongue and said that the travelers knew nothing about the copy, so they had fallen into the carrier's trap. The stranger warned that killing the boatman meant that the friends would have a hard time on the first circle of the dungeon's hell. But at that moment, Brooke approached the speakers, and the man rushed to her with an offer to tell the secrets of the first circle of hell. He said that the first circle, also known as the Judgment Hall of Hell, judges the sins of those who enter. Since the guys killed Karen, they will definitely be considered the worst of the worst and sent to hell for eternal torment. And then he told the girl that nothing would happen to them as long as they were with him, because he had already cleared this copy several times. The blonde was surprised by such words and asked what it meant, since the reward was only given for the first completion. With his hands on his hips, the man said his name was Larry Thornton and he was a replica guide. Adam remembered that there was this shady job where you took money from people to lead them through copies. Pointing his hand at the woman, Larry said that she was his client for this visit and asked Brooke if she wanted to join them. The stranger, her eyes wide with amazement, asked why the guide was so kind to the crooks, since she was currently paying him. Larry told the woman that his job was only to guide her through the copy, not to monitor her mood. Feeling anger rising inside her, the client agreed with the guide's words and said that they needed to move on. Watching her partners walk away, Brooke asked what they were going to do, and Adam said that they would have to follow them. Eventually, the small group reached the courtroom of the first circle of hell after some time. Walking ahead, Larry inquired about the impressions of his charges. Turning to the group, the man announced that everyone was to keep their mouths shut once they entered. After making sure everyone had heard him, the guide opened the wooden doors, revealing a view of the hall. The room was large and solemn, and in front someone sat on a throne, hiding his face behind paper. Brooke walked a little closer and stared at the creature sitting in front of her with confusion. The girl was about to discuss this with Adam, but their conversation quickly ended as the sound of a hammer was heard. The local owner said that he was the judge of the courtroom of the underworld of the first circle of hell, and the trial was about to begin. Having already walked through the copy several times, Larry turned to the group and told them to watch carefully and do as he did. Coming closer, the man introduced himself and said that he had not committed any crimes in his life, and asked the judge to see this. After listening to the man, the creature opened its huge book and began to read something attentively. The Talmud glowed with a bright purple light that filled the entire surrounding space. Having learned from experience, Larry was clutching a stone in his fist that clearly had useful properties. As a result, the judge issued a verdict that the guide had no criminal past and was found not guilty. When the creature called the next person, the girl to whom the fat man had previously given the magic stone went. Sometime later, after the stranger approached the throne, the judge again returned a verdict of not guilty. Just as it was Brooke's turn, Larry announced that his stone had one more charge left and offered her the opportunity to use the item. Looking sternly at the guide, the shield said that she did not need any help from him and proudly turned away. Having finished dealing with the woman, the judge looked up from his book and called the next one. Deciding not to risk the girl, Adam stepped forward and said that before he had no choice, but now he wanted to become good. Larry chuckled and said that he would definitely come next year to remember the guy, because he would be sent to hell for killing the boatman. The creature said the main character's name out loud and then stared at its book. A few seconds later, the judge roared in displeasure that one could not be so sinful. The master of the courtroom called the first sin disrespect for the remains of the deceased, and then showed how Adam went through his first mission. The second sin was disrespect for the peaceful existence of the inhabitants of the Nightmare Village. The third sin was cruelty to animals, and a cloud of memories showed the boy's battle with the Hive Queen. The man standing behind him listened to the list of his companion's sins and thought that a monster was following him. The judge named the murder of one of the heads of Cerberus and the boatman Karen as the most serious sins. The creature extended its hand forward, pointed at Adam and announced that it was sentencing him to fall into the first zone of the seventh circle of hell. When a red circle began to form around the Necromancer, the judge said that the player would suffer in a sea of blood forever. Gradually, the circle began to gain depth, from which bony hands reached out, wanting to get Adam. The monster roared for the sinner to let the boiling sea of blood scorch his skin, melt his flesh, and cleanse him of his sins. But the young man was not going to accept his fate, so he activated the corpse ring. The next moment, the guy had already jumped up and was running straight towards the judge. Swinging his weapon, the boy asked if this NPC really thought he was the real judge of the dungeon. Adam warned that he was going to add another sin to his list, and this time it was beating up a judge. Due to the force put into the attack, the creature flew far from its original point into the wall. Larry's mouth dropped open in shock. He couldn't believe that some newbie dared to attack a judge. The man wondered why the hero didn't have the guts to do something like that. The judge laughed and said it had been ages since anyone had the courage or strength to do such a thing. After speaking, the creature activated a weapon in its hand that appeared from the purple room. The head of the courtroom announced that he would sentence the sinner to eternal torment in hell. The next moment he rushed towards Adam, wanting to repay him for everything he had ever done. When the monster struck with such force that the weapon shattered the floor, the protagonist was able to dodge and jump back. Watching the player's actions, the referee realized that he was able to steal his speed. With a predatory grin, the Necromancer reported that his agility had been very useful to him. Suddenly the judge jumped up, leaving behind a web of cracks and an energy trail on the floor. The next moment, a purple pillar of magic struck the place where Adam had recently stood, which could harm him. However, the young man managed to jump back, thereby saving his life. Larry, watching the fight, announced that the boy would get hurt, which surprised his client. The young man, straightening up, thought that he had not expected such a powerful shockwave, which still managed to hit him. Suddenly, a warning from the queen sounded in his head, telling him about the armor-piercing effect of the judge's weapon. The girl said that she cannot fight in this world, as she is the boss of the mechanical kingdom and can be erased. Smiling slyly, she said that she could teach her friend one skill. Covered in a light sweat, Adam admitted that due to low willpower, he was unable to use his skills. The blonde said that the player need not worry, because her heart beats inside him. At that moment, a creature roared in the courtroom, demanding atonement for what had been done. The owner of this place was enveloped in the whips of his power, and he said that he was going to send Adam to hell. Squinting, the young man was forced to acknowledge the powerful energy of his opponent. Larry's client demanded that he help the guy, or they could be the next to die. Scratching his chin, the man said that he would wait a little longer and would not rush. At this moment, the creature approached the main character, and he decided to go on the attack. Brooke, who was standing nearby, let out a frightened cry, worried about her friend. Larry, clenching his fist, happily decided that Adam had an ace up his sleeve. It was difficult to analyze the judge's emotions as he hid his face under an iron helmet. However, our hero was absolutely not interested in the enemy's thoughts, as he was determined to win. From the outside, things didn't look so smooth, and the fat man thought he would have to intervene. But then something happened that was a complete surprise to the guide, and made him change his mind. The Necromancer's chest was pierced by a sword, but he decided to use it to his advantage. Leaning forward, the young man attacked his opponent with his own weapon, piercing him in the chest. The energy that formed the weapon dissolved, and the judge flew back again. Larry watched the fight with his mouth open and did not understand why the guy's strength had increased so much. Adam mentally thanked the queen for the skill, but admitted that it was exhausting. Wrath of the Mechanical Queen. Goes into berserker mode when injured, increases strength and speed. The young man admitted that he felt amazing and that the skill suited him perfectly. The judge was an epic level 26 NPC with a large amount of health. Jumping to its feet, the creature growled in injustice that the vile criminal had managed to wound it. Adam's opponent extended his hand and activated an 8-pointed halberd in it. Seeing that the monster had taken the weapon, the Necromancer took out the mechanical brass knuckles from his inventory. Within moments, the two powerful weapons clashed in battle, and neither was inferior to the other. Not wanting to lose to the sinner, the judge ordered his strength to reach its maximum. After that, Adam felt himself moving back, but not as far as the master of the courtroom had planned. The girl, seeing how her friend was starting to lose, began to blame herself for what was happening, since she believed that she should have blocked the blow. The young man watched with tension as his knuckles barely withstood the onslaught of his opponent. Feeling superior to the man, the creature announced that it was sentencing him to death. The next moment, the monster sent a wave of energy at Adam, which carried the guy back. Brooke immediately jumped up from her seat, wanting to help the young man in at least something. The system notified the player that his mechanical brass knuckles were damaged and could no longer be used. The enemy approached the protagonist to finish what he started and send him to hell. Feeling a slight tremor in her body, the girl began to blame herself for what had happened, since she had been useless as a shield on this mission. Turning his gaze to the rest of the people, the judge warned that they were next in line for destruction. But suddenly a young man's voice was heard from the side, accusing the owner of the hall of daring to break expensive equipment. Straightening up, Adam said that if something good happened to the judge, he should watch out, and activated berserker mode. Unaware of the increased strength of his opponent, the monster laughed and said that the player could not change anything. Pointing its halberd towards the protagonist, the creature decisively went on the attack. However, Adam simply intercepted it as if it were a child's toy and not a serious weapon. The young man clenched his free hand into a fist and prepared to attack. The next second, the guy hit the judge, and this time emerged victorious from the mini-battle. Not wanting to let up, the young man decided to attack again before the judge came to his senses. With the next blow, the guy made a hole in the creature's body, which was significant damage. Larry, who was standing nearby, thought that this young man was merciless, and it was good that he did not fight him. The judge could not believe that he was dying at the hands of a criminal, because this should never have happened. The system reported that Adam received 26 stat points for killing the epic NPC. Weakened after the battle, the main character sank down. But since the berserker mode had not disappeared, he broke through the floor beneath him. Larry, moving smoothly to the side, praised the young man and said that he was no slouch. Looking straight ahead, the man told the young man about a serious injury that needed to be healed quickly. But then the guide's shoulder was cut by the halberd of the murdered judge, which surprised him greatly. Evil Adam said that if Larry takes even one more step towards the core of the soul, he refuses to vouch for the consequences. Unaware that his secret had been revealed, the man laughed awkwardly and said that he simply wanted to help the Necromancer. The secret that the guide carefully kept was his affiliation with the Bayes organization. Looking closely at the shoulder with the drawing, Adam still hoped that he had been wrong in his conclusions. But a swarm of questions immediately appeared in my head, and one of the main ones was whether Mr. Thornton came to this copy by accident or on purpose. Looking sternly at his fellow traveler, the protagonist thought that the decision to take Brooke with him was made at the last moment. And if Larry really is working for Baiji, then their intelligence system is truly terrifying. Remembering the core, Adam went to it to check what had fallen out of the judge's soul. Got a gear enhancement stone, a one-time B-rank item that can enhance one piece of gear. This discovery angered the guy because he needed a shield, and not a thing that was useless in this situation. All players received a notification about the completion of the third task, and the receipt of a new one. The fourth task was to move forward through hell, reach the Temple of Hades, and not lose the cross. Looking ahead, the guide announced that the group could see a circle of gluttony straight ahead. Larry explained that people who overeat while alive end up here, but there's also the Hellhound to keep in mind. Brooke wondered what the dog had to do with it, since it should be at the gate, not in the circle of gluttony. Turning to the student, the guide said that Cerberus works at the gates, and that he lives here. It was at this moment that a strange sound reached Adam's ears, and the young man raised his head up. He saw 3 pairs of eyes glowing red above their small group. Turning around, Larry shouted to his friends to run, as the 3-headed dog had woken up. At that moment, Cerberus jumped from above, and his appearance was accompanied by red lightning and thunder. The whole group ran away in panic, hoping to save their lives, and only Adam periodically glanced at his opponent. Noticing one of the monster's heads approaching, the guide shouted that he had been here many times, but never once had this creature attacked the living. The young man confessed that he killed one of the heads, which is why Cerberus now hates him. Larry screamed in shock, accusing the Necromancer of being crazy for daring to destroy the dog's head. After a short dialogue with the man, Adam stopped and threw Brooke to run ahead. Smiling predatorily, the main character said that Cerberus had taken something from him, and now it was necessary to return this thing. Turning away from her friend, Brooke said that in that case she would wait for him ahead, and then ran away. Standing opposite his huge opponent, the young man waited for him to approach him. Clenching his hand into a fist, Adam hit himself in the chest to activate Berserker mode using the damage. Having achieved what he wanted, the Necromancer told the dog that it was time to get even with him. Not knowing about the trick on the part of the man, Cerberus rushed towards him, hoping to avenge the damage caused. But the guy, with a sharp movement, dove under the beast's neck and dealt a blow that took away 412 points of health. Moving smoothly between the heads, Adam attacked them point by point, decreasing their life bar each time. Angry at his failures, the monster decided to resort to one of his trump cards, to release poisonous vapors from his mouth. Watching his opponent, the young man couldn't understand how Cerberus was still standing on his feet. At that moment, poison flew at the guy, which was supposed to destroy him on the spot. However, since our hero had a large reserve of health, the monster could only reduce it, with lightning flashing from his eyes. Adam could not accept the fact that he could not cope with one dog, even if it had 3 heads. At some point, the opponents froze opposite each other, and each prepared to attack. The young man noticed a huge chain next to him and decided to use it in battle. Quickly moving around the monster, the Necromancer threw his acquisition and gradually wrapped it around the enemy. Feeling that there were enough loops, Adam tugged the improvised rope and pulled the enemy's body down. One of the chains got into the beast's mouth, depriving it of the ability to exhale poison and grab the protagonist with its teeth. The Necromancer yanked the chain towards himself, shouting for the stupid dog to come to him. Cerberus fulfilled the young man's wish, but the goal was not just to approach, but to destroy the offender. However, when one of the heads got too close, Adam punched her because he didn't want to be eaten. From the force of the attack, the dog's muzzle was thrown back and hit the one next to it. The creature roared in displeasure, as it was inflicted with severe pain, which it had never experienced before. During this time, the young man moved back and pulled the leash towards himself. Taking advantage of the enemy's disorientation in space, the main character jumped on the dog, trying to figure out how to deal with it. At this time, the rest of the team ran far enough away from the battle to be safe. Larry told Brooke not to worry, as her friend was most likely already in the hound's stomach. The girl got into an argument with a man, not noticing something large approaching them. But hearing strange sounds from the direction they came from, the blonde turned around and opened her eyes wide in surprise. The sight that opened to their eyes surprised everyone. Adam was riding Cerberus, controlling him with the help of chains. Approaching the people, the monster jumped high, obeying the wishes of its temporary rider. Watching the Necromancer's actions, the guide was very surprised by his maneuvers towards the dog. Turning to his friends, the guy said that he was fine, he just needed to walk the dog. Larry, who knew the copy better than anyone, warned that the hound was carrying the protagonist to the 7th circle. Adam, unaware of the trick, sat on top of the creature and tried to figure out how to stop it. While our hero was thinking, Cerberus carried him forward, along a route known only to him. Suddenly the dog stopped near some building, and the Necromancer asked out loud about his whereabouts. The building was a dark gray color with carved metal bars and lava flowing around it. The monster jerked its head, and because Adam lost his vigilance, its leg slid forward. A second later, the young man was already in free flight, and Cerberus was able to break the chains on himself. The monster noticed the man who was falling in front of his face and sent a column of flame after him. Due to the great height, the main character landed painfully on the ground, breaking through the concrete slab underneath him. Raising his head, he told the creature that he had not expected it to have cheating techniques. And then, when the creature growled at him once again, the Necromancer saw his weapon inside. Realizing that his blade was so close, Adam began to make a plan to get it back. He knew that there was not much choice here, so he took advantage of the moment and jumped into Cerberus's wide-open mouth. A few moments later, the beast's throat began to glow red from the inside, and it began to growl terribly. From a huge wound that appeared right in the center of the body, our hero jumped out with his blade in his hand. As the creature fell, Adam said that there was no point in trying to eat it a second time, because the outcome was obvious. Cerberus lay on the ground, with clouds of dust rising around him from the sudden fall. The young man thought that the murder notice had not yet appeared. And then above him came the roar of a beast that had just been lying unconscious on the ground. It dawned on Adam that in order to completely defeat the monster, he would need to cut off 3 heads at once. The protagonist fearlessly faced the danger, hoping to get rid of Cerberus once and for all. In a few seconds, the guy inflicted many wounds on his opponent, as he understood that his chances were not that great. A bright light was emitting from all the cuts on the dog's body, and it was clear from this that the creature had suffered greatly. The next moment, Adam flew up from his place and once again chopped off the dog's huge head. Taking cover from the rising wind, Larry couldn't understand why the hell the student was so strong. The man thought that now he was not surprised by the fact that the boss was interested in this guy. Cerberus's head flew high into the air, its eyes still burning with the fire of hatred. Our hero is determined to finish off the beast before its heads grow back. Having chosen his next target, the young man jumped in its direction, holding his weapon at the ready. A moment later, the head on the neck was no longer there, and all that remained of the blade was a barely noticeable energy trace in the air. Realizing that there was only one head left, Adam prepared himself for the final push in this battle. And now the moment of truth had arrived. The Necromancer was flying towards the monster, who opened his mouth in greeting. When the two powerful forces met, an explosion occurred, making it unclear who had won. The system informed Adam that he had defeated an epic monster and had earned experience and stat points. Thanks to the battle, the main character was able to level up and improve his weapon. Blade enhancement, Dragon's Roar Slash. When a player's attack is blocked, another one is automatically launched with increased damage. It was a revelation to the Necromancer that his weapons could be upgraded as he completed missions. But Adam's thoughts were interrupted by Brooke, who ran towards him and asked him questions about his well-being. The young man hastened to reassure his girlfriend, saying that he was fine because his opponent was just a dog. Without wasting time on conversations, the Necromancer reached for the soul core, hoping to get a shield at least this time. But he got the soul-stealing recovery pill, a one-use item that increases all stats by 100. However, the thing had a side effect. It worked for 10 minutes, and after it the mind dropped by 10%. Larry's voice was heard from the side, asking what his friend had gotten, and Adam said that there was nothing worthwhile. At that moment, a girl approached her friend and said that she needed to tell him something. Brooke said she asked the guide about the crosses and he said he had never seen one. The guy raised an eyebrow and asked if that meant they were the only ones in the copy who received such pendants. The system reported the completion of the 4th task and the transition to the main task of the copy. The main task is to place 2 crosses in the hole in the Temple of Hades and destroy the pseudo-dungeon. A pillar of blue energy struck in front of the students, which greatly frightened Larry and his companion. Turning to the man, Adam asked him what the copy's previous mission was. The fat man reported that in the past, it was enough to go into the temple, and the mission was considered complete. After Larry's story, our hero realized that he and Brooke were able to change something in this inner world. The client, having lost her patience, demanded to move on, saying that she did not want to be there for another second. The guide said that since he had been here several times already, he would easily take the group straight to the temple. Larry cursed as he tried to push the wooden door, since it had opened without any problem before. But at that moment, Brooke drew the Necromancer's attention to two holes in the wall that were next to them. Looking closer, Adam realized that the slits were shaped like the very pendants that were on their necks. The man said that on previous occasions he had not noticed anything like this in this place. The students removed their crosses from their necks and inserted them into a special hole. After this, the door to the temple began to open smoothly, and air began to flow inside in smooth streams. The travelers froze at the entrance, trying to see from their point what lay ahead of them. Suddenly there was a noise in Adam's head, like thousands of bells ringing around him. Overcoming himself, the young man opened his eyes and saw rivers of blood and human remains all around. Looking up, the protagonist saw a stranger standing on a mountain of bones, with red lightning appearing around him. As if noticing the movement, the stranger turned halfway and grinned unpleasantly. Realizing that he had been noticed, the Necromancer fearfully awaited the consequences, since this could not pass without a trace. However, the next moment Adam was again next to his friends, and it turned out that they were approaching the coffin. The guy realized that in front of him lay the man who was in his vision, and assumed that he saw the last seconds of his life. Noticing his girlfriend's worried look, the young man asked if she had just seen anything strange. After a negative answer, the young man thought that he might have just imagined it. Larry said that he had been to this place several times and it was always empty, and where he got the sarcophagus from was unclear. Adam, being the bravest, approached the coffin a little closer to examine the creature in it. Suddenly, the man inside opened all three of his red eyes and grinned toothily. Stepping back, the protagonist realized that the stranger was rising from the dead. A blue glow erupted from the sarcophagus, as if someone had turned on the lights inside. A ghost suddenly burst out of the coffin and headed towards the young man. Adam prepared to defend himself, as he saw a strong opponent in the spirit, and his expression was especially terrifying. But the stranger only flew through the guy's body, and the system reported that the player had received the Seed of Hades. The Seed of Hades was an S-rank item, a one-use item, and had no effects yet. Upon seeing the notification, the Necromancer was dissatisfied with the item he received, as its purpose was unknown. Suddenly, Adam started calling Brooke from the side, who kept repeating his name. Finding himself on the floor, he asked what had happened, and the girl said that after the coffin was opened, he had not responded to anyone. After this explanation, the young man realized that this vision was created especially for him by that man. Stone sarcophagus has a rank of B. Lying inside the player loses the ability to move, but his corpse will never decompose. Larry said that there is a legend that says that the real dungeon can be entered through a pseudo-copy. The man said that many would like to enter there, even though it is deadly, because of Hades' legacy. Our hero wondered if Hades' legacy was connected to the seed he had just received. But then the guide drew the attention of everyone present to the holes that were made on the sarcophagus. Looking closely, the young people realized that the holes on the coffin had the same shape as those at the entrance to the temple. Without hesitation, the students took the crosses in their hands, inserted them into the holes, and without any delay they entered there. Suddenly the entire temple shook, making it clear that the boys' actions would have serious consequences. The system notified about the completion of the main task, and announced that the copy would be destroyed within 10 minutes. After the mission awards were presented, Brooke happily said that she was given a shield, and the guy was happy for his friend. The man angrily asked what was going on and what the students were wearing. The guide said that this copy was his livelihood and they had deprived him of his source of income. Having tried to calm his comrade down, Adam suggested that they first get out of here and then sort out the situation. But Larry, as if he had become deaf, kept repeating about the destruction of his business, and said that now it made no difference to him whether he got out or not. When his client tried to object, she only received a powerful blow to the stomach and a few curse words. Since the woman did not expect such a setup from her hired worker, she flew far away to the wall. Adam suggested that Larry hadn't stopped them because of the copy, to which he received a blank look. Turning completely towards the guy, the man began to wait for what else they would tell him. Without taking his eyes off the guide, the young man confidently stated that he worked for Baiji. Smiling, Larry said that he was not surprised by the boss's desire to get the young man, and asked at what point he found out about everything. Surprised by the man's question, Adam pointed his finger at him, and admitted that he saw a tattoo on his shoulder. When Larry heard the answer, he felt incredibly awkward at how easy it was to solve. Throwing the pendants at the guide's feet, the Necromancer assumed that they were also the work of Baiji. The man's face changed to a more serious one, and he admitted that his interlocutor was indeed smart. Adam wondered why Larry would destroy the copy if his goal was to catch the player. Preparing for the attack, the villain announced that destroying the copy would ensure that the dungeon would not be able to track the young man. The former guide said that if the student were to disappear, Edgar Lambert would not let it go and would mobilize all resources to search for him. When Larry said that the rector couldn't find anyone in the collapsed copy, Adam said that the weakling wouldn't catch them. Activating his powers, the villain suggested that the Necromancer not worry about this problem. Approaching the young man, the Baiji organization member struck him, slightly lowering his health bar. The Necromancer thought with displeasure that his opponent was too fast, and even the corpse's ring could not track his movements. Suddenly a man came up from behind and asked where Adam's self-confidence was, but Brooke didn't let him strike, putting up her new shield to protect her friend. It was an unpleasant discovery for Larry that the opponents had such an inventory as an A-rank shield. He said that the students' luck was incredible, as they were able to clear out the D-rank copy and leave with A-rank equipment. The girl decided that this time she would not be a burden for the young man, but on the contrary, she would act as his protector. Activating one of Brooke's skills sent the former guide flying backwards, preventing him from getting any closer. However, the man was able to break and avoid crashing into the wall, as had happened to his client earlier. Adam opened his mouth and looked at his friend with admiration, as he had not previously suspected that she was so strong. Feeling a surge of strength, the blonde became bolder and shouted at the enemy to attack. Laughing in the boys' faces, Larry began to activate the weapon in his hand, saying that the two newbies thought too much of themselves. The man asked if the students really thought they could stand up to a mid-ranking person like him. A moment later, the scoundrel went on the attack, having previously announced that Brooke would definitely not withstand the next attack. Walking around the girl, he said that if she wanted to protect the Necromancer so much, then she shouldn't blame him for not giving in. Stopping the idle chatter, Larry attacked the object of his adoration without even thinking about the consequences. Adam, who was standing nearby, shouted his friend's name in fear as her body lifted off the ground and flew backwards. Not wanting to surrender to the enemy, the protagonist bit the pill, and the system notified him of an increase in characteristics by 100%. After which, the guy harmed himself and activated the skill Wrath of the Mechanical Queen. Even the former guide, unaware of the danger, tried to deal with his former victim. The next moment, Larry paid for his carelessness and was attacked by the Necromancer. Running up to the girl, Adam asked about her condition, to which she immediately reported that everything was fine. Brooke realized that her friend couldn't see what was happening behind him and shouted at him to get out of the way. Realizing that he himself would not have time to do anything, the student ran forward and again put up a shield, covering the young man. The blow was so strong that the blonde began to suspect that she would not have enough strength to hold it back. But then Adam, who had increased his power thanks to the pill and the skill of the Mechanical Queen, ran out to help her. Baiji, who had not expected such a rebuff from the newcomers, opened his mouth in surprise. Deciding to give up some ground, the man jumped back, not wanting to be defeated in a matter of minutes. The Necromancer turned to his friend and suggested that she rest, since it was obvious from her appearance that she was wounded and tired. The guy himself activated the Staff of Wisdom in his hand, which increases the power of the mind by 20% in rank C. Moving towards the enemy, Adam told Brooke that he would deal with the fat man himself. Larry, looking at the young man, asked what kind of equipment he had, which was clearly not typical for a Necromancer. But the main character did not think that he should waste his time talking to the criminal and confidently attacked him. The man chuckled and asked if the Necromancer really intended to sneak attack the killer. Once again ignoring the enemy's chatter, Adam activated Dragon Roar Slash. Larry was able to parry the blow, but it wasn't as easy as it had been before when fighting those students. The guide could understand what was happening, since the Necromancer's strength and speed increased several times. Flying back after an unsuccessfully repelled attack, the villain thought that Necromancers must have the weakest bodies. Adam understood that with his skills, weapons, and pill, as long as he continued to stack cut, he should be able to suppress the enemy. As an average player, Larry couldn't understand how he could lose to some college kid. Due to the activation of the corpse ring, the criminal's agility was reduced by half, and he did not have time to dodge. Hoping to somehow defend himself from the attack, the man thrust his sword forward, blocking the blade's path. Barely able to withstand the onslaught, the former guide was forced to admit to himself that the attacks were becoming more difficult. The young man, wanting to finish off his opponent, activated Dragon Fang Slash again. Larry found it harder and harder to withstand the guy's blows each time. However, the Necromancer also understood this, and did not take a break between his attacks for even a moment. As a result, Adam achieved that his opponent's weapon shattered into small pieces. Larry stared at the guy in fear, thinking that he couldn't even imagine how a newbie could beat him. Deciding to take his last chance, the guide asked the young man to tell him about Baiji and his parents. But our hero had already begun the attack, and it was rapidly catching up with the criminal. The man shouted at the student to think carefully, because if he died, Adam would lose the opportunity to obtain this information. A second before the blade reached the guide, he reported that Baiji had connections in the dungeon. Larry, cut in half, told the boy in his last second of life that his organization would never let the Necromancer go. Approaching the place where he had struck, the young man looked there with longing. A moment later, the boy burst out indignantly because Larry had not reported this earlier, since the cut could not be undone. Suddenly, a grin was heard from behind our hero, and then a female voice accused the former guide of being useless. Turning around, Adam saw that the girl, who had never introduced herself, was holding a dagger to Brooke's neck. The Necromancer had a hunch that this scoundrel was also related to Baiji, just like the man. Slightly waving her weapon to the side, Larry's former client confirmed the young man's guess and asked if he was surprised. Pulling at the skin on her face, she said that this meeting was not the first for their company. After the woman completely removed her mask, Adam instantly recognized her. In front of him stood the same kidnapper, Vivian Brown, who had once already managed to kidnap a group of students. Holding a knife to the captive's throat, Vivian said she was surprised that Adam still remembered her. Trying to smile carefreely, the main character said that of course he remembered her, and offered to let Brooke go, and then talk. Deciding to play along with the guy, Miss Brown also smiled and said that this was impossible, since she was not stupid. The woman admitted that the Necromancer knew how to surprise, because last time he helped all the students escape. The young man thought that he was planning to do the same thing this time, because compared to the previous time, he had become stronger. Seeing Adam begin to move the weapon into his hand, Vivian advised him to think carefully. The villainess demonstrated her characteristics, and they were able to impress the guy. The 35th level alone was worth something. The woman noticed the student's confused look and asked if he wanted to give up right now. Vivian said that as long as Adam obediently followed her, she was willing to leave the past in the past. In the midst of all the events, the company forgot about the destruction of the copy. But when the ceiling began to collapse, everyone remembered it. Huge chunks of concrete fell near the opponents, but the tension between them was so great that no one moved. The young man said that he had no choice but to accept his fate. Adam asked why Baiji would go all the way and destroy the copy to capture such a low-level player. But then the guy unexpectedly received news that he was not an ordinary low-ranking player. Vivian said that a newbie necromancer who can physically defeat mid-rankers is definitely worth it. She said that once the player witnessed the great vision of Baiji, he would join them without hesitation. Pretending to listen attentively to his rival, the young man was trying to summon the mechanical queen. But the villain did not know about the student's plans, and urged him to join her organization. But it was all in vain, as the queen heard her friend and gave him a weapon, and Adam shouted at Brooke to act. The girl glanced at her friend and in a split second understood what he wanted from her. The blonde broke free from her opponent's grip and tried to run away from the place where she was being held as far as possible. Taking advantage of the chance, the protagonist reached Vivian and attacked her. But the woman dodged the blow and said that since the guy had not changed his mind about fighting her, she would break his limbs and drag him away. The next moment, the villainess hit the young man, but Brooke jumped out in front of him and was able to protect her friend with a shield. Vivian chuckled and guessed that Adam was quite popular with the girls. Without losing her momentum, the woman suddenly struck the student from the side, and it achieved its goal. While the Baiji organization member was distracted by Brooke, the young man decided to attack her from behind. Worried about his classmate, Adam glanced in the direction where the blow had taken her. Realizing that he didn't have time to check on the blonde's well-being, he decided to take revenge on her offender. The player relied on his Dragon Roar slash skill, but the opponent was not so simple and dodged every time. At some point, Vivian waited until Adam's attention was focused elsewhere and decided to attack. The villainess threw her hand forward and was able to inflict damage on her opponent. Feeling pain in his shoulder, the young man screamed loudly and pulled his healthy hand to the wound. Seeing that her enemy was weakening, the woman said that she had managed to hit one, of course, but now there were 4 more left. Smiling obscenely, the protagonist suggested that Vivian not touch his 5th limb. Giggling, the rival promised that she would think about the young man's proposal. The next moment, the villainess jumped up, ran up to Adam and wounded him again. The young man realized that his defense was nothing against his opponent, as she moved too quickly. Vivian had no intention of sparing the boy, and was pursuing her goal of inflicting such damage that he would not resist his capture. Time after time, the woman attacked the Necromancer, and all her blows hit their target. The finishing blow was a blow to the back, after which the young man fell to the floor. Having stopped, the rival walked around Adam and asked why he was making his life difficult when he could agree to cooperate. After waiting for the young man to get up, she rushed towards him and kicked him in the stomach with her heel. The blow was so strong that the guy flew back, and the end point of his path was the sarcophagus. As a result, the main character found himself inside a coffin, which deprived him of the ability to move. When Adam realized what kind of trouble he was in, he knew he was in bad shape, but suddenly he felt tired, and the only thought in his head was to go to bed. Approaching her victim, Vivian told him to sleep for now, and when he woke up, they would already be there. Suddenly, a stern female voice came from the side, demanding that the villainess take her hands off Adam. Turning around, the woman unexpectedly saw Brooke, who was safe and sound. Also, what surprised Vivian was the fact that the student's shield was engulfed in the flames of the dungeon. Adam, lying in the sarcophagus, tried with great difficulty to follow what was happening, but he could not make out where and who was. At this time, a battle between two girls was taking place in the hall, and the younger one was winning. Vivian, who had once again received an energy blow, was convinced that Brooke had somehow gotten the flames of the dungeon. The woman shouted that the blonde's shield couldn't just be A rank, otherwise how could it have had the dungeon flames in it? The player, who was somewhere in an unknown space, called his friend, trying to find out if everything was okay. Adam couldn't believe that newbie Brooke could handle Vivian, who was a high-ranking player on her own. When the student got the villain out again, she couldn't take it anymore and accused the girl of being crazy. The villainess's eye reflected the attack that the girl sent at her. Realizing that something bad was happening, Adam kept calling Brooke and trying to find out if she was okay. The young man asked his girlfriend to stop being afraid of him and to somehow tell him how she was feeling. And then the young man's prayers were heard. A female voice was heard above him, which informed him that everything was fine. Unable to open his eyes, the young man asked if Vivian had left, and received a positive answer. After which Adam suggested that Brooke get out of here, because the copy would soon collapse. In response, the girl placed her hand on the player's forehead and said that she would not be able to go with him. The Necromancer asked why his friend said that, but he did not receive a clear answer from her. The unknown began to anger the hero, and he demanded that she stop crying and pull him out of the sarcophagus. Leaning towards her friend, Brooke kissed him on the forehead and again did not answer his questions and demands. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. She admitted that she had been watching Adam for a long time and wanted to tell him a lot, but there was no time. The guy, who didn't understand anything, shouted for his girlfriend to explain everything to him. However, time had already been lost. Blue lightning flashed down on the students from above, indicating that the copy was about to disappear. Taking a step back, Brooke formed a shield around her friend and opened a portal, while she remained outside the protective contour. Gradually, the guy's body began to rise upward and smoothly move towards the funnel. Since he was no longer in the sarcophagus, Adam was able to regain control of his body and opened his eyes. Having quickly analyzed the situation, the Necromancer realized that he was moving to the real world alone and tried to call his friend. Looking into the space directly in front of him, the main character saw the one he had lost. Blue flames from the dungeon spread out in different directions from Brooke, and she didn't even look after her friend. However, as if emboldened, the student looked up and smiled happily, as if nothing sad had happened. Hoping to interrupt the transition, the young man reached out with all his might towards his classmate, but nothing could help. The last thing the boy heard from Brooke was advice to live a good life. Sometime later, Adam could be found in the hospital room, where she was unconscious. Friends were found around him, who were having a heated argument about whether or not to tell the player something. It was at this moment that the main character opened his eyes, sat up, grabbed his head, and asked what had happened to him. Thomas, laughing awkwardly, said that yesterday they had had a bit too much to drink at the bar, and on the way home the Necromancer crashed into a pole. Frowning, Adam said that he suspected his friend of lying, since his words did not sound like the truth at all. Realizing that he needed support, Thomas suggested asking Oliver, who, standing behind the guy, immediately confirmed his words. Feeling a headache, the young man pressed his palm to his forehead and thought that he had a feeling that he had forgotten something. At this time, a conversation was taking place between two people at the Baijie organization headquarters. With his back to his subordinate, the man scolded her for failing her second chance to capture the boy. Vivian, sitting on the floor and looking down, tried to justify herself, blaming everything on the girl who lit the fire of the dungeon. Looking up, the woman asked the gentleman for another chance, assuring him that she would definitely succeed next time. In response to the request, the man cast a sharp glance towards his subordinate, which reflected obvious doubt. Having finally come to his senses, Adam decided to check his characteristics and was surprised by their strong increase. The guy especially focused on rising to level 17 and improving his weapons. Looking out the window, the hero felt as if he was missing some memories, as if he had forgotten something or someone important. Suddenly the door opened and Louis Wood walked into the room with a bag of fruit. Coming closer to the victim, the guy asked how he was feeling, but Adam asked what the visitor wanted from him. Sitting down on a chair, Louis asked if the Necromancer knew anything about the dungeon fighting tournament for universities. The guy explained that it is held for 3rd and 4th year students, and it is a great event that takes place once every 4 years. If you place well, you can win anything. Last time, the winner got an S-rank piece of equipment. Adam asked if this meant that he was being invited to participate in the tournament, but Louis replied in the negative. The blonde said that he wanted to call the Necromancer to clean up the copy, because only the one who dealt with it could participate in the tournament. Rising from his seat, Mr. Wood said that he understood that the young man could not participate in such a thing, but if he changed his mind, he should let him know. Afterwards, without saying goodbye, the student left the hospital room, as he no longer saw any point in staying there. Looking after his friend, Adam thought that Louis wanted to set him up. Otherwise, why would he invite a newbie on the raid? When the young man decided to have a snack, he was unable to do so because his friends burst in. The Necromancer was surprised by the guy's appearance, as their faces were swollen, as if they had recently been stung by bees. What surprised the main character most was that Oliver suffered exactly as much as Thomas. The fat man bitterly reported that he was forced to tell Adam the truth. In fact, he did not crash into the pole, but was in a copy. However, no one knows what happened inside, because when the Necromancer was found, he was simply lying on the road. After his friend's last words, the young man jumped out of bed and on the way asked what the copy was called. Thomas reported that the name was a pseudo-copy, and then Adam's memories began to slowly return. The mage admitted that he and Oliver had tried to find out something, and had found out that the Hunters Guild was also investigating that copy. They have a group of guides who make a living by helping others with cleaning up the spears. One of the members, Larry, disappeared into a pseudo-dungeon, and the guild sent a leader to the guys to find out about their research. Thomas immediately turned in the former headman, reporting that he was in his element and the guild of 100 people beat them up. As Adam took off his hospital gown, he said that in that case, those people needed to be taught politeness. The fat man tried to reason with his friend, warning him that there were too many people there and that the guild was considered high-ranking. Looking critically at his friend, the Necromancer declared that all the players in the Hunters couldn't be that cool. After listening to his eternal enemy, Oliver was charged with his mood and declared that he had never been so humiliated. Adam didn't wait for the medics, and a few minutes later, the entire group of students confidently moved towards the exit. At this time, all of the Hunters Guild members gathered at the residence to discuss an important event. The comrades convinced the young master Joey Connor that those brats who dared to compete with him were not in their right minds. The man demanded that those around him remain silent, as there was no point in bragging about beating up 2 worthless people. Joey gave one of his subordinates the task of finding Larry Thornton, alive or dead, in order to understand what happened to him. The guild member asked if the gentleman needed protection, to which he gave him a puzzled look. There was laughter from the side, and another man said that this was too far-fetched, since there were too few such brainless people as those two. However, as soon as Joey walked away from his guards, he saw 3 people walking towards him, 2 of whom he knew. Coming a little closer, the young gentleman was happy to learn that next to him were those 2 fools whom they had recently beaten up. Looking at Adam with interest, Joey assumed that the students had brought reinforcements with them, which only caused him to grin slightly. But the main character was angered by the man's carelessness, and he said that if the stranger apologized, he would suffer less. After Mr. Okotnikov heard the newcomer's warning, he laughed at him as if it was a funny joke. Abruptly cutting off the laughter, Joey informed them that once he hit the boys, they better shut up and take it. The Necromancer reacted ambiguously. He told Oliver that compared to this man, he still had a lot to learn about showing off. In response, the student folded his arms across his chest and stated that the guild leader's son was acting a bit too forced compared to him. It was at this point that Joey lost his patience and demanded that they stop making fun of him immediately. Adam seemed to be waiting for his opponent to lose his nerve, because after his disgruntled shout, he went on the attack. While punching the man in the face, the young man said that his face would swell more than Thomas's. Sitting on the asphalt, Joey howled, as he could not believe that someone dared to attack him, the young master of the Hunters. The guys standing behind the Necromancer mockingly suggested that all of their opponent's strength had gone into the performance. But these words reached the enemy's ears and he, jumping up from the ground, threatened his friends that now they were nothing more than future corpses. Not wanting to be unfounded, the man activated a huge hammer in his hand and launched an attack. With a cry of death wish, Joey rushed at Adam, hoping for a lightning victory. Taking the entire blow on the blade, the young man concluded that this upstart was not so weak. But despite all his fears, the Necromancer was able to repel the attack and push his opponent back. Looking at the stranger with displeasure, Joey couldn't understand where the newcomer got such powers from. At this point, other students decided to join the battle, and the first attack came from Thomas. He activated the underground mire. Oliver was the next to enter the battle, getting a little closer and using the slash through the arrows. Looking down in surprise, the villain saw a spreading red spot on the perfectly white color. He touched the wound with his palm, then moved it away and looked at the mark in fascination. But then Joey laughed and said that when he was 18, during a cleanup, a player ambushed him and wounded him. When the man sent his men, he caught the guy, and then cut his flesh into pieces, fried it, and forced him to eat it. The impudent man declared that the player had gone crazy, and now it was time to take care of the current opponents. Not impressed by the speech of the son of the head of the hunters, Adam suggested that he not threaten him, but think about how to escape from here. But Joey didn't take the newcomer's warning seriously and said that 3 idiots couldn't keep him here, and then attacked. The main character, prepared for such a development of events, did not remain standing still and also ran forward. Having attacked his opponent from above, the young man hit him with such force that the asphalt beneath them collapsed into crumbs. And then the young master admitted that he had underestimated the power of your friends. But now he would have to show his true strength. After these words, the opponents continued the fight, and each tried to think through their moves in advance. After a couple of attacks, Joey raised his hammer up and it glowed red. The next moment, a column of red energy rose up from the man, but it did not cause any harm to Adam. Thomas was the first to understand what was happening and warned his friend that the enemy was calling for help. Wanting to interrupt the scoundrel's attempts to get help, the fat man sent sand shackles at him. Joey, with wild eyes, declared that it was too late to attack him and rushed at the Necromancer using Bloodstream. Since there was an explosion at the place where the rivals were standing and nothing could be seen, Adam's classmates began to worry about him. When visibility improved, the first thing the students could see was Joey laughing. However, his joy was premature, as the guy behind him declared that it was now his turn. Without waiting for a reaction from the enemy, the main character struck him in the face. Feeling humiliated, the man thought that his father would definitely skin the newcomer alive for the harm he had caused him. Adam walked up to the fallen upstart and looked with pleasure at the work of his hands. At that moment, his friends ran up to the Necromancer, and the whole company began to think about what to do now. The main character suggested running, and then, picking up the defeated enemy, rushed forward at full speed. After some time, a man in a business suit approached the place where the battle was taking place. Blue flames flared up around him as he was overcome with anger over the young master's blood on the ground. After standing in place for a couple of seconds and determining the direction of the kidnapper's movement, the stranger rushed in the same direction. At this time, the door to the office of the head of the Hunters Guild suddenly swung open, which was unusual for this place. A man ran into the room and started shouting bad news from the doorway, namely, that Joey was missing. Instantly turning to the speaker, the leader demanded to know the details of what had happened. After Todd was given all that was known, he stormed off, declaring that he would tear to pieces those who dared to do this. Without even suspecting the plans of the villain's father, Adam ran forward, not paying attention to the weight of the body that lay on his shoulder. Suddenly, the hunter member raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and looked angrily in Thomas's direction. Joey said that he acknowledged that the enemies had skills, and advised them to let him go. Otherwise, they would have to wait for the guild's retribution. Not wanting to listen to the nonsense that the offender was saying, the main character threw him off his shoulder and demanded that he behave appropriately. Lying on the ground, the boy called Adam a bastard, and threatened that his father would kill everyone present for what he had done. Oliver, clenching his fist, said that when Joey's men beat them, he didn't think so, and now the roles were reversed. The fat man happily announced that if he beat up his opponent, he would sincerely enjoy the process. But suddenly, a blue lightning appeared on the guy's path, blocking their way to their goal. The next attack sent the students flying in all directions, but it did the most damage to Oliver, who fell to the ground. Adam, not expecting the attack, turned around with a scream, wanting to see the impudent man. Behind his comrades was the butler Charles, who came to the aid of the young master. Smiling, the man said that the guys made him run after them. Feeling that he was no longer alone, Joey yelled at his friend to kill those students. Charles, turning his head to the chief's son, suggested that he remain calm, as he would not allow the villains to escape. Activating the weapon in his hands, the enemy offered the guys to surrender, and in this case they would suffer much less. Having lost his patience, Thomas threw out his hand with his staff and offered the butler to surrender, and then used earth explosion. It seemed as if the attack had achieved its goal, as an explosion occurred at the place where the scoundrel had recently stood. But as soon as the smoke and dust from the attack cleared, everyone present could see Charles safe and sound. It was shocking for Thomas, as he used one of his most powerful moves. Observing everything from the side, Adam concluded that if the old man did not belong to a high rank, then he was certainly close to it. After a pause of several seconds, the butler realized that no one would surrender to him and warned about the beginning of retaliatory actions. The young people decided not to wait for the old man to get to them and attacked first. Thomas decided to use Earth Serpent Bullet since the enemy didn't know the effect of this attack yet. While the guys were getting to the man, he managed to summon the Holy Light and directed it at his enemies. A yellow light began to spread out in all directions from Charles's staff, which at first glance looked harmless. However, as soon as he reached the guys, he did not give them the opportunity to advance further and begin a counterattack. The hunter allowed himself to stand for a while, rest and admire the students' helplessness. Tired of this activity quite quickly, the man took the golden holy sword in his hands and prepared to attack. By swinging his weapon in a specific pattern, Charles would send out waves of light towards his enemies that had to be dodged. But our heroes failed to cope with this task, so in this case the victory remained with the butler. The butler's power terrified Adam, as he was able to suppress all three in one blow. The opponent admired how only beginners could withstand one of his skills. Looking at the boys emotionlessly, Charles said that their victory over their master was not surprising, but it would all end here. The man's last phrase aroused excitement in Thomas, who wanted to prove to his opponent that they were not so weak. Turning to Oliver, the fat man began to anger him, calling him pathetic and useless, while at the same time praising Adam. The player reported that the elder would never be able to catch up with the Necromancer and was not even fit to hold a candle to him. Thomas asked where the blonde man was when humanity evolved, and then suggested becoming Adam's servant. Suddenly, a roar and explosion were heard from the place where Oliver lay after the attack. A few moments later, when the aftermath of the explosion had cleared, everyone could see the angry swordsman. Even Charles admired the guy's appearance, since he knew that things would not be easy from now on. Due to his damaged ego, the amount of damage the boy can do has increased by 10,000%. Activating the sword in his hands, Oliver announced that the old geezer had put on enough airs, and now it was time for battle. The butler opened his mouth slightly, and began to wait with horror for what the blonde could do in such a state. The tension reached its peak when the man saw his opponent go on the attack. Oliver approached Charles with the speed of the wind, using the sword slash through the eras. The man, relying on his staff, prayed for the holy light to protect him. On the other hand, using his reserve in the form of fat deposits, Thomas attacked the old man. The earth blast from the mage tore up all the asphalt that was underneath Charles. When Oliver reached his enemy, his sword could only reach the golden shield. Under his protection, the man prayed incessantly for the holy light to protect him. But the power of the angry swordsman was so strong that a web of cracks ran across the dome in all directions. With a little pressure, Oliver destroyed the shield and the next moment reached Charles. A Hunter's Guild member who was confident in his strength against the newbies was sent flying into the brick wall of a nearby building. The friends who ran up to the swordsman asked whether the old man was dead or not, to which he responded that he was unsure of such a statement. Adam's gaze was drawn to a yellow circle of light that was forming in the fog made up of battle dust. Realizing that this was not a simple glow, the protagonist shouted to his comrades to run, and took the blow himself. After a successful attack, a battered butler appeared from a cloud of dust, his face expressing all his emotions. The man, standing with difficulty on his feet, told the students that he would kill them at any cost. Adam, watching his opponent, suspected that he was about to go crazy due to nervous tension. Suddenly, the boy felt as if his head was about to explode without the help of the butler. The image of a beautiful girl with sad eyes appeared in the main character's memories. Taking advantage of the student's weakness, Charles attacked him straight in the chest with the golden sword. But even though Adam felt pain, all his thoughts were concentrated on the pictures that popped into his head. Thomas managed to grab his friend by the arm so that he wouldn't get hurt by colliding with something hard. Throwing the Necromancer onto his back, the magician told Oliver that they wouldn't be able to deal with the butler, so it would be better to run away from here. Agreeing with his comrade, the swordsman said that if he were the old geezer's age, he wouldn't be able to defeat even a dog. Thomas, without waiting for the headman, suddenly jumped up and headed in a direction known only to him. Not wanting to let go of his defeated opponent, Oliver walked up to him and grabbed his tied hands. When the swordsman was sure that he had a firm grip on Joey, he, accompanied by the prisoner's cries, ran in the direction where the fat man had gone. Charles, fearing for the safety of the young master, began to persecute the students. It seemed like the race between the enemies was endless, and the butler never missed an opportunity to stop the guys with his strength. Turning back, Thomas was stunned by the old man's impudence. He dared to break into the territory of the educational institution. Some of the students, watching the race, recognized the man dragging along the ground as a young gentleman from the Hunters Guild. Realizing that his target was slipping away, Charles decided to use his last chance to stop them. He demanded that they stop. But then a young man rushed to intercept the stranger and demanded that he introduce himself. However, the guy was not a threat to the butler, so having caught up with him, the impudent fellow simply threw the university employee aside. Keeping an eye on the events behind him, Thomas commented on what had happened, calling the servant a madman. Due to the fact that the players were distracted by the enemy, they did not notice the obstacle that had appeared in their path: Ernest Stone. The man folded his arms across his chest in displeasure and asked Adam what they were doing here. The young people did not have time to answer, as the teacher heard the sound of footsteps approaching behind him. Turning around and seeing the stranger, Ernest was surprised by his impudence, because no one dares to pursue university students. Having repeated once again about the intruder's impudence, the strong man rushed into battle, not wanting to let his students be harmed. Charles noticed the new opponent and immediately activated the Holy Light Shield. But for Mr. Stone, this was not an insurmountable obstacle, and he attacked the dome from afar. From the outside, the battle looked incredibly impressive, and from the force of the blow, it was clear that the butler should not be able to withstand it. Charles was unable to withstand the attack of a player of his level. Ernest's power pushed the enemy back. Approaching the impudent fellow, the teacher asked who he was and why he was creating problems for Kyoto University. The man warned that if the butler did not answer, he would have to be sent to his forefathers, and then he put his fist forward. While Mr. Stone was distracted by the man lying down, interesting events began to happen behind him. Turning around at the call, the strong man saw new characters behind him. The stranger had an athletic build and a stern face that did not bode well. When the man demanded that Ernest let the stranger go, the teacher asked why he should do this. Todd Connor said that if the enemy does not let Charles go, he will go to the next world with him. But the university teacher was not impressed by such a threat, and he decided to attack first. However, Ernest decided to attack not the newcomer, but the light mage who was nearby. Fearing for his subordinate's life, Mr. Connor shouted his name, but no one answered. Turning to the head of the Hunters Guild, the man suggested that he attack, as he wanted to see the impudent fellow in action. Todd commanded the people around him to kill the strongman for him. But Mr. Stone was not only not scared, but also empowered. So with a predatory smile, he activated the power of Umiro. The teacher scattered the attackers like kittens, without even putting in much effort. One of the guild members recognized the enemy as a man who was considered missing: the battle maniac Ernest Stone. The morale of the defenders of Todd immediately fell, as Monka's glory went ahead of him and brought fear to the enemies. According to rumors, Ernest was born for battle, and at the peak of the intermediate stage, he single-handedly defeated a high-ranking swordsman. The guild leader heard the rumors that were spreading among his subordinates, and asked Stone how he survived. The redhead reported that not only was he alive, but he was also grateful to Todd for the opportunity to fight for his own pleasure. Enraged by his opponent's words, the villain activated the sledgehammer in his hand and prepared to attack. The weapon thrown towards Ernest caught up with him, and together they flew out of the battlefield. The path along which the man had moved away from Mr. Corner left behind purple splashes and clouds of dust. The sledgehammer returned to its owner, and the strong man remained on the ground, looking at the villain with displeasure. The members of the Hunters Guild began to actively gossip about how the combat maniac was not actually that strong. But the stranger's conclusions turned out to be premature, as Adam's teacher decided to move on to more serious measures. Ernest activated the combat fist, causing everything around him to glow orange and a beast's face to appear behind him. The man ordered the tiger to attack, and the owner's command was carried out instantly. In a matter of seconds, Mr. Stone and his assistant reached their opponent. Ernest made a confident move to strike, but his path was blocked by Todd's sledgehammer. The Hunter Guild leader was able to push his opponent back without any harm to himself. Gaining confidence, the man told his opponent that he had truly decided to die. However, Mr. Connor seemed to have forgotten that the more the fighting maniac fights, the stronger his fighting spirit and fighting fist become. As Ernest prepared to attack, he suddenly heard a loud heartbeat, but its source remained unknown. After a few moments, everyone around realized that the heartbeat was coming from the leader's sledgehammer. Moving closer to the enemy, Todd tried to calculate the shortest path to victory for himself. The students watching the battle watched what was happening with their mouths open in shock. Oliver saw an evil spirit emerge from Joey's father's weapon, its face not auguring anything good. Gradually, the two high-ranking players drew closer, and the battle was about to become bloody. The members of the Hunters Guild, knowing their leader, realized that this time he was truly intent on killing. The only one who found the whole thing funny was Mr. Stone, who said that it was impossible to kill him with one blow. Wanting to fight a worthy opponent for the first time in several years, Ernest challenged him to start the battle, but the men's plans were not destined to come true, as a huge sword was thrust right in the center between the rivals. The players stared at the barrier in surprise, as the weapon did not belong to any of them. There was a commotion among those present, as everyone felt the approach of a terrifying aura. The teacher realized that there would be no fight, since after looking closely at the weapon he correctly guessed its owner. Todd also slowly began to understand who had just interfered with the battle, because the owner of the Kunwu sword could only be one person. Adam, knowing the owner of the heavy aura personally, immediately guessed who stopped the fight. A few seconds after the sword, its owner, the rector of Kyoto University, Edgar Lambert, appeared on the square. Without preamble, the man demanded that the Hunters Guild explain their actions or be destroyed that very day. One of the organization's members' nerves gave out and he released his whip at the swordsman. Todd tried to stop the fool who didn't even understand who he was trying to attack, but it was too late. Mr. Lambert's body was bound by a strong thread, and it seemed as if nothing in this world could break it. Without even suspecting the danger, the stranger shouted to his leader not to worry, because now the old man would not be able to escape. A second later, everyone realized that the statement was reckless, since Edgar did not even move from his place. But the whip was already broken. The owner of the weapon was surprised and asked how this was possible, since it was a B-rank weapon. It was at this moment that the rector of the university decided to eliminate the offender, and he felt incredible pain. And a moment later, where the man had stood, there was only an empty space left, and only memories remained of the guild member. Once all the individuals interfering with the conversation had been eliminated, the swordsman turned to Todd and once again demanded an explanation. The man, deciding to take advantage of the opportunity, reported that the students had kidnapped his son, and he was forced to come to the rescue. Mr. Lambert asked if this was exactly the reason for the riots at the gates of his university. The head of the guild fervently assured that if his son was returned to him, he would turn a blind eye to what had happened and leave immediately. But all of Mr. Connor's words were interrupted by Edgard's condition, who said that there were two options. Either they leave or they die. Oliver, standing to the side, was amazed by the head of the school, who was demonstrating true skill. Todd, not expecting the conditions, asked why the man was acting so unreasonably. Edgar wondered if any of his rivals had thought about the reason when they had caused a riot and injured his students. Not wanting to give in, Joey's father reminded him that the boys had kidnapped his son, and then asked if the rector was going to cover for them. Thomas burst into the conversation, trying to justify his actions and saying that the guild attacked them first. Looking back at his student with displeasure, Mr. Lambert said that he would always be on the side of his charges. This statement greatly surprised the man, and he did not know what to answer the swordsman. Feeling that the enemy was surrendering, the head of the university announced that he was giving them 3 seconds to remove them from the premises of the institution. Todd realized that he had no choice, and after waiting a moment, he turned towards the exit. After quickly glancing at the members of his small squad, the man gave them the order to leave. Suddenly Adam, who was dragging Joey in his arms, stepped forward and asked his father to stop. Putting on a friendly face, the protagonist said that he had a proposal for a deal. Looking at the boy with indignation, Mr. Connor stated that blackmail in this case was outrageous. Todd turned his head towards the rector with disapproval and asked what they wanted for his heir. With a predatory grin, Adam asked the hunter not to worry, but to simply give him the huge hammer. Upon hearing the proposal, the man became indignant and said that if this was the final condition, then the students could keep the boy for themselves. The last person who expected to hear this was Joey, who stared at his father in amazement. Realizing that he might not get anything, Adam said that in that case, he would agree to a set of equipment of rank C or higher. Mr. Connor agreed to these conditions without delay and asked for the release of his offspring. But the main character said that he would release the prisoner only after he received the equipment. Todd turned his head towards the rector, as if he hoped to get some support from him. Realizing that there was no point in delaying any further, the head of the Hunters Guild angrily threw his inventory on the ground. Adam also decided to fulfill his part of the deal, and threw the defenseless Joey by the scruff of the neck towards his father. When all the enemies had left the university grounds, the rector approached the guys and said that this time they had been reckless. Edgar said that the students lacked strength, and it was dangerous to provoke such a powerful guild that led people through copies. When Oliver tried to justify their actions, the man said that even if they were right, it didn't make them more powerful. However, the teacher encouraged them by telling them that the boys had not been attentive enough and had allowed themselves to be tracked. Mr. Lambert said that in his younger years, Todd never knew who was to blame for the situation until the end of his days. Shaking his head in frustration, The swordsman stated that the students were still quite a long way from the level he had been in his youth. Friends don't even suspect about the rector's wild youth, they instantly gave him a thumbs up. Sometime later, returning to the dorm, the former classmates laid out their loot on the table. Deciding that everyone would get 2 items, Adam chose the storm boots, which gave him speed, and the silver lion helmet. Oliver and Thomas also looked at their updated inventory with interest. The Necromancer said that now he would try to simply study and restore his memories, since there was definitely something important there. The young men looked at their comrade with longing, and none of them wanted to experience the same feeling of loss. The next day, as Adam promised, he went to study to improve his level of skills and knowledge. One of the students said that anyone who wants to have the status of a strong man must kill the world serpent alone. Tired of listening to his students' gossip, Ernest asked them to shut up and focus on the lesson. Mr. Stone praised the boys for the way they had handled the first stage of training, but now it was time to move on to the second. Our hero was surprised by the fact that there are several stages for improving students' skills. The combat maniac asked his charges not to worry too much, since the second stage would be aimed at increasing agility. The man said that agility is important for physical fitness, because without it, everyone becomes a clumsy target. Adam was glad that they would be training in this particular direction, since he could not always rely on the ring. As Mr. Stone began transporting the students into the dungeon, he said that the second stage was much easier than the first. A C-rank copy called Deep Sea Abyss opened up before the boy's eyes. Ernest watched the emergence of his charges from a stone pillar that stood right in the sea. One of the students suggested that the teacher was going to make them dodge the waves. But deciding not to torment the young men with anticipation, the fighting maniac said that everyone would have to go through the columns. Adam thought that the pillars were constantly washed by water, which made them slippery, and some were corroded by sea salt. Seeing the group's reaction, the man chuckled and asked who wanted to go first. Denise Bishop stepped forward and announced that this time he wanted to start the test first and try everything on himself. The guy confidently jumped onto the first obstacle and began to calculate his next step. Her classmates were worried every time they saw Denise lose her balance or start to slip. But gradually the young man got used to the uncomfortable columns and began to overcome them with ease. The students who watched their friend jump decided that the test was easy and that everyone would complete it in a couple of minutes. However, suddenly something stuck into the guy's leg and he began to lose his balance. The next moment, Dennis flew down, and a blue fish with a sharp nose confidently flew above him. The strong man fell into the water, which meant that he would have to start all over again and catch up with his more cowardly classmates. Ernest had expected situations like this to happen, so he took a chain with him, which he now threw to the bravest student. 15 minutes later, when Dennis's struggle with the salt water and the waves was over, he climbed out onto the shore and threw the chain there. As soon as the young man returned to the ranks, the teacher informed him that the local fish were called swordfish, and they attacked all creatures. One of the students asked the teacher how many swordfish there were in total. The man smiled slyly and said that since the group was at the fish's lair, there were at least 100,000 of them here. Indignant conversations swept through the ranks of the guys, as everyone understood that it was impossible to defeat such a number of opponents. With his arms folded across his chest, Ernest announced that whoever completed the task first would receive a special reward. This news cheered up those present, because teacher awards never disappoint anyone. Dennis was the first to rush to take the test again, declaring that the reward would definitely belong to him. A whole battle unfolded among the young people on the columns, since the price of victory was too high. Adam, having waited until the main mass had started, slowly approached the training track and without unnecessary fuss began the test. Deciding not to neglect the ring, the player activated it and took half of Ernest's agility. The man realized what had happened and looked displeasedly at the Necromancer, but did not reproach him for his cunning. The main character jumped from pole to pole without any hesitation, as if he did this every day. Even his classmates present were amazed at the speed that Adam developed. One of the guys demanded that the young man stop and not come closer, since the column might not be able to support 2 people. But the young man didn't care about his comrade's words, since he understood that he was not bothering anyone. The students looked after the weakest of them and could not understand where he got the strength to do such a thing. Adam was happy that he received the storm boots in time, which allowed him to glide at the speed of a storm. However, the leader of the race was still Dennis, who again reached the point where progress was hindered by fish. The boy knew that he would come alive in this area, so he readily dodged the swordfish and batted them away with his fists. From the outside, the strongman's fight looked quite impressive, and for those watching, it was also educational, because they had yet to experience it. As Adam approached Denise, the queen's voice sounded in his head, telling him that there was something incredible on the mountain. Our hero asked when the girl had managed to return, to which she replied that she had always been inside and had never disappeared. Stopping abruptly, the Necromancer said that he didn't care about the mountain and demanded to know what happened in the pseudo-dungeon. Lowering her head, the blonde said that she was sorry, but she would not be able to tell her host anything. The guy didn't expect to be refused and asked his friend why she refused to share information. She said that as soon as the world collapsed, the main will of the inner world concentrated its attention there and had to fall into hibernation. However, the queen said that she was sure of one thing: Adam did not lose his memory by accident. The blonde said that the girl, Brooke, sealed all of the guy's memories because she didn't want him to remember her. Clenching his fists, the young man became angry at the one who couldn't remember and didn't understand why she did this. The entire time the player was lost in his thoughts, swordfish began to appear around his pillar. Realizing that the test was not over yet, the young man opened his eyes and turned his attention to his small opponents. As soon as they began their attack, they immediately received a powerful rebuff from Adam. He took out his anger at Brooke on them. All of his classmates were deeply impressed by how fiercely the Necromancer fought. Mr. Stone did not understand why. Instead of training his agility, his student was busy beating fish. Not paying attention to the fact that all the strongmen were looking at him, the main character continued to destroy the school of fish. When there was a lull in the battle, Adam asked the queen how to break the seal. The girl said that for this purpose, the guy must get one important thing. The young man, not noticing that a seal was spreading across his face, asked what the beauty was talking about. The queen, after a short pause, said that the main character should get the ghost eye, but that this should be thought about later. But as soon as the blonde said the name of the item, the power of the seal increased, so much so that Adam could no longer withstand it. Having lost consciousness, the boy fell into the water and quickly sank to the bottom, and all that remained was to hope that the teacher would save his protege. And perhaps the Necromancer imagined it. But an unfamiliar transparent girl with a frightened face appeared before his eyes. After some time, the main character opened his eyes and stared up. Sitting up, Adam grabbed his head and looked around, realizing that he was back in the hospital. Suddenly, the one the guy least expected to see entered the room: Amelia Adams, the girl from the competition. Having entered the room, the acquaintance began to pour water, and said that Thomas told her about what happened with the Necromancer. Handing the young man a cup, the student asked him to be careful, as it might be hot. But the idyll of the moment was broken, as the door suddenly swung open, and a stranger rushed inside. He stared in bewilderment at the couple, who were standing quite close to each other. The guy asked Amelia with displeasure whether she had come all this way for this handsome man. Adam, calmly finishing what was in his mug, looked at the troublemaker. Taking a step forward, the girl asked the young man, calling him Stephen Scott, what he was doing, and demanded that he leave. As if not hearing the words of the object of his affection, Stephen asked Amelia what she saw in this frail patient. The guest's gaze became heavier with every word of her acquaintance, and she again demanded that he leave. The blonde turned to Adam and said that if he was a real man, he should agree to fight in the dueling arena. Sighing with displeasure, the main character said that as soon as Stefan showed up, it became noisy and asked who he was. Smiling with white teeth, the player introduced himself and said that he was the strongest among the guys at the pedagogical university. The young man thought that even in their school, the ratio of boys to girls was 1:9. What was going on with the impudent fellow? Turning to the Necromancer, Amelia whispered to him not to argue, because even though Stefan was a fool, his strength was impressive. Nodding to the girl, the young man began to rise and explained that he had never tried to get close to the Ice Mage. The bully grinned and rushed towards his beloved, telling her that a coward like this was not worthy of her. But Adam immediately said that the student had misunderstood him, because he meant that Amelia herself came to him. Our hero continued carefree, saying that she took care of him day and night, pouring tea, straightening the blanket. To further irritate his new acquaintance, the guy said that the girl thought he was more handsome and taller than the upstart. The young man got what he wanted, because the next moment Stefan came at him with his fists. However, an ice wall appeared in the blonde's path, preventing the attacker from reaching our hero. Tired of this childish behavior, Amelia screamed at her friend to stop showing off. Adam, who was already fed up with the uninvited guest, called security and summoned them to get rid of the screamer. While two stern guys were carrying Stefan out of the room, he managed to tell the Necromancer to come to the arena if he had the guts. When the door slammed, Amelia told the guy not to listen to the upstart, because she had been suffering from his advances for a long time. Duel Arena is a place for duels where players do not die, but when one player's HP reaches 1, he loses. After some time, when Adam recovered, he accepted Stefan's challenge, and many people learned about the battle. Someone even tried to make money on the upcoming fight and started taking bets on the victory. While people were busy with issues of their well-being, young people were already preparing to enter the arena. When their paths crossed, the bully admitted that the Necromancer was much better than he had been in his first year. But Stefan was much older now. Smiling, the rival said that he was going to turn the main character into mincemeat right in front of Amelia's eyes. Just before the battle began, it was revealed that the blonde man was a level 26 warrior. When the spectators heard the ranks of the opponents, an oppressive silence hung over the square. A moment later, the crowd revolted, as the upcoming fight seemed pointless to them, and Adam's chances were 0. But some remained on the newbie's side, believing that if he summoned a bunch of undead, he might have a chance of winning. Stefan found the situation suspicious, and Warrior warned him that if this was a scam, he was broke. Not wanting to listen to empty chatter, our hero suddenly jumped up and began the attack. The student looked at his opponent in shock and tried to calculate the blow so that the newcomer would not die after it. For the fans, it was also a great surprise how the Necromancer went head-on using his fists against the warrior. Amelia, who was standing nearby, listened to the guy's comments and thought that they were all underestimating Adam in vain. Stefan made the most wrong decision of his life, to pity the weak Necromancer and take the first blow himself. The young man did not waste his time on empty attacks and hit his naive opponent straight in the face. The guy from the pedagogical university was flying backwards at the speed of sound, unable to break. The spectators in the stands could not believe what happened in the arena, as no one had ever seen anything like it before. People roared, trying to prove that everything was a setup, and some demanded the return of the money they had bet on Stefan. The warrior's friends looked at him with criticism, because they did not expect that the strongest of them would show weakness. The next moment, a feeling of excitement swept through the arena as the older player found the strength to stand up. Stefan looked menacingly at his opponent and announced that he was no longer going to hold back. But the main character was not going to listen to any warnings, and was already making his next attack. Unexpectedly for Adam, the guy was able to intercept the fist and squeeze it tightly in his palm. The Necromancer was not going to miss his chance to engage in close combat, and swung his other hand towards the bully. However, the future teacher was able to stop this attack by putting his palm forward. The situation between the guys became tense, as our hero did not expect his opponent to be so agile. Suddenly, another pair of arms shot out from Stefan's back, giving him a distinct advantage. This time, it was the Necromancer who received a punch in the face, for whom the appearance of additional limbs was an absolute shock. Viewers who had been familiar with Stefan for a long time knew that this was the guy's signature move. Time after time, the warrior attacked the newcomer, because he could not even bear the thought of losing to the object of his adoration. Trying to defend himself from the blows, Adam did not understand where his opponent got such a skill from. As he advanced on the freshman, Stefan reminded him that he had warned him of the potential danger before the fight began. But then the main character gathered all his strength into a fist, activated his weapon, and began a counterattack. Not expecting that the first-year student would decide to attack again, the warrior looked at him in surprise. However, the guy was ready, and when the blade fell on him, he was able to catch it and prevent it from harming him. Yanking his weapon back, Adam realized that his opponent was not giving up the captured item. Meanwhile, Stefan pulled the blade towards himself with both hands and swung his remaining pair of limbs to strike. Thanks to his advantage, the senior student was able to reach the Necromancer and lower his health bar. The next moment, Adam found himself far behind as the strong man threw him away from himself. The player decided to use the Silver Lion helmet, which increased head protection by 50 points. Looking predatorily at the unyielding newcomer, the guy realized that the enemy's SU had high strength indicators, at least 500 units. When the blonde voiced his thoughts out loud, the spectators in the stands could not believe what he said. Approaching Adam, the warrior said that stat numbers alone were not enough. Only some could fully integrate the power. The student explained that this is called a conversion rate, and from what he sees, the enemy's is pretty damn low. At that moment, the hero realized why he always felt like he was missing something to become invincible. Conversion rate is the percentage of attribute points converted into combat power and determines the winner in a battle. The young man thanked Stefan for the short lecture and promised to work on this problem. And then Adam shouted that in gratitude for the lesson he would hit himself and unexpectedly fulfilled his promise. The warrior did not know why the Necromancer was doing this and demanded that he stop trying to fool him. Amelia, standing among the visitors, could not understand what exactly her friend was planning to do. In fact, the player did this to activate the Queen's Wrath mode and go into Berserker mode. When activating the Corpse Ring, Adam said that he was interested in high stats, not conversion rates. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward to deliver the decisive blow in this battle. However, Stefan had foreseen this situation and was able to put the block out of his hands. While the opponent's attention was completely focused on his hands, the Necromancer penetrated behind his back. After which, Adam began a rapid series of attacks that the senior student was unable to keep up with. The speed of the young man caused a cloud of dust to rise around the combatants. The students, who knew how the battle would end, could not believe in the victory of a newcomer over a warrior at the intermediate stage. But then Stefan appeared, crawling out of the dust and coughing, and declared that nothing was finished yet. Getting to his feet, the boy shouted furiously that someone like him could not lose to someone like Adam. Swirls of blue energy began to form around the warrior, raising a strong wind in the arena. Stefan said that he originally planned to use this move at the international tournament, but first he would have to use it on a necromancer. The guy decided to use 3 pairs of hands to show everyone present his skills. Time after time he struck the main character, reducing the enemy's health level. Feeling the smugness rising inside him, Stefan didn't even suspect that he would once again activate the newbie's berserker mode. Swinging his weapon once again, the warrior shouted that everything had already been decided, and that all that remained for Adam was to die. But unexpectedly for the bully, his attack was stopped by the palm of his opponent. The system reported that the berserker mode had reached its limit, and now mysterious consequences should occur. The main character said that it is not beautiful for a person to have so many hands, so it is worth removing a couple of extra ones. In front of the spectators present, the young man showed great cruelty. He tore one of Stefan's limbs from his body. This action made the player very angry at the intermediate stage, and he decided to take revenge for what he had done. But no matter how hard the young man tried, all his attempts to strike at the necromancer were a failure. In the heat of battle, Stefan didn't notice that he had lost another arm, so that was what Adam focused on. The onlookers were surprised that the necromancer's physical strength could reach such a terrifying level. Only one of the spectators was smiling contentedly now. The girl who had been looking for the main character for a long time. At this time on the battlefield, Stefan finally accepted the fact that he was going to lose to a newbie this time. The necromancer flew towards the enemy, and a murderous aura reigned around him. Our hero's swing was so powerful that everyone around him already mentally said goodbye to the blonde. The system reported that Mr. Scott had only 1 health point left, which meant he had lost. The arena was filled with almost the same silence as at the beginning of the fight, but this time it was different in nature. Shock and surprise. Adam was able to defeat a third-year warrior, who was preparing for the World Dungeon Fighting Tournament. Feeling how the berserker mode was gradually fading, the guy tried to leave the site as quickly as possible. The stranger who was watching him from the hall could not wait for the moment when the necromancer was alone. The protagonist walked through the open door, feeling waves of fatigue wash over his body. Adam suddenly started coughing and blood started spurting out of his mouth as he had to take a couple of hits to defeat Stefan. The system reported that the mode was disabled and a mysterious side effect was activated. Immobilization for 1 hour. The young man felt his body stop obeying him and fly to the floor. But he was not allowed to fall completely because someone's hands confidently caught Adam. Everything was swimming before the necromancer's eyes. And even looking closely at the man, he could not discern the face of the savior. However, the next moment the young man received a strong blow to the forehead with the edge of his palm. Before losing consciousness, the guy heard a female voice, which said that she was glad to meet again. When the necromancer opened his eyes after an indefinite period of time, he did not understand where he was, since the place was unfamiliar. Sitting up, Adam tried to remember the thread of events that had taken place. Suddenly, 2 unknown girls appeared in front of him and called him sir. Staring at the maids, the guy asked them who was the owner of this bedroom. Jumping abruptly out of bed, amid the indignant cries of the servants, Adam tried to break through to the exit of the room. On the way, he tried to find out who the mistress was, for which he received 2 uncomprehending glances in his back. One of the girls said that the young gentleman had no right to leave the room without the permission of the mistress. However, our hero was not going to listen to strangers and had already opened the door, but there was an obstacle to his freedom. Rosalind Taylor stood in the hallway and seductively asked the young man if he was awake. Memories from the lake copy where the girl tried to kill him surfaced in Adam's head. Smiling, Rosalind said that she had already promised to find the necromancer back then. Turning her gaze to the maids, the kidnapper demanded that they leave the room. As soon as the door slammed shut, the young man asked Miss Taylor what she was up to. Activating her power, the blonde extended her hand towards the young man's neck and asked him to take his time. Suddenly, an unusually beautiful white flower grew from the guy's neck, and Rosalind immediately reached for it. When the girl plucked the sprout, Adam immediately felt the seed disappear from his body. Looking at his acquaintance with displeasure, the main character demanded that she explain what was happening. Smiling, Rosalind explained that she was the eldest daughter of the Tang family, and the necromancer was her husband, so he was the young master. Taking a fighting stance, Adam recalled that he had beaten up a girl at the lake, and now she had kidnapped him and made him her husband. The player's words angered the kidnapper, and she shouted that the young man himself was to blame for everything that was happening, as he had ruined her plans. It was the necromancer's turn to speak, and he said that he had done everything for his survival, and then asked about the meaning of the kidnapping. The girl said that in her family there is a rule. If you do not reach a high rank by 25, then you get married. However, if she finds her soulmate, she won't have to suffer from a marriage of convenience. It dawned on Adam that Rosalind could now seriously set him up and turn him into a punching bag. Turning away from his former rival, the young man said that since she had extracted the seed from his body, he could leave peacefully. While watching the captive, the kidnapper said that she had to lie to her father about her pregnancy from the Necromancer. Pretending to be sad, Rosalind said that if Adam ran away, his entire family would have to go after him. Having heard the girl's last words, the hero slammed the door and said that she knew how to put a spoke in the wheel. Suddenly, the young lady ran up to the young man and grabbed him by the arm. Looking into her victim's eyes, Rosalind asked him why he didn't want to be her husband. Tearing his hand from the girl's grip, Adam said that he would help solve the problem with the marriage of convenience, and then he would be released. The kidnapper offered to make a deal. The necromancer would undergo a family check and deal with the groom, and then he would be free. Looking at the outstretched palm, the guy realized that he had fallen into a trap, because the girl's original goal was to get rid of the marriage. Once the couple had come to an agreement, Rosalind headed out of the room and announced that they were going to a family dinner that night. But as soon as she began to open the door, the main character slammed it shut again, not letting the mistress of the house go out into the corridor. Miss Taylor turned to see a powerful figure looming over her. Rosalind asked what the necromancer could do, to which he replied that he was now her husband and could afford the same. Moving away from the guy, the girl demanded that he stop playing tricks and not forget that they were at her house. Unexpectedly for the young lady of the Taylor family, Adam came as close as possible to her and hit her with his forehead. Rosalind, who received the push, was taken by surprise and did not have time to move away and staggered back strongly. When the kidnapper regained her balance, she bared her teeth in displeasure and called the necromancer a psycho. As soon as the girl left the room, the main character realized that he was in trouble again. In the evening, opening the door, Rosalind, without going inside the room, asked if her husband was ready for dinner. When the young man came into view, Miss Taylor was a little taken aback, as she had never seen him like this before. The guy looked like he was getting ready for a family gathering that took several hours, with stylists in attendance. Feeling her cheeks blush with embarrassment, the kidnapper turned away and said that she was satisfied with the image. The Taylor family mansion looked like a royal residence. It was obvious that wealthy people lived there. Upon entering the main hall, the couple were met by maids who joyfully greeted their masters. Leaning towards the boy's ear, Rosalind demanded that he say nothing and obey her. Two people appeared ahead, a man and a woman, who looked expectantly towards the young people. Jessica Taylor, who was the girl's mother, happily greeted her relative. To maintain the rules of decency, the blonde said who was in front of them, and Adam greeted the woman. The main character, under the displeased glances of his wife, told Jessica with a smile that he thought she was Rosie's sister. Suddenly, a disgruntled male voice came from the side, accusing the young man of frivolity. Turning his head towards the speaker, the necromancer assumed that the man was his wife's great-grandfather. Feeling deeply awkward, Rosalind revealed that the person standing in front of the boy was her father, Nicholas Taylor. Pretending to be sorry, Adam apologized and blamed it all on his eyesight, which had failed him this time. Mr. Taylor thought grimly that if the boy had not been the father of an unborn grandson, he would have killed him on the spot. Rosalind approached the young man and demanded that he behave decently. But then behind the assembled group a door creaked, and then light footsteps were heard. The head of the family, Gregory Taylor, entered the hall, radiating an aura of power. The clan members and servants bowed their heads before the man. Only Adam began to look at him carefully. Rosalind noticed this and immediately introduced the head, hinting that the guy should stop looking at her great-grandfather. At this moment, the newcomer decided to demonstrate his strength and activated one of his strongest skills. Air currents mixed with magic began to radiate out from Gregory in all directions. The show created for Adam had no effect on him when his family members were going through a tough time. Suddenly, the old man laughed loudly and declared that there was something of his old style in the young man. Stepping forward, Rosie tried to justify herself, saying that the necromancer had never been to family dinners and didn't know the rules. When dinner began, Adam tried to behave as indecently as possible, in revenge for his kidnapping. Loudly chomping, waving his arms and trying to speak with his mouth full, the guy tried to figure out how much patience those around him would have. However, the space in the stomach ran out quite quickly, and the young man received only uncomprehending looks. After some time, the head of the family asked if everyone had eaten enough, and then said that he wanted to talk to Adam alone. Rosalind and her father tried to leave the man in fear, as they did not know what to expect from him. Instantly angry at his relatives, Gregory again told them to leave the room. After watching the Taylor family leave, Adam's attention turned to the old man sitting in front of him. The man admitted that Rosalind was a spoiled girl since childhood, but she was quite good. All the sins of his pseudo-wife immediately surfaced in the young man's head, and his faith in her kindness immediately faded. Cupping his hands, Gregory said he wanted to ask his son-in-law a favor. The chief said that their family lacked a younger generation, and currently only Rosalind was good enough. He reported that every year a family meeting is held in the capital, where 4 new great families are determined. The man expressed hope that Adam would speak on their behalf, but was immediately refused categorically. Confused by this answer, Mr. Taylor noted that the Necromancer was the son-in-law and had every right to participate. To persuade the young man, the old man promised him access to the land of his ancestors, where the secrets of how their family came to power are kept. Picking up his glass from the table, Gregory admitted that he had no one else to rely on except Adam. The man said that if they failed at the family meeting, the family would lose its position among the 4 great families. When the Necromancer asked why they were so confident in him, the chief said that the guy's achievements speak for themselves. Giving in, the young man said he would attend the meeting, but he would not risk his life for the Taylors. Smiling, the man said that this would be enough, and then thanked Adam for the opportunity. Without answering, the main character stood up from his seat and headed towards the exit, waving goodbye. Because of this, the boy did not notice the predatory look that old man Gregory threw in his direction. As soon as the young man left the hall, Rosalind, who had been standing nearby the whole time, called out to him. The girl asked what the Necromancer had done that made her grandfather want to talk to him personally. Not wanting to tell everything, Adam joked that the kidnapper was no longer the head's granddaughter, and that he would now be her grandfather. When threats began to rain down on the young man, he turned to Rosie and, smiling, asked her not to repeat it in front of the boss. These words made the kidnapper even more angry. But she could not answer him, since she herself was to blame for what was happening. But then she pulled herself together, and deciding to use feminine charms, she clung to the guy and asked him to tell her everything. Adam sheepishly admitted that he had agreed to represent their family at the meeting this year. Rosalind suggested that the hero could have refused this, since he had dragged her here by force. But he asked her not to bother her head with it. Walking away, the guy decided to disturb the peace that had formed between them, and told the girl that none of this concerned her. A few days later, Adam, accompanied by Rosalind and Gregory, went to a family gathering. The leader activated the teleporter, and all that was left for the young people to do was step inside. When the transfer was completed, the 3 of them found themselves on Mount Chunling, where there were already a lot of people. The aristocrats present belonged to the Taylor, Hayes, Sinclair, and Coleman families. The head of the Coleman family, Gordon, asked with displeasure who the Taylors thought they were if they allowed themselves to arrive later than everyone else. Gregory, looking sideways at the man, said that if he didn't like something, they could start a war. The disgruntled man said that the old man should not pretend to be tough until their family confirmed its status among the greats. In the crowd of people was Charlotte Sinclair, who, seeing a familiar back, tried to convince herself that it was not a necromancer. But all the arguments were stopped by a man who came out onto the platform, and having confirmed that all the families were there, suggested that they begin. The judge of the meeting, Kurt Hoffman, asked representatives of each family to come forward. Our hero, among the rest of the Taylor clan, took several confident steps. Charlotte, who met the criteria for participation in the competition, was also in the group that would be in the trial. Casting a glance towards her rivals, the girl was surprised, as she was finally convinced of Adam's presence here. The main character attracted the attention of other people, who could not understand where a stranger came from in their ranks. Kurt, wanting to get started quickly, suggested that the teams prepare to enter the copy, but someone interrupted him with a shout. The restless Gordon said that, in his opinion, Adam does not belong to the Taylor family. The Necromancer's old friend continued to wonder where he came from. The old man stepped forward and announced that the boy was the husband of his great-granddaughter Rosalind and the son-in-law of their family. The head of the Kolomanovs asked not to take those present for fools, but to admit that they select everyone for the family for the sake of numbers. The stranger declared that he might as well adopt several geniuses from the capital's universities into his family. Someone around wondered why the newlyweds were standing so far apart if they loved each other. Gregory turned to the young man and asked him to stand closer to Rosie to shut these people up. Having received a negative answer, the old man asked what could make Adam change his mind. Smiling slyly, the main character said that in this case an additional fee would help. Turning away, the player said that when it was all over, the Taylor family would have to do something for him. No questions asked. Having put forward his conditions, the guy approached his wife and, hugging her, looked at her tenderly. A moment later, he leaned towards her and gently kissed her cheek, causing Rosalind to blush with embarrassment. But Gordon didn't believe the couple, and using his skills, he found out that Adam was a necromancer at the 17th level. The step on which the young man was standing amazed the head of the Colemans, and he announced out loud that he was just a newbie. With a heavy sigh, the head of the Taylor clan asked what was wrong with this fact, since it did not contradict the rules. The man said that the Necromancer could participate, but he would have to try hard not to die on the ghostly mountain. Kurt, tired of the annual disputes among the families, demanded that all unnecessary people leave the platform. The judge said that there were 4 ghost eyes on the mountain, and those who could obtain them would become the new 4 great families. While thinking about the level of players on the team, Adam heard about the ghost eyes that he needed to remove the block. The next moment, Mr. Hoffman announced the beginning of the annual trials for the title of the best, and the players began to move. Gradually, the girls and boys disappeared to appear in the inner world. One of the remaining men asked Kurt to get his divine artifact. The judge activated the mirror in his hand, which had long helped him to fairly evaluate the tests. Everyone realized that the object was working, because after the bright shine on the mirror, an image of a forest appeared on the screen. The world where all the participants were transported was called the Ghost Mountain, and its appearance made it clear where this name came from. An unknown young man got separated from his group and found himself near a cliff. The next second, his cry was heard over the mountains, and Adam thought that he wasn't so unlucky after all. The head of the family, who was watching the test, looked at the boy's death with sadness, as he had hoped for his potential. One viewer was outraged by the fact that the Taylor family already had all 4 players together, but then something happened on the screen, causing the old man to cough and curse angrily. Some time ago, when the participants had just met, one of the comrades asked what our hero's name was. After receiving the answer, the guy said that his name was Jacob, and warned Adam that he must obey the instructions. Looking at the speaker with displeasure, the young man asked why he had to do this. Red stated that since he is an intermediate-level player, he is the strongest and most experienced of those present. The only girl in the group said that Jacob is the #1 genius among the Taylors, and no one will listen to a freeloading son-in-law. Not wanting to argue with anyone, Adam said that in that case he would listen to his elder, and, in case of danger, hide behind his back. On the other side of the screen, Gregory sighed with displeasure as he instructed Jacob to listen to the newcomer. Taking command, the new leader of the group gave the order to move forward, as they had to find the eye first. Following his partners, Adam tried to think of a way to get the ghostly eye, which was now needed not only by him. Suddenly, an old woman appeared ahead, sitting on a chair in the middle of an empty clearing. The group decided that this was an NPC of the Ghost Mountain, and it was better to avoid it. When 3 people had already passed by, the girl exhaled joyfully, saying that the stranger was too close. But then the creature opened its eyes and loudly announced that there was no place for the living on the ghostly mountain. Liana and Jacob turned to face their grandmother and looked at her in surprise. Rising abruptly from her seat, the NPC stated that she would not tell the group anything except that there were real ghosts on the mountain. Adam, who did not want to be hurt by the sudden attack, pulled out his weapon and activated it. Putting a blade to the old woman's neck, the guy said that everything she had said was nonsense, and demanded that she tell him everything she knew. The 3 members of the Taylor family looked on in confusion, and did not know how best to respond. In the real world, great-grandfather asked Rosalind if Adam had always been so brave. The stranger, who was actually a monster, decided to activate her powers, and then wait for the right moment and attack. But the main character did not give his rival such a chance, and, hitting her in the face with his fist, asked her not to pretend. The partners did not expect that the newcomer would hit a woman, so they recoiled in shock from the scene of the battle. The successful attack angered the villainess, and she began to shine an acid green color that reminded of evil spirits. Clenching his fist into his palm, the young man declared that since the old woman was not saying anything, he would have to beat the truth out of her. After a series of successful attacks, Adam grabbed the NPC by the scarf and lifted him off the ground, depriving him of the ability to resist. The woman, realizing that her condition was close to critical, promised to tell everything voluntarily. Having put the captive on the ground and straightened her clothes, the Necromancer said that she should have immediately come forward and no one would have beaten her. The stranger said that the legend says that the world of the living and the underground intersect on the Ghost Mountain. It is for this reason that there are many vengeful ghosts wandering here who cannot leave for reincarnation. The old woman said that the spirits hide in the fog, but as soon as they sense the presence of the living, they jump out and attack. The woman seemed to hypnotize Adam, and until the queen called out to him, he could not distinguish between sleep and reality. The young man demanded that the captive tell him something else, but she said that she didn't know anything else. Looming menacingly over the monster, the protagonist asked her if she knew anything about where to look for the ghostly eyes. The heads of families who watched the test were surprised by how the Taylor family's son-in-law decided to complete the task. Gregory asked his granddaughter why the Necromancer used a blade in his attacks. Adam grinned and said that if the NPC really didn't know anything, he wouldn't use a weapon against her. Putting her hands forward in a protective gesture, the woman said that she knew the location of only one eye. The old woman revealed her cards, saying that the boring item was in the possession of the ghost monk. The protagonist asked the villain if he had heard the name of the owner of the transparent eye correctly, and received a positive answer. The monk was once an enlightened being who vowed to rid all vengeful ghosts of their suffering. That day he washed himself, lit incense, and holding a Buddhist staff made of lapis lazuli, he stepped onto the ghostly mountain. For a moment, a bright light shone on the ghostly mountain, revealing a giant golden Buddha, as if he had descended onto the mountain. But soon the Buddha was swallowed up by the ghostly mist, and later, when people saw the monk again, he became the ghost monk. The woman said that the temple was ahead, and if the group wanted to deal with it, the weapons would need to be more lethal. Turning away from the informant, Adam promised that this time he would believe her and go to the temple to verify what was said. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could see her, the witch began to build up her inner strength in order to take revenge for the way she was treated. Approaching the young man unnoticed, she raised her hand to attack. But the main character foresaw this outcome, so he immediately turned to his opponent and demonstrated his readiness for battle. The old woman's entire enthusiasm instantly disappeared, and she, unpleasantly surprised, screamed. Taking a swing, Adam attacked the local resident, leaving her no chance to cause even the slightest harm. The system reported that the Necromancer defeated a regular NPC and received 1 point of deadly energy as a reward. A notification appeared that if the player's blade gains 100 points of such energy, it will receive the Ghost Slayer enchantment. Turning to his comrades, the young man smiled at them, but for some reason this expression frightened them. Liana moved closer to Jacob and asked if someone had possessed Adam. Grinning even more, the protagonist tried to calm his partners and said that he was not going to turn them into energy. The guy's explanation, on the contrary, frightened the Taylor family members even more, and they unanimously took a step back. After some time, the guys overcame their fear and said that since Adam still saw them as comrades, there was nothing to be afraid of. For several hours now, the Taylor family group had been moving through the dense forest, and still had not found the desired temple. Jacob, feeling responsible for the team, asked them to ignore the sounds and pretend they had not heard anything. The audience acknowledged that although the leader is arrogant, he is actually quite capable and not impulsive like the rest of the youth. But then the attention of observers was drawn to Adam, who again decided to do everything his own way. Rushing forward, the player demanded that all the ghosts come to him, as he needed deadly energy. Jacob tried to stop the madman, warning that if the ghosts targeted them, they would die right there. But it was already too late, as an enemy landed from somewhere behind the Necromancer. A monster with red eyes attacked the protagonist in a swift jump, but he was able to dodge. With a precise attack, Adam destroyed the evil spirit and received +1 point to his much-needed energy. But the battle did not stop there, as hundreds of equally evil ghosts appeared ahead. Looking at the crowd of enemies in fear, Jacob indignantly asked the Necromancer what he had done. But the young man did not pay attention to the cries of his comrades, telling himself that these spirits should be enough for him. The opponents all rushed towards Adam, who waited impatiently for them to catch up with him. Every movement of our hero was calculated and brought him several points of deadly energy. The creatures, cut in half, flew in different directions, and some did not even realize that their fight was already over. At some point, the system reported that the energy scale was filled to the maximum. The blade received a first-stage enchantment, Ghost Slayer, and damage to spiritual entities increased by 50%. Adam also received 30% to the fear of entities, which he could immediately see. The spirits rushed away from him. The group looked at what was happening with confusion, as no one expected the ghosts to run away from the young man as fast as they could. Gregory looked at the boy peacefully and thought that this kid was stronger than he initially thought. Catching up with his opponents, the hero thought that he didn't even expect that the deadly energy would have several stages. But then a male voice rang out over the clearing, singing as it demanded that the demons and ghosts disappear. The stranger activated the fire dance, and all the creatures found themselves in the middle of a fire the next moment. The only one who was upset about what was happening was Adam, who lost the opportunity to get energy points. In front of the group stood a man who had just destroyed a small army of spirits. People from reality immediately recognized the stranger as a monk of the Dong family, who is an important NPC and reduces the difficulty of the trial. Only Gordon was unhappy with what was happening, because the Taylor family could once again maintain its position among the great families. The monk addressed the rescued people, saying that the Ghost Mountain was a dangerous place, and they needed to leave quickly. Jacob said that their team, on the contrary, needed to climb the mountain and get a certain item. Alvin agreed to take the boys where they needed to go, but asked them to be extremely careful and rely only on themselves. For the leader of the group, This only meant that they no longer had to fear that Adam would ruin everything and drag them down. With the NPC, everything really went much easier, and the company's progress accelerated significantly. Liana, who was the most timid of those present, asked the elder if they really needed to climb the mountain. Hugging the girl and patting her on the head, the guy asked her not to be afraid of anything, as he would not let anyone hurt her. Adam watched the scene with his eyes rolled and thought that if something happened, these two would immediately start calling for help. The young man swung his blade to clear the grass from the path that led further into the mountains. Alvin looked at the Necromancer's weapon in surprise, as it felt like dense, deadly energy. The man approached the young man and asked him what he did for a living, to which he received the answer that Adam was a butcher. But the monk did not believe what was said, since such energy cannot be obtained from cutting up pigs. The power from the blade spread out in smooth waves, removing unnecessary plants and opening the way. Jacob looked closely at the place where the guy was and shouted that he saw a passage there, which meant that someone had gotten ahead of them. Noticing that the entire group of boys wanted to rush forward, Alvin asked them to stop in a worried voice. Having gained the attention of his comrades, the man raised his hand and pointed his finger forward, drawing their attention to something. A clearing opened up in front of the Taylor family representatives, where there was a pile of bodies. Liana reported that she saw familiar people among the dead. Therefore, these were people from another clan. Approaching the fallen, Alvin suggested moving on, since they could no longer help here. Walking a little forward, Jacob heard a strange sound coming from somewhere to the side. Turning around, the young man saw a strange creature with red eyes, and then asked the monk if it was a ghost. Having heard the word that interested him, the main character rushed forward, pushing everyone in his path. Distracted from its next victim, the monster turned its attention to the moving target. Adam, anticipating the battle to increase the enchantment level of his blade, smiled predatorily. It only took one blow for the guy to save his group from the danger of the dead man. Even the monk, who did not expect such rage from a living person, was impressed by the newcomer's actions. Grabbing her friend's hand, Liana said that she wanted to go back home, to which she received the answer that first they needed to find the eye. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard over the clearing, singing a song about unhappy love in a drawn-out and sad voice. Looking down, the girl saw that all the space around her was beginning to disappear underwater. With every second, the water level increased, and in a few minutes, it was already waist-deep. Jacob walked up to Liana and took her hand, telling her that she didn't have to be afraid of anything. However, the guy's suggestion did not work, as she saw something terrible behind her and tried to report it. A woman with black hair rose out of the water into the air, her outline illuminated by an otherworldly green light. Turning around, the young man saw nothing and told the girl that she had most likely imagined it all. However, Liana knew for sure that she had seen someone, and for support, she turned to the monk, asking if he had seen a ghost. But Alvin had not noticed anyone before, so the only witness to the spirit's appearance was the blonde. The man thought that he shouldn't ignore his partner's words and recited a spell to drive away evil. The NPC's eyes lit up blue, and he began to summon Heavenly Sight, which was supposed to help in the current situation. When he opened his eyelids, a column of blue light burst out of his eyes and headed towards the water. The effect was not long in coming. A woman with black hair appeared on the surface and attacked the monk. The green slime rushed towards Alvin and hit the target, the eyes emitting light. The man lowered his eyelids, feeling wild pain, and thought that he did not even have time to see the ghost's face, but was already wounded. The only one who was not afraid of the monster was Adam, who, with a weapon at the ready, tried to find the evil spirit. But Alvin wasn't going to give up so easily, and he pulled out the seal and began to activate it. Pointing his hand with the paper towards the direction where the ghost had recently been, he ordered her to go through 7 killings of gods and demons. The man got his way, and the woman showed her true colors as the spell was causing her pain. However, she quickly recovered, and having correctly identified the source of her troubles, decided to attack him. It was a shock to Alvin that after such a powerful seal, the spirit could still move. At this moment, the opponent put her hand forward and hit the monk right in the chest. Taking advantage of the fact that he was in direct contact with the spirit, the man cast another spell. A moment later, the ghostly body was struck by a bolt of lightning, which should have left no chance for survival. Jacob, watching the fight from the sidelines, was very impressed by how skillfully the man worked. However, the moment of triumph was interrupted by Adam, who saw that the spirit was again trying to get out of the water to the surface. The angry ghost began his mournful song again, as if warning of impending danger. Having learned from experience, Alvin gave the group the order to flee, as he realized that he did not know how to deal with the embittered spirit. The whole group rushed away, since the opinion of this NPC was authoritative for them. But as soon as it seemed that land was close, the water came there too. Tired of running, Jacob turned to the woman and shouted that he was going to fight the monster chasing them. Trying to calm the fear within himself, the young man prepared his weapon for attack. However, the monster readily dodged the spear thrust forward and began to rapidly reduce the distance to the guy. But the observant Jacob realized that the ghost did not want to run into the weapon. Therefore, it could cause harm. The young man flew into the air, hoping to end the fight in one blow. Swinging his spear, he confidently activated the attack, Ice Numbness, and struck the place where the spirit had been a second ago. When the effect of the blow wore off, Jacob hoped that the woman was gone. But a warning cry was heard from behind. But the ghost was faster and managed to touch the player's body, after which he felt cold and his body stopped obeying. The villainess threw the warrior away from her so that he would no longer have the opportunity to harm her. Alvin closed his eyes and thought that if there really was no other way out, then he had only one thing left to do. But then Adam confidently stepped forward and headed towards the otherworldly singer, ignoring the warnings. Wanting to calm the man down a little, the Necromancer turned around and said that times had changed, as had the methods of fighting. And then, turning away, the young man instantly jumped up from his place and, holding his weapon in front of him, prepared to attack. He struck the creature and was able to do what none of his comrades could, cause damage. It was a great surprise to the man that the boy hit the spirit with an ordinary blade. The streak of light that remained after the attack shone with a bright golden light, as if the sun had come out for a second. But then the young man realized that his rival was nowhere to be seen again, even though he had managed to touch her. Suddenly a coldness began to spread through Adam's body, penetrating him to the bones. Turning his head to the side, the main character saw a woman next to him who tried to repeat the same thing as with the red-haired man. However, the young man smiled and turned to the ghost and said that she looked pale. The ghost was unpleasantly surprised that her victim could still move and speak coherently. Taking advantage of his opponent's proximity to him, Adam activated the Silver Lion helmet. Then the main character summoned the Storm Boots and, deciding to try his luck again, attacked the ghost. The guy, having grabbed the blade more comfortably, activated the Dragon Roar Slash. Not wanting to be destroyed, the ghostly woman rushed away from the would-be killer. Viewers in the outside world were amazed at how the newcomer was chasing the ghost. At this time, the young man did not give up hope of catching up with the monster and receiving deadly energy for eliminating it. Decreasing the distance between them, the guy asked the spirit not to run away from him. And yet, no matter how hard the ghost tried to slip away, the moment came when Adam caught up with him. Looking to the side, the monster saw a blade rapidly approaching its head. A moment later, the weapon pierced the ghostly woman, dealing critical damage. The system reported that for killing this NPC, the young man would receive 100 points of deadly energy. After the destruction of evil, the water disappeared from the clearing, and the main character received gratitude from his comrades. Adam said that everyone contributed to the victory because the creature was much stronger than those they had encountered before. Gordon, who was watching the test, asked Gregory where his son-in-law got such strength from if he was just a newbie. These words angered the head of the Taylor family, and he, turning his gaze to the speaker, said that he did not have to explain anything to him. Mr. Coleman felt the old man's eerie aura, mixed with power, affecting his body. Jumping up from his seat, the man asked his opponent if he had really been able to achieve such a level of strength. After moving away from his enemies, the boy suggested to the leader to postpone his plan against the Taylor family, but received a negative answer. In the copy, the young people continued to move towards their goal, and suddenly Liana turned to Adam. Grabbing his hand, the girl asked why the Necromancer wasn't paying attention to her. Watching what was happening in reality, Rosalind remained silent with displeasure, not commenting on her relative's actions. But our hero understood what was causing such attention from his partner, so he abruptly snatched his shoulder from the tenacious grip. Clenching his fist, the young man promised to hit the blonde if she didn't leave him alone. At that moment, Jacob approached the couple from behind and asked if Liana was okay. The girl suddenly changed her mind and told the player that she shouldn't have behaved like that, because he was the best for her. The conversation between the comrades was abruptly interrupted by Alvin, who reported that he felt a strong yin energy and the sounds of fighting ahead. Turning to the group, the man warned that he could not determine who was ahead, friend or foe. But then he noticed that there were only 3 players in the clearing, so he asked where Adam Miller was. Hearing a branch snap ahead, the monk turned his gaze to the source of the sound, but saw only the edge of the Necromancer's cloak. Without giving himself time to think, the main character was already running towards the battle, wanting to upgrade his weapon to be more lethal. As he jumped down, the boy shouted, announcing his approach and stating that he was an expert in exterminating evil spirits. Feeling a wave of excitement rising inside him, Adam was already mentally fighting the ghosts. The young man landed right in front of the spirit for which he had run to the family of his opponents. The people in danger belonged to the Coleman clan, and they were infinitely glad that help had arrived. Adam had a few seconds to take in the monster he was about to fight. At this time, the tailors arrived at the edge of the cliff, and the monk said that in front of them was a ghost who removes the skin from the victim and wears it to her. The blonde introduced himself as Eric Coleman and asked the Necromancer to help their family defeat the evil spirit. Having heard the name of the guy standing next to him, the main character said that he would not help him. Turning around and putting his hands in his pockets, Adam said goodbye to the player and headed towards the forest. The action of the Taylor family representative angered Gordon, who did not expect such a setup from them. But Eric understood that there was nowhere else to expect help from, and promised that he would not remain in debt. Turning around, our hero smiled rudely and said that he wouldn't refuse 5 million. The blonde's eyes lit up and he said that these conditions suited him perfectly. The ease with which his rival agreed to the offer made Adam wary, and he suspected deception. The young man called out to the monster, after which he recited by heart the spell that he had previously heard from Alvin. The man standing nearby looked critically at the young man, as he understood that what he said would have no effect. The next moment the Necromancer jumped up and began to attack with a cry of disappear. Adam was able to reach the monster and successfully deal damage to it, meaning that the ghost was not that strong. The guy, while his opponent had not recovered from the previous blow, attacked again. It was a complete confusion to Eric that the Necromancer could deal with a monster that the 5 of them couldn't defeat. Turning around for a split second, Adam shouted angrily at his frozen comrades and asked for help. Having come to his senses, the blonde gasped and tried to build a plan of attack in his head. He commanded his friends to move forward, and he himself ran after them. From all sides, the monster was bombarded with blows and spells that disoriented him. A green liquid was pouring out of the monster, replacing its blood. But then Eric noticed something that made him freeze for a few moments. In the ghost's only eye, the ghost eye, which was so necessary for those present, shone in scarlet color. The young man could not tear himself away from the subject that interested him, losing precious time allotted for the battle. It seemed to him as if the eye surrounded him and would not let him go from its chains. But Eric was able to break out of hypnosis and told everyone present that he had found one ghostly eye in this spirit. Upon hearing this, Adam immediately perked up, as he could now get one eye for himself and the other for the Taylor family. The blonde, unaware of the main character's plans, commanded his partners to attack the ghost. Blows rained down on the monster from all sides, and surprisingly, it did not resist the attacks. The guys managed to make the cut near the eye bigger, and now everyone was absolutely sure that the spirit had the necessary thing. Eric said that if he managed to get the eye, he would definitely become the object of everyone's attention in the family. Looking back at Adam, the young man asked him for help, promising to pay 10 times more. After receiving consent from his ally, the boy ordered his wolf to attack. The beast, obeying its master, enveloped itself in energy flows and rushed towards the evil spirit. Having caught up with the ghost in 2 leaps, Eric's pet grabbed his head in his mouth, intending to deprive his opponent of his head. The monster, feeling that one of its limbs was captured, began to lose its original shape. The next moment, the wolf received a blow from the ghost and howled, flying back without causing any harm to the NPC. The main character did not interfere in the battle and watched, trying to figure out the monster's weak points. Now the spirit had acquired a diamond shape, with a huge red eye in the middle. Suddenly, the Wolf King appeared from the side again, attacking the monster with furious rage. But the eye had already seen the danger, and it was obvious that he would not ignore it. The spirit released black tentacles in the direction of its opponents, which looked dangerous even at first glance. Eric let out a frightened breath and informed Adam, who was standing next to him, that what was happening was dangerous. Alvin, who had been at the top of the cliff all this time, tried to shout to the Necromancer, but it was all in vain. The judge said that the Colemans and Taylor's son-in-law were sucked into the world of the Ghost Eye, and the mirror would not show what was happening inside. There is a ghostly energy raging in this space, but to gain the recognition of the eye, it is necessary to enter it. When Adam opened his eyes, he saw that he was in a dense forest. Suddenly, a thin female voice was heard from the side calling the young man. The girl said that she was afraid to be there and asked to be taken to a safe place. Smiling, Adam said that he would be happy to help, but warned that he would not do anything for free. Modestly lowering her eyes, the stranger said that she had nothing to repay for his kindness, and began to slowly unbutton her shirt. Running up to the guy, the girl pressed her whole body against him and said that she would give him all of herself. At that very moment, she received a punch in the face, which was a big surprise. The impudent girl flew away from the main character a few steps, and apologies were heard after her. Rubbing the place of the blow and looking at the ground in confusion, the stranger asked why the young man was so cold towards her. Guessing that Adam didn't like damsels in distress, she raised her hand, and the next moment another lady appeared, putting her finger to her mouth and then licking it. The woman asked if the Necromancer liked his current image. At this moment, the main character realized that there was another monster in front of him and took the dagger in his hands. Frowning with displeasure, the stranger stated that this victim could not be taken in this way. Moving closer, she said that she wanted to look into the young man's heart to understand who he liked. Looking at the outstretched palm, which was glowing red, the young man advised not to do this, otherwise he would attack. However, the warning did not work, and having penetrated the guy's body, the woman reported that in this space, she was the strongest. A second later, a painfully familiar girl in a blue dress with stars stood in front of Adam. Sitting down on the ground, the creature began to carefully examine the acquired body, and then asked who this girl was to the hero. What was happening angered the young man, and he demanded that she stop looking at his girlfriend's body, and then attacked her. The woman said that the young man would not be able to leave even a scratch on her, and then asked how he could raise his hand to this body. Smiling, Adam said that there was someone else in his heart that the monster should be afraid of. The next moment, someone else began to smoothly emerge from the main character's body. As a result, the stranger found herself in front of the mechanical queen, whose very appearance was terrifying. The monster ran to the side, as it was scared of the girl, shouting something about a ghost as it went. But the queen did not want to let the deceiver go so easily, and directed bone fetters in her direction. They wrapped around the body, which was so reminiscent of Brooke, like ropes, and then contracted and deprived the creature of the ability to move. The girl, without turning to Adam, said that the ghost was now vulnerable, so it was time to begin extracting the eye. There was no need to remind the protagonist several times, so he headed towards the NPC and confidently struck him in the neck. The system reported that the player would receive 200 points of deadly energy and the ghost eye as a reward. Taking the object in his hand, Adam asked the girl if this thing would help remove the memory seal. The protagonist handed the eye to the queen and informed her that it was now her turn. Having intercepted the thing, the blonde confidently began to bring it to the guy's face, and he asked if what was coming would definitely not hurt. Staring at the glowing object in fascination, the queen assured her friend that he would not feel anything. When the artifact came into contact with the real eye, the entire area began to glow with a scarlet light. Looking at how the young man was suffering from unpleasant sensations, the girl admitted that she had no idea about pain. As soon as the eye was inside Adam, black seal patterns immediately began to creep across his face. Moments from the pseudo-dungeon began to emerge in his memories, but he still couldn't remember his friend's face. Observing the thoughts in the necromancer's head, the beauty reported that the seal was stronger than she thought, and the eye was unable to get rid of it. However, the girl immediately clarified that if he found and used the 3 remaining artifacts, he would definitely be able to restore his memory. Another plus was the fact that Adam's vision had improved, and the ghost fog would no longer affect him. Suddenly, the sky above the young man split, which meant that the phantom world was collapsing, and it was time to leave. When the necromancer moved to the ghost mountain, there were only dead bodies lying around. But suddenly, Eric's voice was heard from behind. He was glad about the young man's return, and then demanded the eye. The guy said that all of his family members who came with him died in the ghost eye space. Extending his palm, the blonde demanded that the artifact be given to him, promising that Adam would receive a reward as soon as he left here. Pretending not to understand which eye was being discussed, the guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Eric said that since the necromancer didn't want it the easy way, he would have to do it the hard way, and sent the wolf behind his opponent's back. The beast jumped on the main character but did nothing, since the goal was only to scare the guy. Clenching his fists, the blonde declared that since the student did not want to give up the eye himself, he would have to take it by force. When the Wolf King was given the command to attack, he immediately opened his mouth and pounced on Adam. Our hero prepared to repel the attack and took his blade in his hands. It took the necromancer only one attempt to get rid of the enemy in the form of a beast. Eric felt undisguised horror at the way a creature close to him was dealt with. The system reported that for killing a fierce evil spirit, the player receives 100 points. Ignoring his rival, the young gentleman ran up to the wolf and fell to his knees before him, not wanting to believe in his death. Adam concluded that the Coleman family was no longer a threat, and turned around and walked away. Breaking into a run, the boy tried to find at least one of the tailors in order to continue passing the test with them. At this time, a scandal was brewing in the outside world. Gordon approached the old man and demanded an answer for the boy's actions. Gregory calmly said that when people set foot on the mountain, their life and death are determined by fate. The man began to catch the indignant glances of the remaining heads of the 4 great families and decided to put off the argument for later. The impudent man only sighed with displeasure, realizing that he was not in the best position now. However, the head of the tailors himself noted Adam's uncontrollability. He tried to understand what was going on in this guy's head. Moving without stopping, the young man periodically called out to his comrades, but in response, he heard only silence. Suddenly, Liana's voice was heard from somewhere, no louder than the breeze, begging for help. Jumping to the ground, the main character saw the girl's body in front of him. Coming a little closer to her, Adam saw that his partner was lying in a pool of her own blood and was practically not breathing. Although the Necromancer didn't really like Liana for her behavior, death was too cruel. Leaning over the girl, the protagonist promised that he would avenge her and get rid of the monsters in the fog. Suddenly, the silence of the forest was broken by the noise of a spell, and then a column of flame shot up into the sky from the side. Adam quickly found himself at the scene of the battle and met Jacob and Alvin there, who looked at him with joy. Without wasting time on greetings, the young man approached the group leader and asked where Liana was now. Seeing how the player's face changed, the Necromancer began to shout, demanding an answer. All the guy could say in his defense was that everything that happened was his fault. Then the fog was very thick, and the girl followed it, and then suddenly she screamed as if she was surprised and disappeared. However, frightened by the fog, Jacob did not immediately rush after her, and Liana disappeared without a trace. Clutching his head, the young man began to continually ask forgiveness for his carelessness. But Alvin took Jacob's side and said that it was not his fault that the girl had been killed by Baopigui. Noticing the newcomer's puzzled look, the monk explained that this creature was the most terrible ghost in existence. The Baopigu people are ugly by nature, so they hunt beautiful people and skin them. They originally wanted to wear the skin of the victims, but the human yin energy is too strong, so they make lanterns out of the skin. Jazi, who had been silent all this time, turned to the monk with a question, but was never able to utter it out loud. But the man understood what the young man wanted to know, and confirmed that Liana had barely fallen behind the group when she was immediately killed. Looking fearfully behind Adam, the guy asked if these were the lanterns that Alvin had spoken of, and then pointed in their direction. Turning around, the main character saw that the entire space behind him was filled with yellow glowing objects. Suddenly, a man jumped forward in front of the young man, trying to cover him from danger. The lanterns didn't care who they destroyed, so they moved towards the monk without a single hitch. Having seen this more than once, Alvin began to read the banishing spell. It clearly had a positive effect, as the little killers scattered in all directions. However, Adam was not happy about what happened, as he had hoped to get some more deadly energy from the enemy. He rushed after the disappearing lanterns and began to chop with his blade in all directions indiscriminately. The monk warned that the lamps were just a trick. The real horror was Huapigui hiding behind the scenes. At that moment, the outline of one of the most dangerous ghosts in this world appeared behind the young man. Adam immediately sensed a catch, and turning around he realized what exactly had confused him. A gray hand with red claws was dangerously close to the young man, intending to grab him. At the last second before being captured, the player managed to dodge, and then cursed rudely. In the end, the monster missed its target, and the hand only hit a tree standing behind. After the first mistake, the ghost decided to show himself completely, and, freezing in front of Adam, began to stare at him intently. Smiling, the monster said that he really liked the Necromancer's skin, and then asked to give it to him. Slowly moving towards the guy, the NPC said that his skin was better than all the others, and since he was silent, it meant he agreed to give it to him. Not wanting to let the giant get any closer than it was now, the player swung his blade and ordered the enemy to get down. The lantern that was placed on the opponent's head flew apart in all directions, revealing to the world the true appearance of Huapigui. This angered the ghost, and its scarlet energy burst out, causing people to dodge it. Covering his face, the monster said that he always tries to treat his victims kindly, but no one appreciates it. Jumping sharply from his place towards Adam, the NPC said that he would remove his skin and then eat his flesh and soul. But the young man did not want to give up so quickly, and taking hold of the blade with both hands, he prepared to attack. When the Necromancer struck the first blow, he concluded that he had a very strong opponent. However, the deadly energy obtained during the test was of great help in the fight against this monster. Seeing the paw raised above itself, the guy concluded that he could defeat this creature only by entering a berserker state. To activate the special mode, Adam began to wait for the blow that would help him rebuild his body. But then an ice shield grew in front of the ghost's limb, preventing him from reaching the newcomer. Suddenly a small group of people appeared from somewhere in the forest and announced that they were going to provide support. They began to confidently strike at Huapigui, leaving the main character in a safe zone. There were 5 people in total who came to help, and they all looked absolutely healthy and unwrinkled. Adam recognized the guy who was their leader, Peter Sinclair, the junior sword god of the Sinclair family. The Necromancer was impressed by the young man's high attack power. But then the time for a short respite passed, and the ghost again rushed at the people. The stranger from the arriving company used her magic and countered the monster with ice cover. The opponent's hand hit the ice and he was unable to harm Peter. The protagonist was impressed by how his partners worked together and chose their timing well. The next moment, the player came to the conclusion that Bao Pigui had a ghostly eye, otherwise why would his opponents help him? Alvin came up from behind and reported Jacob's disappearance, and then offered to continue dealing with the ghost. When Adam said that he would arrive a little later, the monk said that he would wait for him. The player came to the conclusion that the Sinclair family team was too powerful, so Bao Pigui's escape from them was not surprising. Peter repeatedly used various powerful sword-fighting techniques that were difficult for the ghost to counter, and yet the moment of truth came. The monster's head was cut into 2 parts. The leader gave the command to his comrades to attack so that the ghost eye space could not open. All the Sinclairs began to act as if they were a single mechanism, attacking the NPCs from all sides. While the other guys were preventing the portal from opening, one guy jumped up so as not to miss the valuable item. After a few moments, he saw that the ghost eye was at his face level and he could grab it with his hand outstretched. Rejoicing at such good fortune, the stranger slowly and carefully extended his palm towards the artifact. However, the item disappeared from under the player's nose while he was hesitating and trying to be extremely careful. Peter glanced towards the forest and saw the newcomer running away and ordered his men to catch up with him. Ahead of everyone ran the guy who was responsible for the eye going to the other team. Adam was happy that he had the second eye. He only had to collect 2 more. Peter threw his partner a sword, which was supposed to help catch the fugitive. The young man, without slowing down, grabbed the handle and immediately understood why their leader had handed over the weapon. The sword, feeling that it had once again entered the palm, pulled its bearer forward, giving him acceleration. A few moments later, the enemy caught up with Adam, who was unhappy with the current situation. With a little more effort, the Sinclair family member jumped up and blocked the Necromancer's path further. The strong man said that the newcomer could not escape now, since Peter would soon arrive here. But life had its own plans for life. A pair of strangers in black cloaks that hid their faces emerged from the forest.